Speaker. The House is resumed. I'm sure that members will want to join me in welcoming the members or delegation from the Public Accounts Committee of Malaysia's House of Representatives who are present with us in the gallery today. The House comes to oral questions, the first in the name of the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Acting Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Honourable David Seymour.
Yes, Mr Speaker. In particular, I stand by the government's actions to provide certainty to the energy sector by repealing the ban on oil and gas exploration and being prepared to co-invest in exploration projects. In many ways, the latter policy is one a government wishes it didn't have to have. However, it's been made necessary by the flagrant, reckless, irresponsible ban under the previous government.
Let's make it very clear that ministers answering questions who today choose to have a flick at the opposition in the answer to that question will be leaving the House. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Does he agree with Mark Mitchell that working Kiwis aren't fundamentally feeling the economic recovery in this really tough economy?
Mr Speaker, I believe that New Zealanders are facing challenging economic times. However, the trajectory is one of continual improvement. When you have a government that borrows $115 billion and leaves nothing to show for it except for inflation and high interest rates, the recovery takes some time. But since this government has been in office, we have seen inflation fall from 5.6% down to 2.5%. We've seen the official cash rate fall from 5.25 down to 3.5. We are seeing people's mortgages come down, we're seeing their rents come down, we're seeing their inflation come down, and that is what an economic recovery looks like.
Let me also remind members that question time is for questions to be asked and questions to be answered, not speeches made. So we'll be curtailing those question answers if that sort of practice continues. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
So is it his view that the cost of living crisis is over for New Zealand families?
Mr Speaker, the cost of living crisis is abating with every positive move taken by this government. But the fact is that you can't be the guy that dug the hole and then complain it's a long way to dig out of it.
Supplementary. Why does he think it isn't the government's job to figure out whether its policies are delivering for Kiwi families, as he indicated yesterday, given both Nicola Willis and the IRD haven't been able to find a single family that's receiving the full $250 a fortnight this government promised them?
And I asked the member, has he found anyone sitting behind him who still supports him?
I think the Acting Prime Minister could do a little bit better than that. And once again, it's attacking the opposition, which is not the form that's acceptable under standing orders. The member's a very articulate man. I'm sure he can do better than he has.
Well, it's very simple. The member has a supposition in his question which misrepresents my position. I reject it.
Which part of his position is being misrepresented?
Well, unfortunately, the Speaker's asking me to make shorter answers, so I won't be able to list them all.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
No,
that cannot be a legitimate answer.
Thank you. Good. If you do a little better than that.
Well, too short, too long, and now too short. The member is misrepresenting my position by saying that I somehow am not concerned about the welfare of New Zealanders or evaluating the effectiveness of the government's policies. I can tell him that we are deeply concerned about the welfare of New Zealanders and deeply concerned about the effectiveness of our policies. The good news is that those policies are very effective, and it brings us great joy to show concern in them.
Supplementary question. Does he accept the government's decision to cut early childhood education subsidies in real terms will increase fees for Kiwi parents?
Mr. Speaker, that is a nonsense. We have increased the amount of money that goes into early childhood education by a very similar amount as it's been increased year on year over the last decade.
Supplementary question. How is increasing early childhood education subsidies by 0.5% when inflation is running at 2.5% not a real terms funding cut?
Well, Mr. Speaker, people may recall not so long ago when inflation was running at 7.3%, and did that member, as Minister of Education, increase the funding by 7.3%? No, he did not. New Zealanders up and down this country were on the treadmill trying to keep up with the out-of-control inflation that these turkeys foisted on them.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
The member will stand, withdraw and apologise for that last
I
round.
withdraw and apologise.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I wondered now that he's got that out of his system, he could perhaps address the question that I asked him, which is how increasing early childhood education subsidies that this government has decided to do by 0.5% when inflation during that time is running at 2.5% is not a real terms funding cut. Because in his previous answer he indicated that they haven't cut the funding when they have.
No, you've got to think carefully. I listened to this because of the expectation around questions about how the exchange would run. So the question was, as you said, asked, the member then spoke about the overall increase that had been put in place. I think it is an answer to say, as we've established, and previous speakers have established, not actually from my political persuasion, from another, it is appropriate to ask a government to reflect on a previous government's performance, which I think is what he's done. And I don't think it's reasonable to say he's got to answer more.
Supplementary question. Does he accept the government's order to hike public transport costs will drive up bus fares by as much as 50% from next week?
Mr. Speaker, the government has made no such order.
We've thrown them under the bus.
Yes, you have. You have.
Good question. Question to Dana Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just hang on, Dana Kirkpatrick. We'll just wait for everyone to settle themselves down. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance. What is the depositor compensation scheme and when does it start?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, starting next week, 1 July, a new scheme will protect New Zealanders' deposits at banks as well as at building societies, credit unions and finance companies who take retail deposits. The Depositor Compensation Scheme will guarantee a person's deposits of up to $100,000 per institution in the unlikely event of a failure. The implementation of the scheme, which has been many years in the making, will give Kiwis peace of mind that if something were to go wrong at the institution they have entrusted their money to, that money will be safe.
Supplementary. What types of accounts will be covered?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Depositor Compensation Scheme covers money held in standard banking products like transaction accounts, savings accounts and term deposits. The scheme starts automatically next week and people don't have to do anything to be covered. People should check on their bank, building society, credit union or finance company website or give them a call to see exactly what is protected by the scheme if they are unsure.
Supplementary. How is the scheme funded and administered?
Mr. Speaker, the Depositor Compensation Scheme will be levy funded. Banks, building societies, credit unions and finance companies will pay the levy based on the riskiness of their institution and the total deposits they hold that are covered by the scheme. The levies collected from institutions will build up over time in a fund so that money is available if compensation needs to be made. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has just said that it is desperate for me to be talking about a scheme which will guarantee New Zealanders deposits. And I would put to them that actually that is meaningful to everyday New Zealanders and possibly more meaningful than the semantic games he prefers to play in question time.
Okay. Good, we'll take the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Stick to the rules, sorry. Dana Kirkpatrick.
Why is the scheme being introduced?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it turns out that New Zealanders are interested in their financial security and whether or not the savings that they have can be guaranteed. If a bank looks like it could be in trouble, people typically want to take their money out of it. Such withdrawals can trigger a whole series of unpleasant events in the financial sector and across the economy. Depositor protection gives people confidence that their deposits are not at risk and is international best practice. New Zealand is now getting in line with that best practice. In addition, and importantly, I expect the scheme will improve competition because New Zealanders are more likely to consider switching if they know their deposit will be protected. New Zealanders can be assured the guarantee exists whether or not you're with one of the big four banks or you are with a credit union, a building society, another financial service provider. I think this is important for those who may have been reluctant to switch their banking services due to a sense that their funds may not be secure. The deposit compensation scheme, I hope, will be a spur for greater competition in our financial sector.
Supplementary question, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
When was the scheme referenced in the Minister's answers passed into law, and who was the Minister of Finance at the time?
Well, Mr Speaker, I welcome this turning around of events in which me talking about the scheme was initially desperate and a terrible thing to do and is now something the Leader of the Opposition wishes to take credit for. Well, that is flip-flop Hipkins for you.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
A point of order.
It's a pretty straight question. The Minister was asked when the scheme was passed into law and who the Minister of Finance was. This wasn't an opportunity to attack the opposition, it was an opportunity to answer the question.
Some of you will be leaving in bulk if you interrupt a point of order. Make your point of order again so that those who were talking through it can hear it.
Yeah. Mr Speaker, the question was very simple. When was the scheme passed into law and who was the Minister of Finance at the time? Yes,
I heard the question. We'll just get a straightforward answer.
I think that the Leader of the Opposition already knows the answer to that question. But I'm very happy to spoon feed him, Mr Speaker, and I'd suggest he probably needs a bit more of it. It was introduced by the previous Finance Minister, Grant Robertson, and has the rare attribute that it was actually one thing he did that was helpful, but unfortunately it doesn't outbalance the absolute mess he left the New Zealand economy in, which that member aided and abetted at every step.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
No, there were several members on the front bench of the opposition who have put themselves in danger of leaving early this afternoon. Not particularly looking at anybody, but just scanning the entire front bench.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. Point of order, Mr Speaker. The ruling that you have just made right now is very much the same as the ruling you made regarding ministers at the very beginning of question time. If you stuck with the first ruling, you probably wouldn't have needed to make the second.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your advice. I look forward to putting that in writing and sending it to the Standing Orders Committee so that they can record the wisdom of the Right Honourable Christopher Hipkins.
Supplementary question.
The Honourable Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Could I ask the Minister, is she telling us that it's taken 19 long months for Mr Hipkins to find something commendable about Grant Robinson's time?
No, that's not a question that the Minister can answer much as she may want to. Moving now to... What urgency? Urgency just turns the place upside down. The Honourable Marama Davidson, question 3.
To the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries, does he stand by his statement, quote, "The bottom trawling techniques that are pursued by the New Zealand fishing industry are relatively harmless," end quote? If so, are current levels of bycatch by commercial fisheries acceptable?
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
On behalf of the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries, a range of management measures are in place to manage fisheries bycatch while enabling sustainable utilisation of fisheries resources. We continue to monitor the effects of fishing and access whether additional management measures are necessary. The Government works in a number of ways to prevent and minimise bycatch from fishing. This includes restrictions on fishing in areas which overlap with particular habitats, as well as longer-term plans to prevent and minimise captures.
Is it harmless that nearly 1,000 seabirds were captured by commercial fisheries in the first 3 months of this year?
The reality is that the seabird capture is down dramatically because of changed methods of fishing, but it's an ongoing matter. which crosses across a whole lot of countries, not just New Zealand, and we're in international discussions to ensure that we're following best practice to minimise that occurrence.
Does he think it's hypocritical that last year Aotearoa pledged $16 million to the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, yet this year we've had the largest coral bycatch event in 15 years, dredging up to 6 tonnes of ancient coral from the sea floor?
No such pledge was made by any such country as named by that questioner. Yes, I am positive.
Okay.
Not you, dickhead.
Does he have confidence in the sustainable management of fisheries
Not like you,
when
dickhead.
60% of fish stocks being managed are not assessed, and of the remaining stocks, 15% are not being managed sustainably?
One of the member can ask that question again because there was an interruption on my right. Or nobody.
Does he have confidence in the
No, hang on. The House will be quiet while a question is asked. The Honourable Marama Davidson.
Does he have confidence in the sustainable management of fisheries when 60% of fish stocks being managed are not assessed, and of the remaining stocks, 15% are not being managed sustainably?
Well, first of all, both those figures are totally incorrect.
Will he stand with the 80% of New Zealanders who agree that the government should ban bottom trawling on seamounts and protect these biodiversity hotspots?
The bottom trawling is an ongoing consideration by the New Zealand government. Of course, the procedures have dramatically improved, but there are some stock which cannot be caught any other way. Orange roughy happens to be one of them at certain parts of the country. So that is why it's an ongoing discussion, ensuring that we follow best practice.
Will he stop insisting that bottom trawling is harmless when clearly the indiscriminate method is causing wide-scale death and destruction of our native species and ecosystems?
Again, we reject the premise of that question. Again, that is stated on assumptions which have not been proven and are not of the best and latest science that we have available to us.
Question number...
Point of order.
Point of order. Taku Defence.
I've witnessed many times in this House disparaging comments being made between sides, and I'm quite sure that being called a dickhead would fall in line with that tikanga of the House, we might say, Mr. Speaker. So Mr. Peters wants to call me a dickhead across the alleyway here. I think that we should consider something for him.
Well, that's an interesting point of order. Until the member brought it up, I had no idea that that was the allegation being made against him. But if he has obviously found it offensive, I'd ask the Minister to withdraw and apologise.
No, he hasn't found it offensive, has he?
No, hang on. It's not
He
something...
did not raise a matter of offence.
Wait on. Hang on. We're about to all get terribly excited.
Or speaking to the point of order, sorry, I take personal offence to the comments made by Mr. Peters over here, calling me a dickhead.
And I'd on that basis, ask the Minister to withdraw the comment.
The Speaker, on the basis that when I was trying to get my thoughts together on the answer to Madam Davison's questions, he was interrupting me. I apologise for calling him what I said he was.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker?
Point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Is that now an acceptable way of withdrawing and apologising?
Well, I've got to tell you,
the House will have a lot of fun if that's the case.
Just a moment. While there was a point of order being taken by the Right Honourable Mr. Peters, there was a lot of noise, and I did not hear everything that he said. I heard the last part, which was on that basis, I apologise. So, well, hang on. I'm telling you what I'm going to do. I'm not going to take this any further. I'm going to review the Hansard and come back to the House tomorrow. Simplest way through it. The Honourable David Seymour, point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wonder if you might also reflect on your earlier rulings with relation to political motifs on T-shirts and badges in relation to anything you may have seen in the last few minutes.
Yes, I certainly will. Question number 4, Kieran McAnulty. The Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Associate Minister of Housing, how many New Zealanders are homeless now compared to when his government was elected?
The Honourable Tamariki.
Any response to that question is influenced by how I define homelessness, but I'll use 2 data sets for the purposes of this question. If you mean those households living in emergency housing, in October 2023, there were 3,402 households living in emergency housing. In May 2025, there were 510, a drop of circa 3,000 households. If I use those persons living without shelter, as we know in Census 2023, there were 4,965, quite a bit more than Census 2018, 3,624, and today there's no formal comparative figure to the census stats.
Supplementary. Why, when frontline providers are telling him consistently that his policies have contributed to unprecedented increases in homelessness, does he refuse to admit that homelessness has increased under his watch?
E te manga o te whare, and following up from earlier discussions and kōrero between the member and myself at scrutiny session, there are a range of observations, there are a range of views as to the causes and the contributors to emergency housing. There is not one single cause or reason why people become homeless, live without shelter, or end up in emergency housing.
Supplementary. Who are the, quote, some providers, end quote, he says, that don't link rising homelessness to his policies?
E te manga o te whare, may I refer to the Homelessness Insights report, which I'm sure the member has had access to and pored over vigorously in the last few weeks. That report states that there may be, from the providers, it may be attributable to changes, but there are also a range of cost of living, health, drug addiction, and a whole range of other factors that can contribute to homelessness.
Supplementary. Why did he claim that the census was the, quote, single source of truth, end quote, when it came to measuring homelessness, when the census was abolished by this government the very next day?
E te manga o te whare. It has been the single formed source of truth for these numbers. However, we continue to seek and have proffered to us and furnished to us a range of reports, including the Homelessness Insights report, which is due shortly.
Supplementary. Will he, now that the census will be abolished by this government, finally listen to the frontline providers who have told him that his policies have made homelessness, quote, the worst it's been in living memory, end quote?
E te manga o te whare, as I've said earlier, there are a range of observations and views, not just from providers, but also from iwi, Māori organisations like the Ōwhata 2B and 7D Trust, which I recently attended to celebrate the opening of various housing developments that they have and commit to funding for further housing that they can build and go to. There is no one conclusive view right now across those various sources of information.
Supplementary.
Supplementary, the Honourable Nicola Willis.
Has the Minister considered pledging, as previous ministers have, to shelter all homeless people within 4 weeks of coming to office, or does he judge that there are often complex reasons for people's homelessness that Jacinda Ardern should have realised before she made that broken pledge?
Look, how many times have I warned about that? I'm telling the Minister, that's the last time this week, next week, the rest of the Parliament, that a question is used to attack the opposition. Unacceptable.
Supplementary, sir. Does he agree with Dr. Ange Jury from Women's Refuge, who said, quote, the refugees are having a huge amount of difficulty getting emergency housing support for our clients. It used to be really easy to access, to be honest. If someone arrived at a work and income office with a refuge advocate, then it was a done deal. But it's not like that anymore, end quote. If not, why not?
Shame.
It's māngai o te whare.
What do you say to that?
Allegations and assertions that the member made last week in scrutiny in relation to these related matters are serious. And as a result, I have called the member to ask for further evidence and attribution around the claims that were made at scrutiny week. I'm still awaiting specific info, because Te Manatū Whakahia Aotearoa, the Ministry for Social Development, has told me as late as this afternoon that there is no evidence to show that emergency housing has been declined to anyone on the basis that they contributed to their housing need as a result of being a domestic violence victim. And I still await that specific information.
Question 5, Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister and asks, does he stand by all of his government's statements and actions?
No, wait, just a minute. Questions had to be heard in silence. Please ask the question again.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again to the Acting Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government's statements and actions?
Mr. Speaker, yes. In particular, I stand by the government's announcement welcoming the New Zealand Infrastructure Commission's National Infrastructure Plan. It's a tribute to members of the government, including Chris Bishop, also people like Simon Court, who are addressing a major problem with our infrastructure planning, which can be summed up as the political cycle being far too short compared with the project cycle. When governments change and priorities change, major projects stop and start, capacity is built up and built down, and not enough gets done at a competitive price. This plan will deliver long-term infrastructure planning, smarter funding and financing, efficient delivery of critical projects, and better maintenance of assets so that all New Zealanders can get around and get homes more affordably at better quality.
Supplementary. What announcements has the government made about access to new medicines?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government has taken the view that if something is good for New Zealanders and there is no reason to prevent them having it, then they should have it. We've done it with pseudoephedrine, we've done it with melatonin. We also take the view that funding medicines is a critical priority for any government. And not only did we fill in a major fiscal hole to the tune of $1.776 billion upon taking office, we added another $604 million, which has allowed dozens of new medicines to help over 200,000 New Zealanders get access to new medication. And then we extended the prescription time frame to 12 months for some of the most important things that people need to get for their health. Altogether, Mr. Speaker, this government has a fantastic record allowing Kiwis to access medicines better.
Supplementary. What announcements has the government made about GP funding?
Well, Mr. Speaker,
Briefly.
They say that a stitch in time saves 9, and getting to the doctor is not only critical to health, but it has critical benefits to the rest of the healthcare system, ensuring, for example, that emergency departments are not clogged up. And so I'm so proud to be part of a government where our Health Minister, Simeon Brown, has just announced a 13.89% uplift in GP funding so that people are more likely to get into their GP, taking pressure off the hospitals and improving New Zealanders' health.
Supplementary. Does the Acting Prime Minister agree with the following statements in relation to the Regulatory Standards Bill? Principles that are pretty much anyone should support, and those principles are incontrovertible, and as my colleague Leanne Dalziel said, they are the basis on which any legal system rests.
No, that's not something
Mr.
you can
Speaker.
make any comment on whatsoever. So sit down and have another go at the question.
Does the Acting Prime Minister agree with any statements that he's recently seen in relation to the Regulatory Standards Bill?
Mr. Speaker, well, I do, as a matter of fact. I have seen statements that say the principles in the Regulatory Standards Bill are something that anybody should agree with, and in fact incontrovertible. And it may interest people across the other side of the House, like Pena Henare, to know that those statements were not made by me. They were made by a very wise man, a lawyer, and a member of the Labor Party when it had some intellectual heft. Those statements were made to this House by Charles Cheval.
Good, okay, well, while I'm tempted to pull the member up for misleading the House, I want to make it very clear that you cannot use supplementary questions to mount any kind of attack on the opposition. And you might think that's praising, but unfortunately I know the man. So, have we got another question, or are we all over? I think we're all over. Question 6, Maria Mena Kapakingi.
Kia ora. Tēnā koe te pika, tēnā tātou te whare. So my questions are to the Minister of Statistics. How will he ensure that scrapping the 5-yearly census will not magnify the problem of undercounting Māori and Pacifica populations?
Dr. Shane Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are not scrapping the census. We're adopting a new approach that first uses administrative data already collected by government. This will then be supported by smaller annual surveys and targeted data collection, particularly for underrepresented communities. This new approach builds on successful models previously used by Stats New Zealand, where admin data has helped ensure that Māori and Pacific population undercounting is reduced. It also gives us the opportunity to continue working with these communities on an ongoing basis to develop tailored solutions and ensure Māori and Pacific populations are being accurately represented in data collection.
Supplementary. How will the Minister uphold Te Tiriti o Waitangi and Māori data sovereignty under the data collection framework that is set to replace the census?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2019, Stats New Zealand entered into an arrangement, the Mana Orete arrangement with the iwi Data Leaders Group, which describes the umbrella and the activities that Stats New Zealand will have in their engagement with the iwi Māori and how they'll take those considerations into account.
Supplementary. What is his government's commitment to closing the Māori data gap, if any?
Mr. Speaker, we do have commitment to closing that gap. We're working constructively with Te Kahui Rārangi and seeking their advice and counsel as to how we can do a better job representing underrepresented populations in the data sets.
Thank you. Supplementary. How will the government be able to identify communities of need when administrative data will only be collected from those who engage with the government services and our most marginalised people do not engage with these services?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly why the community attribute surveys, which will encompass roughly 3 to 5% of the population with their annual surveys, and the targeted surveys will be looking to go out and seek information from those underrepresented populations.
Supplementary. Supplementary, Mr. Speaker.
Yep.
Thank you. What impact will the scrapping of the census have on the revitalisation of te reo Māori?
Mr. Speaker, I've already commented that the census is not being scrapped, that we're taking a new approach, but what's also true is that we are aware that te reo Māori is a variable that we need to pay attention to.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Could the Minister address the earlier question from the questioner, which was, where in the Treaty of Waitangi does it reference the Māori population being counted?
Mr. Speaker, under the wider Mana Orete agreement, how Stats New Zealand engages with iwi Māori around Treaty of Waitangi discussions and issues are covered.
Supplementary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister commit, therefore, to fully funding the Māori data governance model laid out by Te Kahui Rārangi to close the Māori data gap, to accurately identify communities of need and to uphold Māori data sovereignty?
Mr. Speaker, we're working with Te Kahui Rārangi as we speak, and I'm encouraged by the constructive suggestions that they're actually bringing to that consultation.
Question number 7, Rima Nakuli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure and asks, what recent reports has he seen on New Zealand's infrastructure sector?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, today the Infrastructure Commission released the draft National Infrastructure Plan. It's an independent view on the current state of our system, what we need in the future, and the projects and policy reforms that will bridge this gap in the most effective and value for money way. It's been developed independently by the Infrastructure Commission, and as I said this morning, launching the plan. This is not the coalition government's infrastructure plan, it's New Zealand's plan.
Supplementary. Why is having a national infrastructure plan important?
Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I'm sure all members will have heard over the years is what we really need in this country is a long-term plan that transcends political cycles. And the government, are you not in favour of that? I think, oh, rightio, okay, well...
Hang on a minute. Just answer the question. Don't engage with comment across the House. Those who are coming across the House risk leaving the House early.
Mr. Speaker, one of the points the Infrastructure Commission makes in the draft plan is that our system is not performing well. There has been near systemic neglect of the underlying institutional settings and policy frameworks over successive governments. Contrary to popular perception, the government spends a lot on infrastructure. We're in the top 10% in the OECD for investment, but the bottom 10% when it comes to getting quality and bang for buck from spending. So there are a range of very sensible recommendations in the report that the government looks forward to advancing.
Supplementary. How will the National Infrastructure Plan help build consensus on infrastructure?
Mr. Speaker, the plan is a conversation starter and it's a draft plan, but it's built on robust evidence, data and analysis. It's not as simple as everyone getting into a room and agreeing with each other. We need strong systems and institutions, robust investment frameworks, high quality evidence and advocacy for policies and projects from a better informed public. As part of the government's response to the plan, I will be engaging with other political parties in Parliament. That work has already started. I'm also intending to ask the Business Committee to hold a special parliamentary debate on the plan next year. We need to move away from the rhetoric that we need greater bipartisanship on all projects and instead build consensus on the idea that governments of all flavours should use best practice to select, fund and finance, deliver and look after our infrastructure.
Supplementary. What does the plan recommend?
Mr. Speaker, I'm encouraging all members to read the plan. It makes 19 important recommendations in draft form. Many of these recommendations align with work the government has underway. For example, making better use of pricing and user charging to fund infrastructure investment, adopting spatial planning, which I know the previous government did a lot of work on through their resource management reforms, relaxing land use restrictions, which again I note the previous government did some work on, reforming our transport funding system, prioritising infrastructure through the resource management system, and drastically improving asset management, which has been a 30-year problem for New Zealand. There are serious recommendations in this report for a serious country, and I'm looking forward to advancing the reforms.
Great stuff. What a great minister.
Simon Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has the minister seen reports that 3 consortia have qualified to bid for the Northern Corridor PPP? And what does it say about the sector's confidence in this government's refreshed approach to PPP procurement?
Mr. Speaker, yes indeed, I have seen those reports, largely because I released it. We have 3 consortia bidding for the Northland Expressway, very important project that will unlock the economic potential of Northland. It's very heartening to see that all 3 of the international consortia bidding had representatives at the New Zealand Infrastructure Investment Summit earlier in the year, and I think that would have given them greater confidence to participate in this very important project.
Question 8, the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Tēnā koe e te mangai o te whare. My question is to the Minister for Social Development and Employment. Does she stand by statements made on her behalf that high inflation and high interest rates were main factors in job losses in the construction sector?
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Unfortunately, the economic conditions that we inherited, including high inflation and high interest rates, created the environment for increasing unemployment. Under our government, interest rates have come down. Inflation is within the target band for the first time in over 3 years. Business confidence is at a 10-year high, and construction costs have stabilised. Our work to grow the economy and investments in Budget 2025, including our investment boost package, will see more businesses have the confidence to grow and hire more people.
How many jobs were lost because her government cancelled approximately 3,500 kāinga ora home builds?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm really proud of our government's national infrastructure plan and the work that's underway both in terms of hospital rebuilds, new classrooms as well as state housing buildings. But what I'm more proud of is this government has got high interest rates down, inflation under control and stabilised the costs of building. So actually we can build more with less.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. My question to the Minister was how many jobs were lost as a result of those houses being cancelled for builds. I don't believe the Minister got anywhere near addressing that question.
Well, it depends on how you view it. The Minister might like to have a look at it, but I do need to say that asking how many jobs are lost on a cancelled project is kind of a double negative. Projects cancelled, there were no jobs. So let's have another crack at the answer.
Sure. So a project is a project when it's funded. And so if the member would like to think about funded initiatives, then actually there's no change.
Why did her government cancel the apprenticeship boost for civil engineering?
Well, Mr Speaker, if the member would like to ask the appropriate minister for that question, then I'm happy for her to do that. Well, it's about looking at delegations, looking at who's responsible for what, and I'd invite you to do that.
What is her plan for engineering students who are unable to complete the required 800 hours of work experience in New Zealand because there is no work available here?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I say, it would be really useful for the member to put the question to the relevant minister, because I think that would be useful in terms of tertiary education, in terms of vocational education. But look, I'm proud of our government's plan around infrastructure, our investment in hospital rebuilds, school classrooms and housing. We are a government that is investing in growth, which is exactly what Budget 25 was all about.
What workforce planning is underway to ensure construction companies will be able to get back the workers who left for overseas after major construction projects were cancelled by her government?
Well, as I said, a project can't be cancelled if it wasn't funded in the first place. But as I say, the Minister beside me has announced today the National Infrastructure Plan, and Budget 25 is filled with investment projects that our government has committed to and funded, which is where jobs get created.
A supplementary question, the Honourable Chris Bishop.
Can the Minister confirm that there is approximately $3 to $4 billion of construction infrastructure projects starting in the next 6 months, including the Melling Interchange project, the Aotearoa North Vivin project and the Brougham Street State Highway 76 program down in Christchurch?
I can indeed, and I can also say proudly about the industry partnerships that the Ministry of Social Development have underway with organisations like Downer, who were here in Parliament a couple of days ago, who have got 1,600 job seekers off the benefit and into work because of infrastructure projects.
Just wait for 30 seconds. And can I just say that commentary about the appropriateness of ministers answering are covered by the fact that it is the government of the day who decides what minister can answer any particular question. So while the pick and choose might be something that's fun to speculate about, it's not reasonable. The Honourable Jenny Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Is the fact that there are 15,000 fewer jobs in the construction sector evidence that her government's strategy to cancel 3,500 kāinga order builds, scrap apprenticeship boosts for civil engineers and axe workforce development councils evidence that her strategy has failed and National is just making life harder for Kiwis?
Mr Speaker, I absolutely refute the numbers that member referred to. We know she's not good with numbers. That's more examples of that just now. I'm really proud of our government's record when we have come into economic conditions where unemployment has been rising since 2021. Unfortunately, high interest rates, high inflation lead to recession and higher unemployment rates. Instead of putting our head in the sand, we are focused on getting job seekers into work, and our work exit rates show that what we are doing is working.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters and no one else.
Has the Minister learned of the good news of the significant number of home and unit do-ups, additions, renovations extensions in Auckland Central.
Mr Speaker, as I said, I'm really proud of our government's focus in Budget 2025 around improvements and funding for bringing older social homes and state houses up to scratch, which is one of many measures in Budget 25 around infrastructure and building and construction.
Question number 9, Chloe Swarbrick.
To the Minister for Climate Change, does he stand by his statement that, quote, it is our expectation that we will...
Hang on. I don't know what's going on today, but the amount of conversation going around the House while questions trying to be asked is unacceptable. Chloe Swarbrick, please start your question again.
To the Minister of Climate Change, does he stand by his statement that, quote, it is our expectation that we will remain an associate member, end quote, of the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance? If not, why not?
Mr Speaker,
the Honourable
I stand by the statement in the context in which it was given last November, which was that the government's intention to repeal the offshore oil and gas ban did not necessarily mean New Zealand would not be able to remain a member of the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance. Subsequently, the New Zealand government made the decision to withdraw, in good faith, our associate membership and informed the Alliance of this decision on the 21st of June 2025.
How exactly does a $200 million taxpayer-funded subsidy for new fossil fuels, which the government's own advice says will take at least a decade to produce new gas, help the energy transition, as he said in his statement today?
Google subsidy. Well, Mr Speaker, while loosely connected to the primary question, the reality of the situation in which this government faces is that due to a shortage of gas in the electricity sector as a result of prior decisions by prior governments, we are now dealing with a critical situation in the context of needing to ensure that we have more gas available to keep the lights on. And as Climate Minister and Energy Minister, I make no apology that my primary focus is to ensure that we can keep the lights on for New Zealanders.
Point of order? Okay. Supplementary, Chloe Swarbrick.
Does the Minister stand by his statement, also from November, that our membership of the Coalition to Phase Out Fossil Fuel Subsidies, quote, fits well with New Zealand's leadership of the Friends of Fossil Fuels Subsidy Reform Group and our role as chair of the recently signed agreement on climate change, trade and sustainability, end quote? And if so, how exactly does that align with his government's $200 million taxpayer subsidy for new fossil fuels?
Look, I'm just going to suggest the member needs to reflect in supplementaries, either on an answer that's given by the Minister or the content of the primary question. The last two have barely done that. The Minister may answer if he is able.
Mr Speaker, I stand by the statements in the context in which they were given last November. The New Zealand Government remains of the position that we will undertake a just and orderly transition away from fossil fuels.
Exactly is just and orderly in terms of a transition away from fossil fuels about the government's commitment to $200 million in a new fund for fossil fuels that will begin production in 10 years' time?
Well, Mr Speaker, what I can be very clear about is just and orderly is not repealing oil and gas and causing significant uncertainty to New Zealand industry and cutting off the fuel that actually powers New Zealand industry and produces a huge amount of economic value, including the majority of our primary sector.
What is the value of our international reputation or our commitments to international agreements if this government continues walking away from and breaching them?
Well, Mr Speaker, I reject the premise of the question, but what I can comment on is the importance of the New Zealand relationship in the context of our global partners has never been more important than now, and the importance of the fact that our Prime Minister is currently overseas doing significant positive work on behalf of this country to double the value of our exports by 2035 and ensure that we are open for business should be something that we should be all very proud of.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Can he confirm that this is the first time as Climate Change Minister he's ever been asked a question from the Greens climate spokesperson?
Well, that's so far wide of the primary question that it probably is not fair. Do we have another question? Thanks, Robert. Question 10. Miles Anderson. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Agriculture. Why is the government banning full farm-to-forest conversion on our highest quality productive land?
The Honourable Tamariki.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government is concerned about the effects the ETS has on our most productive land, with whole farm-to-forest conversions harming rural communities. When farms are planted in trees because of the carbon market, we lose the ability to produce the high-quality, safe food that consumers demand. We lose rural jobs, export earnings, and the families that go with them. The Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill that passed its first reading in this House last night will preserve our most valuable land that grows food for exports, and it will sustains rural communities.
Supplementary. What effect has full farm-to-forest conversion had on the rural economy?
Well, Mr. Speaker, a significant effect. The number of farms converted to forest amounts to more than 300,000 hectares since 2017. The primary sector has said that that's resulted in a loss of more than 2 million sheep and beef stock units. Exotic carbon forests offer short-term economic boosts through activity, often decades apart. These boosts can be significant in the short term, but they cannot come at the total expense of farming communities that contribute each and every year. This legislation will address the harm that has been done to many regions around New Zealand through the interaction of the emissions trading scheme and conversion of farms to forest.
Supplementary. How will the bill protect farmland from full farm-to-forest conversion?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the bill puts in place restrictions, a moratorium on planting of trees to go into the emissions trading scheme on land classes 1 through 6, with farmers being able to choose to plant up to 25% of their own land. On Lux 6 land, which is some of our hillier sheep land, there will be an annual quota of 15,000 hectares to go into the emissions trading scheme. The legislation has exemptions for classes of Maori land so that they will be able to continue to plant. The bill also includes temporary exemptions where an investor can provide evidence of a qualifying forestry investment between the 1st of January 2021 and the 4th of December 2024, which is when this policy was announced and will take effect from. For instance, the purchase of land and ordering of trees prior to the 4th of December 2024 would be an example of proof of a qualifying investment, whilst either of these actions alone would not be.
Supplementary. What is the impact on rural communities of whole farm-to-forest conversions?
Mr. Speaker, we've seen entire farms converted into exotic carbon forests under the ETS, while whole farm conversions don't just affect landowners, they affect entire communities. Schools, local businesses and services all depend on the steady year-round activity that farming provides. 300,000 hectares of conversions is not sustainable for our food production, and it's not fair for the rural communities who bear the brunt of these conversions, from the Southland and Central Otago to the East Coast, across the King Country and as far as Northland. Schools have closed, services disappear and rural businesses are struggling. Mr. Speaker, the bill is about finding the right balance. It preserves choice. The choice to farm, the choice to grow trees and the choice to sustain rural communities for generations to come.
Question number 11, Ingrid Derry.
My question is to the Associate Minister of Housing. Does he stand by his statements made on his behalf that his proposed changes to the Retirement Villages Act 2003 would, quote, include provisions for repayments but not mandate them?
The Honourable Tamariki.
It's if the member is asking that partai by reference to a Northern Advocate article published earlier this week, no, fake news. Fake news. That statement imputed to me was not made by me or on my behalf. The journalist has now corrected the article, and I recommend the member follow up with some light rereading of that article in due course.
Supplementary. will he commit now to mandating fair repayment times and terms?
Sorry, I unfortunately missed seeing who was speaking during the asking of that question, but I'd advise them not to interrupt it again. Ingrid Leary.
Supplementary. Will he commit now to mandating fair repayment times and terms?
E te maanga o te whare. There are a number of matters that we are considering as part of a broader reform of this matter, including dispute resolution protections and a wide range of consumer protections, and various matters, including those that the member referred to, will be considered and are still under active consideration.
Supplementary. What other sectors are there where people have no control over when someone pays them back their own money?
E te maanga o te whare. That is quite a broad and open question, but what I can say is this government is responsibly reviewing a wide variety of matters, including consumer protections for elderly folks that are living in retirement villages.
Supplementary. Why does he think operators here wouldn't survive a mandated repayment period when parts of Australia have had one for 26 years where no operators have gone bust as a result?
E te maanga o te whare, there are some very loose comparisons that are being made, but we are really focused on ensuring that we understand fully the implications of some of the issues that have been raised and take policy decisions in due course.
Supplementary. Will he support a law change which requires operators to give residents their money back within 3 months? Or has lobbying by the big operators convinced him that only incentivising them and not mandating will somehow magically fix the problem?
E te maanga o te whare, if the member is asking me to jump in front of Cabinet and make decisions by way of a question and answer session, I will not be doing that. What I will be doing is diligently and professionally undertaking my responsibility as Associate Minister of Housing to explore these issues and bring these matters through the policy decisions and ultimately to this fine chamber.
The question 12, Tom Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Mental Health and asks what recent announcements have been made for the assessment and prescription for people with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD.
Good question. Mr Speaker, yesterday the Ministry of Health and Pharmac announced that from February 2026, GP and nurses will be able to diagnose and start treatment for adults with ADHD. For those under 18, the change will allow nurses working within child health or mental health services to diagnose and start treatment for ADHD. The Ministry of Health will work with sector representatives to develop a clinical principles framework for assessment and treatment to ensure there is quality and consistency for patients with ADHD. This is a common sense change that will make a meaningful difference in many lives of New Zealanders.
Supplementary, how will the changes benefit people with undiagnosed ADHD?
Mr Speaker, too often I've heard stories of people with ADHD who have been unable to get a diagnosis and treatment in a timely manner due to long wait times and costs associated with seeing a specialist. This change will help break these barriers, improve access to support. It will lead to faster assessments, fewer delays and lower costs for those seeking help and will be life-changing for many people. Ministry of Health estimate that these changes will improve access to treatment for 7,000 Kiwis in the first year and a total of over 50,000 new people accessing treatment in 5 years' time.
How do these changes reflect feedback from those with lived experience and advocates for those with ADHD?
Mr Speaker, I want to acknowledge the many advocates with lived experience and others who spent years advocating for this change. This decision is based on the recommendations received from both healthcare professionals and patients who have been through this before. I'm pleased their feedback has been heard loud and clear. I hope they know the positive impact this decision will have on many people's ability to access what is often life-changing medicines. In particular, I want to acknowledge the work of Deputy Prime Minister David Seymour, Green MP Chloe Strawbrook and the Mental Health Cross-Party Group, all advocates for this important change.
What support from the public has the Minister seen for this change?
Mr Speaker, I've seen numerous messages from members of the public and the ADHD community supporting these changes. Luke Bradford from the Royal College of GPs said it will help people access diagnosis and treatment, make it quicker and more affordable. ADHD New Zealand's reaction was one of excitement. Completely welcomed the change, noting it had been 25 years in the making. Tash, who messaged me, said, "Thank goodness, great news. It makes access so much easier and will take some stress off the specialists." Mr Speaker, brilliant to see so many messages from people impacted by ADHD welcoming this common sense change.
That concludes oral questions. We'll take 30 seconds for those who have to go to other duties to quietly leave the House without discussion on the way. The interrupted debate on the Invest New Zealand bill is resumed. I call on Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the mic is gone. On behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand, to oppose the Invest New Zealand bill. Now, for context, this is again one of those bills that was introduced under urgency, and I think from the Greens' perspective, one of the biggest concern we have with this bill is because it was introduced under budget urgency, there was no consultation, and effectively we're creating an entirely new Crown entity with no consultation and no genuine advice given. And we will talk more about the advice as part of my contribution. First of all, one of the things that we do see in terms of the regulatory impact statement is that there is no guarantee that this particular Crown agency is going to work. There is a lot of assumptions and there's a lot of hope. Now, during the committee stage, we did engage with the minister, as well as during scrutiny, we have also engaged with the ministers on this particular thing. And one of the things that we ask consistently is, how many one-stop shops do we really need? Because there has been far too much time and energy, and to be fair, taxpayers' money being wasted creating entities such as this as the one-stop shop when there are other one-stop shops. And there's no clarity that the minister was able to provide, for example, and also advice that was given by Education New Zealand, being essentially the advertisement agency on promoting New Zealand education internationally, and also potentially looking at drawing that. Yes, I agree that and that may have to do more on what NZTE as Trade and Enterprise is currently doing. But even if we're looking at things like Immigration New Zealand, there is no advice that was being asked of Immigration New Zealand in light of all of these changes that the government is making in terms of investment visa types. I find that lack of consultation concerning and appalling. During the committee stage, we also didn't hear from the minister, and we asked consistently over and over again, what was the advice from MFAT? Because apparently, according to the regulatory impact statement, MFAT advice was sought, but it wasn't included because they didn't respond in time. And we asked the minister in the chair, what was that advice? And we didn't get any response other than political statements. That was essentially our experience of the committee stage and the only opportunity that members of this House have had to question anyone about this particular bill. The other concern that we have is, according to the regulatory impact statement itself, that we're looking at, paragraph 4 on page 6. New Zealand ranks 26 out of 37 OECD countries in its per capita spending on research and development. Now, the fine print of this is that this is looking at per capita spending by the government, predominantly. Again, the government could be like, oh, look, with hope, inshallah, that, Invest New Zealand may be able to draw in foreign investment, who then may spur on, New Zealand innovation enterprise, who may fund for some of the things. Again, like a lot of things this government does under urgency, we're looking at simply thoughts and prayers. There's no empirical evidence that suggests this is something that will work. What we do know is that we rank 26 out of 26 out of 37 OE countries on per capita spending on research and development. And the bulk funding from this particular Crown agency comes out of the disestablishment of the Callaghan Institute, which is one of the main funders of local and domestic innovation and entrepreneurship. That funding, that $40 million funding, is gone. And it leaves, not only we see this huge defunding in the arts and humanities space, but leave a huge gap for the STEM subjects here in Aotearoa to sort funding, government funding. I don't think, Mr. Speaker, that our stats in the OECD is going to improve as a result of this bill. In fact, I think that concern that is in paragraph 4 of the regulatory impact statement will only exacerbate as a result of this. In terms of other areas of this bill, I think one of the fundamental concerns that we have is, while going through the committee stage, is still a lack of clarity in terms of exactly what is going to be the performance measures and the outcome being sought. Yes, we understand. Invest New Zealand, it is in the title, although I would more accurately call it Divest New Zealand. But there is no benchmark. It's a complete unknown quantity when we're looking at performance measures of this. All we do know is that, again, we're taking out a huge amount of money out of New Zealand enterprise. In some ways, okay, I get it. You want New Zealand enterprise to focus on trade and enterprise and basically export in many ways. Whereas you want Invest New Zealand to look at more export and import. And you want Invest New Zealand to look more like pure overseas investment. That's fine, but at least the minimum is have some sort of performance measures that we are able to say, like, has this particular agency, this new particular Crown entity that's going to take up $86 million is actually going to meet any form of target. We don't have any such stats or data. We've heard that on one hand, the government wants to draw foreign investment. The government, but at the same time, we don't address the fact that why aren't we promoting local investment and domestic investment? As part of the scrutiny week last week, we were told by officials that there are 438 billion, I think was the number that we were given, foreign investments from New Zealand going out to other places. The New Zealand Super Fund being one of the biggest ones when we were looking at that. And actually, from a New Zealand Super Fund perspective, very little of that is looking at domestic investment. If we're asking overseas investment to invest in New Zealand, why aren't we looking at our own investment structure first? For local and buy local, right? That was supposed to be the aim of some of these. At the same time, when we're looking at, we want to attract international talent, we want to attract all of these things, but in Just this week alone, we have seen a new immigration bill being introduced where the government is going to place another tax on people applying for visas to come here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, because, and I quote, and unsubstantiated, that they're going to put education and health burdens on our already failing system. So there's a lot of contradictions in terms of exactly what the government is looking for when they are talking about investment, when they are looking at growth. But at the end of the day, when we are looking for the Invest New Zealand bill, through the hearings in Scrutiny Week and also through discussions we had in the committee stage, fundamentally it sounds like what the government is looking for is for people from overseas investors to bail New Zealand out of the slump that we're currently in. But in all honesty, there are better ways to do that. Overseas investors are going to be taking on a loan anyway. They are going to invest in New Zealand because there is investment and there's profit to be made. Why aren't we giving those opportunities to people here? We have mentioned in terms of the Treasury's very conservative estimate of the upper threshold of 90% before we get into risk of defaulting. If we factor in 40% of shock in the event of an emergency, that still leaves us a debt ceiling of 50% that we're able to do. But the government has chosen, as a political choice, to limit our domestic investment and our domestic debt to 20%. We could invest locally, but we chose not to. So the Green Party will not support this bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Simon Court.
Well, fortunately for New Zealand, the ACT Party and the rest of our coalition do support this bill. What does it do? People say, why do we need Invest New Zealand? We've heard from Dr. Lawrence Zunan. Why do we need Invest New Zealand? Well, because New Zealand has historically lacked a dedicated agency, a front door for investors. Responsibilities were fragmented across MB, New Zealand Trade and Enterprise, and regional development bodies. Invest New Zealand brings them all together in one place. We need access to capital to power economic growth. We need lots and lots of capital, billions and billions of dollars coming from overseas investors to support the delivery of major projects like Christchurch Men's PPP. If 3 strikes means that more people are going to be locked up for longer, we're going to need to build more prisons. It would be very helpful if we had long-term capital to assist us. We've heard the Northern Corridor Highway project, another public-private partnership, has attracted 3 international consortium partnered with Kiwi companies, design and construction firms to deliver a major highway. That's going to take billions of dollars in overseas capital on the table to pay for contractors, pay for materials as the project gets built. We can only do that kind of thing if we have other people's money to help supplement our own capital. Invest New Zealand is a pillar of this government's Going for Growth agenda. It's part of our economic strategy. It's part of a transformation agenda aimed at improving productivity and improving national resilience, Damien O'Connor, via additional capital and innovation. Damien O'Connor, I'll get to you in a minute. Global best practice in the way that we triage and test whether people's investment intentions are good for New Zealand. Ireland and Singapore got it right, Damien O'Connor. They have benefited from focused investment attraction agencies. They are richer than New Zealand, Dan Bidwar. Because for New Zealand to compete globally, it must offer Damien O'Connor a predictable and appealing place to invest, an environment that investors aren't worried about sovereign risk.
Well, there's a sovereign risk over there.
Invest New Zealand is also highly complementary to existing policies and new policies this government is introducing. Amendments to the Overseas Investment Act, which will stop treating investors like terrorists and start treating them like a taonga, because the treasure they bring to New Zealand is a taonga, Damien O'Connor. It makes New Zealand a more attractive place for more people. We've heard from the opposition, ideological, Damien O'Connor, incoherent, anti-growth, anti-foreign investment. That previous government wrecked investor confidence in New Zealand. By cancelling oil and gas exploration, they undermined energy security and capital growth. This bill is a corrective measure because you could think of it like New Zealand is a patient that's been in ICU because of the previous government's abuse of New Zealand. This is going to revive confidence. It's going to restore economic momentum. We've heard O'Connor say that investing in New Zealand is a glorified real estate agency selling New Zealand and our IP and opportunities. Do you know what? I think it's fantastic that New Zealanders who come up with bright ideas get to sell them. They get to take them maybe to overseas stock markets, they get to raise capital through IPOs, and they actually get to go out there and prove why New Zealand is a good place to invest. Our IP is a taonga too, and we should be allowed to make money off it. We've heard this fear-mongering about foreigners buying New Zealand assets. That is emotional and ideological. It's not practical. It's not going to help us. We've also heard the incoherency. Today, Labor's infrastructure spokesperson, Karen McIntyre, said, look, he was at the infrastructure symposium. Here's a new one. That's right. I don't know what happened to the last one, but she spoke at the Infrastructure Investment Conference, and the next thing you know, they'd stripped the portfolio off her. Maybe it's because she started to make too much sense.
Shepherd's hook off the stage.
And Shepherd's hook off the stage, says the former dairy farmer from Murupara. But today we heard Karen McIntyre say actually Labor would support public-private partnerships, which means inwards foreign investment, Damien O'Connor. So what we hear is in the House, certain MPs are absolutely incoherent, maybe haven't got the memo that New Zealanders voted overwhelmingly for a change of direction, for a government that is rational when it comes to inwards investment.
2.5% inflation.
This is a welcoming and respecting approach to private capital, institutional capital. Those banks, those insurers, they might be from Canada. They might want to build us a light rail. Who knows, they might want to build us a highway to Northland and unlock jobs and investment and growth and better homes and better education opportunities. That's what infrastructure does. That is why ACT supports this bill. We are going to pass it this afternoon, and New Zealand, New Zealanders, our businesses, our future is going to be assured. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Mark Patterson.
Mr. Speaker, New Zealand First will also support this Invest New Zealand bill. Actually, it is a pretty simple bill. It's setting up a separate Crown agency. It's a very functional bill. The Invest New Zealand, we're a one-stop shop. Now, I'm going to get to you, the Honourable Damien O'Connor, in a minute, because I do think there is a few scores that need to be settled here, but this is essentially a one-stop shop that facilitates overseas capital investment into New Zealand. We have a massive infrastructure deficit. We are needing to drive growth. We do need that access to expertise and to foreign markets, which I think we established in last night's bill that New Zealand does need and that we are chasing as a government. And it already exists, this particular entity. It just sits within NZTE. So this is an issue of just getting it focused, getting NZTE focused on growing our exports outward facing. Invest New Zealand will be very much a shop front for the overseas capital looking to enter New Zealand. Damien O'Connor will be pleased because actually the stuff that he's been talking about was in the National Interest Test bill that came through last night, and he will be relieved to know, I'm sure, that the National Interest Test is retained. It has been streamlined, but it is retained for those sensitive national strategically important assets. We have ring-fenced farmland, we have ring-fenced fishing quota, and we have ring-fenced the family home. So no need to catastrophise. But I'm actually very pleased that he's taken an interest in this particular issue because it is a bit belated, because there is nowhere to be seen. He talked about selling his grandmother. He was accusing Simon Court of selling his grandmother. Well, I do recall in the last term of Parliament that I was here that the Westland Dairy Co-op, under his watch, which was a family-owned company on the West Coast that I know both yourself and Mr Speaker, your family's had an interest in, that is now under Chinese ownership, the yearly company. So it is a belated interest in this issue because you were nowhere to be seen, or certainly not effective in stopping that transaction. And I can recall quite vividly that the Provincial Growth Fund and Shane Jones did try to get a rescue package to that particular company, but that's now in Chinese ownership. So people in glasshouses shouldn't be throwing stones in this particular issue around foreign investment. But we are digressing. This is actually a very simple bill, Mr Speaker. It sets up the structure of Invest New Zealand and the board structure, and the details sit below that. It will help to facilitate sensible foreign capital investment into New Zealand that will help us grow our economy, build infrastructure, and New Zealand First will support this bill. Thank you.
The Honourable Julianne Genter, 5-minute call.
At risk of repeating myself in previous speeches on this bill, Mr Speaker, I have to say that the whole idea of Invest New Zealand is like an episode of Utopia, which is a satirical Australian show about the public service. And it just reminds me, like, I can just imagine Christopher Luxon coming up with this, and maybe the officials who advised him. I've got an idea. I know how we can grow productivity here in New Zealand. Let's set up an agency and we'll call it Invest New Zealand, and it will go around the world and attract all those wonderful, benevolent foreign investors who will come build our infrastructure for us. Free. It's the magical money tree that they're always saying doesn't exist, but they do think it exists. They think it's foreign investors. But they are so ridiculous and confused in proposing an agency called Invest New Zealand. Virtually all of the government speakers on the third reading of this bill, Mr. Speaker, have referred to public infrastructure projects, that this is meant to be a gateway to attract foreign investment into. And yet, less than a year ago, they set up an entirely separate, different agency called NIFCO, whose express purpose is to be the shop front for investment, private investment into infrastructure, public infrastructure. And even when I asked the Minister of Infrastructure at Select Committee, wait, where do the investors go? If they're foreign investors, do they go to NIFCO or do they go to Invest New Zealand? And he made it very clear, no, the Minister of Infrastructure said go to NIFCO. So it's almost like the Minister of Infrastructure and the Minister of Trade are competing here, setting up separate agencies to be the shop front for foreign investors. And it's a big competition where we're setting up multiple bureaucratic agencies and spending tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars on people who are going to go out and court these foreign investors, rather than investing that money in capacity and capability, in science and research, in housing, in education, in the things that actually make a nation productive and actually grow our own capability to develop the things that are good for New Zealand. And I mean, this is the nature of this coalition government, that they have no imagination, and ultimately they are mainly representing, well, actually, it's not so much imagination, well, they probably are lacking imagination, but they seem willfully ignorant about what actually supports economic development and productivity, because it doesn't match their ideological preferences and the preferences of the people they represent, their donors, who want to continue milking the various ways they can sit and make money off of real estate, for example, just owning a bunch of houses and renting them out and charging a fortune in rent, not actually improving the facilities, being able to kick out tenants anytime they want. They want to continue to develop a New Zealand that is basically an oligarchy. It is. It's like a feudal oligarchy where there's a small percentage of people at the top who get all of the money, and then there's the workers down there at the bottom who don't have any rights and who they can exploit. And then somehow the foreign investors are going to come to New Zealand and give us money, and never mind the fact that we're going to have to pay back a higher return to any foreign investors than we would if the Crown itself was borrowing for productive infrastructure. And then the other big talking point I hear from the government side is how we have an infrastructure deficit. Well, one thing's very clear. Not a single person over there has read or understands the Infrastructure Commission's National Infrastructure Draft Plan that was announced today. Because what it says is we've been spending too much money on roads. And it says we need to spend less money on roads and more money on maintenance and renewals of our infrastructure. That's what that report says. And it looks at other countries. It says we're not spending enough money probably on rail compared to other countries we would compare ourselves to. And all of this is like basic common sense to anyone outside of New Zealand right-wing commentators. If you go to any other country in the world, the centre-right parties actually understand that it makes sense to invest in urban infrastructure that moves people and goods, not just cars. And they understand that you invest in social housing, public housing. We invest in education. Lots of countries that we'd like to be like, they actually spend money on pure science, research and development, not trying to make everything a commercial model, not trying to make their universities commercial models for making money, but rather actually investing in research, development, education of our people. Because if we have educated people, it's a risk to the right in New Zealand, because educated people tend not to vote for the right-wing parties, don't they? Because they actually understand and care about how the world works and aren't simply trying to prop up a failed Ponzi scheme where the 1% get all the benefit.
Speaker. Cameron Brewer.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the first bit of money that Invest New Zealand can find is to dig the second tunnel through Mount Victoria. The same tunnel that member for Orangatai goes to Seatoon and suggests that she's all for the second tunnel through Mount Vic, but when she's in Island Bay, she's against the tunnel. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill.
The Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party opposes this bill and has done so right from when it was first introduced. I want to remind the members of how this bill was introduced and the process since then, because it reveals something. Mr. Speaker, this bill was introduced under urgency. And what that meant was that on the 22nd of May, because apparently it was very urgent for this bill to get passed all the way through as soon as possible. On the 22nd of May, we had the first reading of this bill, and then we had the second reading of this bill, and then we had the committee stage of this bill, and then, well, apparently it wasn't urgent anymore. Now, we argued extensively that there should at least be a short, even a short, select committee process for this bill. But the Minister and the members of the Minister's party and the people on the other side of the House assured us we had to get this through under urgency. Got to the end of the 22nd of May, as I recall by then it was about Saturday the 24th in the real world. Got to the end of budget urgency, the House rose. We had not had the third reading of this bill. They had elected to defer it. So I thought, oh, well, they did say it was urgent. I get that urgency was coming to an end. Then we were back in this House in the week beginning the 3rd of June. Sitting week, legislation going through this House. Was this bill on the order paper? Nope. The third reading of this bill? Nope. So from the 22nd of May, right through to the end of May, through early June, waiting, right through until now. And in terms of this bill, which was apparently so urgent that it had to go through in budget urgency, crickets. Well, we could have had a select committee process in that time, even a short one, to iron out some of the difficulties in this bill. We could have had a select committee process to examine some of the policy motivations for this bill. It turns out there was time for a short select committee process. because this bill has not reappeared in this House until today. A month and 3 days after we were first told that it was incredibly urgent and it had to be done right now. That side has abused the urgency process, and this bill is an example of that. The crickets, the nothing doing, the nothing happening shows exactly why on this side of the House, whenever they move urgency, we oppose it and we fight it all the way, because that was an abuse of process. We have solid reasons for our opposition to this bill, Mr. Speaker. On the face of it, the idea looks good, that we want to drive investment in this country. That seems on the surface, of course we want to do that. Of course we want to see our country growing. Of course we want to find mechanisms by which we can finance the projects we think we all need to engage in. But I do not think that this is the way to do it. Even if we look at the government's own regulatory impact statement and looking at the policy options they put up, here was the problem they said: we would like to have more foreign direct investment in New Zealand. Now, leaving aside whether or not that's a good thing in itself, if you're going to do that, then how could that be achieved? Well, they said you could just stick with the status quo. That's the counterfactual. You could make some improvements to existing institutional arrangements. Seems fair enough. You could focus on the general business settings and try to improve the attractiveness of New Zealand as an investment destination. Or you could establish a dedicated foreign direct investment agency, the preferred option. But looking at the analysis of that, it's quite clear that the only advantage of the government's preferred option is that it sends a strong positive signal to the international market. It's an advertising gimmick. They are going to spend $86 million of our money, taking money away from science, and spend it on an advertising gimmick. That's the only advantage that their option has in the regulatory impact statement. They do say as well that other countries around about the same size as us and so on, or countries which want to have foreign direct investment, do have dedicated foreign direct investment agencies. And the comparators they give? Ireland and Singapore. Ignoring that Ireland is part of the European Union, ignoring that Ireland is an island country like us, but sits just offshore from the European continent, ignoring that one of the reasons that Ireland attracts so much foreign direct investment is its extraordinarily low corporate tax rate, which has some countries describing it as a tax haven. That's why a comparison with Ireland is not such a flash one. And then when it comes to Singapore, the analysis that just compares us to Singapore ignores the fact that Singapore has a very low-waged class of indentured workers, ignores the fact that Singapore provides large amounts of state-subsidised housing to its citizens, ignores the fact that Singapore, for all the surface detail, is not a democracy. It is not a straightforward combination to compare us to Singapore. So the regulatory impact statement itself does not lend strong support to the government's preferred option. And in fact, the extraordinary thing is that the government's preferred option of a dedicated foreign direct investment agency has been tried before and it failed. They couldn't remember, didn't have the institutional knowledge to be able to tell us about it. But those of us who've got friends who worked in the agencies at the time know that New Zealand Trade and Enterprise used to have this separate agency, separately funded. Outside, there was an entity called, wait for it, not Investment New Zealand, but Invest New Zealand. But it wasn't achieving what it needed to achieve, and eventually the government of the time realised that it would be better folded back into New Zealand Trade and Enterprise itself. This strategy has been tried before and it failed. And they cannot tell us why we should try it again. So then, in terms of this particular entity, I think there are some serious concerns about the nature of the foreign direct investment into New Zealand. You know, we might be rolling out a welcome mat. Could be a good idea, might not. But in actual fact, the member from ACT who spoke just previously pointed to one of the huge dangers. He said, we're going to put lots of more people in prison, therefore we're going to need to build a bigger prison. What a great place for foreign direct investment. Mr. Speaker, it is appalling to think of private investment in prisons. Prisons represent us locking up people and taking away their freedom. It is the hardest punishment we can hand out in this society. We should be extraordinarily careful about the conditions in which we lock people up. The punishment is not harsh living. The punishment is not hard work. The punishment is loss of freedom. The punishment is loss of freedom. It does not need to come with the sorts of practices that we know are prevalent in private prisons overseas. That's the kind of foreign direct investment they want. They should be ashamed of that. And then the minister, the particular member who spoke, talked about, he said, oh my God, and this was verging on hysteria really, talking about sovereign risk, that New Zealand had become synonymous with sovereign risk. What a ridiculous thing to say. This is a country with a strong rule of law. This is a country with a really rigorous and highly respected court system. This is a country with a good, solid currency. This is a country which has all the factors that make it attractive for direct foreign investment. Why? Because people know that their investments here can be secure. So to say that we have a high sovereign risk here is just absolutely ridiculous. So in terms of getting foreign direct investment into this country, it could be a good thing. We think it's a worrying thing because of the nature of the investments that might come along. But in terms of this particular policy, this policy has failed once before. This policy fails the analysis in the government's own regulatory impact statement. This policy simply will not work. It's $86 million down the drain. That government should be ashamed.
Ryan Hamilton.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, this is a great bill, and all I've really heard from the opposition, I think deep down they want to support it, but I've heard from Damien O'Connor calling it a real estate shopfront, and Deborah Russell calling it an advertising gimmick. But I look forward to, in 2 years' time, when we start to get some of the infrastructure rolled out and deployed across this country, coming back and reminding them that they voted against it. I commend this bill.
We'll still be alive over here.
5-minute split call, Honourable Phil Twyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill and this debate in the House this afternoon, it's very revealing about the true nature of the National Party and their coalition colleagues, ACT Party. There are two, I think, significant concerns that we have on this side of the House. The first is that what this bill does is establish a new agency, and on the face of it, nothing wrong with that. But how is it being done? It's being done by plundering the budget that is there for research and science and technology, by taking money from what was Callaghan, and also really carving out a whole lot of resource from what is a high-performing organisation with a fantastic track record, NZTE, in order to fund what, on the face of it, looks like a vanity project that's set up to promote sales. And I think this says a lot about the National Party. They are the sales department of New Zealand. So they're taking money away from organisations that are there to improve productivity through investing in science and innovation, plundering a high-performing organisation that has a track record of actually attracting high-quality investment for New Zealand firms and helping New Zealand firms tap into global markets, to create a sales department. That is the mentality of the modern National Party. And I think if it wasn't because of those things, And if it wasn't for all the other information that's available, including the content of the Overseas Investment National Interest Test and other matters amendment bill going through the House or having gone through the House, if it wasn't for those things, we probably would feel that setting up this new shop front to promote New Zealand as a destination for foreign direct investment wouldn't be so obnoxious. But actually, when you look at what this government has done and is doing and is talking about in relation to foreign investment, it is cause for alarm. They're infatuated with the idea that if we attract rich people to come to New Zealand, somehow we're all going to get wealthier. And you can see this in the main media announcements made by the government, by Erica Stanford, for example, for the new so-called active investor visa. They've dumbed it down so an investor only has to be here for 1 week a year for 3 years. They've dumbed down the requirements to invest to make active investments that might generate jobs and exports for New Zealand firms. Foreign investors can buy residence now, thanks to this government, by simply parking $3 million in a managed fund. And then once they get their residence after 3 years, they can tutu off with a residence visa in their passport, and they never have to come back again, unless, of course, they're wanting a bolt hole in New Zealand for their retirement. So absolutely infatuated with trying to get rich people into New Zealand as if that will boost our economy. We've seen in the budget $200 million of corporate welfare for mining and gas companies. $200 million to promote the very kind of extractive petrochemical industries that we should be trying to get out of in order to meet our climate change requirements and commitments. The palpable enthusiasm on that side of the House for getting rid of the ban on overseas buyers of residential property so that New Zealanders, when they're buying a home, whether it's a modest 3-bedroom home in the suburbs or whether it's a $5 million home on the shores of Lake Wakatipu, will have to be competing in a global market. And the ministers have made it quite clear that's what they want to do, and that they are talking with coalition partners to try and achieve that. So I say to the members, don't look so shocked and innocent, but it's actually your ministers who are talking about that policy. We saw time and time again in this debate, we've heard government MPs stand up and say that the great benefit of this is that we're going to have foreigners coming here to invest in our infrastructure, our transport infrastructure, oblivious to the fact that it's not a financing problem that we have, it's a funding problem. There is tons of finance around, but when you access it privately, you pay more than if the government borrows it. The problem is the funding to pay back those loans. And foreign direct investment doesn't help that at all. That is the problem that we have, Mr. Speaker.
Dan Bidwell.
Put it on record, foreign investment is a good thing and it helps grow our economy. And if we can't agree on that simple fact across this House, then I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, this country's future screwed. New Zealand has a woeful rate of foreign direct investment, and this bill seeks to turn that around. So without further ado, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Venushi Walters.
I rise to oppose this bill, and I must say, so it is a privilege to return to this House, Mr. Speaker, but sometimes it does feel like I've wandered down the rabbit hole in terms of how law is being made and how the rationale is being set out. And I think the committee stage of this bill truly felt like I'd wandered down the rabbit hole because there were so many questions left unanswered, Mr. Speaker. And I do wish that the government had listened to the many amendments that were proposed very sensibly by this side of the House and taken them on board. But they didn't. And I wanted to walk through some of the concerns I had at the end of that committee stage when my questions should have been answered, when members on this side's questions should have been answered. The first was, I think, the odd governance arrangements for the statutory board that we discussed at committee stage. And I am going to spend a little bit of time on this because I think on picking up the bill, what first struck me was that this is the creation of a Crown entity under urgency. And Crown entities are rather special things in terms of our democratic architecture because there's a need to ensure that the boards are kept independent. So governance structure is extremely important. So why don't we start with the governance structure of NZTE where the current Invest New Zealand is being incubated, because that gives us more of what I would say is a traditional model for what governance architecture would be. We have Section 19 of the NZ Trade and Enterprise Act, which allows the Minister to appoint a special advisor to the board. And Section 19.2 sets out who those special advisors can be, Mr. Speaker. It can either be the Secretary of Foreign Affairs and Trade or the Chief Executive of the Ministry of Economic Development, and it could be both of them at the same time. Now, we'll notice there, Mr. Speaker, that the legislation is actually very specific about which Chief Executives can be appointed as special advisors. The reason is you would not want to advise, you would not want to appoint the Chief Executive Officer of the entity itself as a special advisor to the board of that entity. That would create two issues. One, it would mean that the Minister would in effect have almost a governance shadow in the boardroom, which would be inappropriate. And the other thing that would be inappropriate about that would be that it would muddy the waters of the governance relationship between the board, who appoint the Chief Executive, and the Chief Executive, who's there to report to the board, not to be there as the Minister's advisor. Okay? So this Act has it correct. I think the governance arrangements are absolutely fine. The problem we have with the Invest New Zealand bill is it also has powers to appoint a special advisor. These powers are different. It is currently contained in Clause 13 and reads that the Minister may appoint the Chief Executive as a special advisor to the board. And the special advisor must not give directions, but they can just appoint the chief executive. Now, the interesting thing to note here is that there is no specific chief executive who has been appointed. The language in Clause 13 is very general. So what you do, of course, then is you would go to the interpretation section where chief executive is defined, and it says this: Chief Executive means the Chief Executive of the department. Which department? This is a question that came up in committee stage, and it's a question that Dr. Deborah Russell and I both asked the Minister in the chair, and we raised concerns about a governance system where you would have the Chief Executive of that entity, so of Invest New Zealand, also being appointed as the special advisor for the two reasons that I set out earlier. The Minister in the chair then responded advising that it would be the Chief Executive of MB. And I was so perplexed by this, Mr. Speaker, that I went back and checked the Hansard, and it was the Minister's response on the 4th of June, her fourth response to Part 2. She says, I will respond to that question because it's pertinent to confirm appointing a head of a department responsible for the administration of a bill or an act and the Crown entity as a special advisor to that Crown entity board is indeed common. In this instance, it will be the Secretary for the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment who will be appointed as a special advisor to the board of Invest New Zealand. So here's the problem. We've either got a situation where the Minister is correct that it will be, and it should be, the Chief Executive of MB, which would be more appropriate in terms of the governance function, but we then have an error in the law. We've got an error in the bill because it simply doesn't say that. That's our first problem. The alternative gives us our second problem. Let's say the Minister and the Chair was wrong and the bill sits as is. We then have an unacceptable governance situation, in my view, in terms of the Crown Entities Act, which doesn't allow independence of the board. It puts the Minister's shadow in the room and it muddies the water in terms of the governance relationship between the board and the Chief Executive. Now, this all sounds extremely dull, but it is incredibly important when you are allocating $80 million to create a new Crown entity at a time when the government are telling us that we need to make hard choices, at a time when the government are telling us there are a number of things that they can't do. I'm sorry, but you do need to ensure that the legislation is fit for purpose. This is a prime example of a piece of legislation that should not have gone through urgency. And it looks to me like rather a serious mistake has been made. The second problem I hit during committee stage, Mr. Speaker, was that it felt to me like a process of backwards lawmaking. So the documents themselves acknowledge the fact that key decisions had been made before an analysis of the options was taken. There was a decision that this was going to go ahead before there was true analysis of the 4 options that were set out in the spreadsheet. And Mr. Speaker, I think that is extremely problematic. It's extremely problematic generally, but it's also extremely problematic in light of the fact that we heard the government introduce that they were incubating Invest New Zealand within NZTE in, I think, December or January. There was plenty of time to be able to start that process, to allow for consultation with people, to rectify governance issues within the body of the legislation, and ensure that if the intent was to have the CEO of MB, the Secretary of MB, in that special advisory role, that was specified in the legislation, the government simply did not do that. The third problem, and colleagues have mentioned this, but I do think it's important, is that within the course of Committee of the Whole, it was very clear that the problem statement identified hadn't sufficiently linked itself to the solution that this government have chosen. And essentially the problem statement is that there isn't sufficient investment in particular things that we want investment in. Now that could be infrastructure, it could be other things as well. But the fact of the matter is that the legislation doesn't direct investment into particular things. It just opens the door. And I'm sorry, but if the intention is to direct investment, to truly direct it, then there's an opportunity to do that within the body of good legislation. Again, my big beef here is, I do have ideological problems with some of this, but my big beef here, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a government who are not using the processes that are available to them to get us to a state where we have legislation that can stand and stay responsibly on the books.
Grant McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a problem on the other side of the House accepting that foreign investment can lead to jobs. Let me talk to you a very quick example. In the great electorate of Northland, there's a township called Mangawhai. There are 3 golf courses there, and guess what? They employ over 300 people, more than anyone else in the Mangawhai area, and that was built through foreign investment. So I would respectfully say to the members opposite, take your heads out of the sand on the bunkers, out of that bunker sand, and accept that foreign investment is good for New Zealand. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
In silence, please, Mr O'Connor. The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed.
Invest New Zealand Bill, third reading.
Call on Government Order of the Day, number 9.
Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill, second reading.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
I present a legislative statement on the oversight of the Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published on the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
I move that the oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill be now read a second time. The purpose of the bill is to strengthen the independent monitoring of the children's system and make it crystal clear to children who their advocate is. These changes intend to build public trust in monitoring and advocacy and improve governance of the oversight of the children's systems. This bill fulfils the government's commitment to create a truly independent monitoring and oversight agency for Oranga Tamariki. I want to thank the Social Services and Community Select Committee for its careful consideration of the bill. And I'd also like to put on record my gratitude to the members of public and the organisations who provided both written and oral submissions that support the Select Committee process. This bill was informed not only by the recent submissions but by extensive consultation from the recent changes to the oversight of the children's system that was made in 2022. Feedback on the 2021 oversight of the Oranga Tamariki system and Children and Young Persons Commission Bill raised concern about the monitor's independence, suggesting that a departmental agency may not be seen as fully independent of political considerations. To respond to these concerns, this bill will change the institutional arrangements of the monitor to be an independent Crown entity to further strengthen its independence. Feedback on the 2021 bill also emphasised the idea of having a single individual acting in the role of advocate. In other words, having a clear children's commissioner. So this bill addresses that concern by disestablishing the current 5-member board model of the Commission and in its place establishes a single children's commissioner.
Oh, very good.
The recent submissions on this bill were broadly supportive of the intent to strengthen monitoring and oversight of the children's system. The most widely supported change was the decision to make the monitor an independent Crown entity, which submitters viewed as vital for the monitor to effectively fulfil its monitoring function of the children's system. This has been called for time and time again, including in previous feedback and also in the final report of the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Abuse in State Care. The report called for robust, independent oversight and monitoring of care as a critical way of ensuring that care providers fulfil their duties to people in care. Mr Speaker, some submissions express concern that reducing the board of the Commission would result in less diverse perspectives in the governance of the entity. Having a sole Children's Commissioner, however, does not preclude diversity, and there are measures to ensure wide-ranging perspectives are considered, including collaboration with Māori, which is set out in the bill. There are also clear functions that requires the Commission to promote the interests and wellbeing of children and young people and encourage their participation on decisions that affect their wellbeing. Mr Speaker, these changes to the Commission and Monitor must be viewed within the context of the entire monitoring and oversight of the children's system. By creating more independent entities, the Commission and Monitor, along with the Ombudsman, will be better positioned to ensure diverse views are considered and address any gaps that may arise. Some of the submissions expressed concern about the timing for these changes, given the current system came into effect in 2022. I do want to say, though, Mr. Speaker, these changes are structural changes rather than fundamentally changing the functions of the entities which desperately needed simplification and clarification, which the previous legislation did. This was supported by the latest independent review of the legislation, which found that the functions and changes introduced in 2022 are working as intended and didn't recommend making any significant changes at this point, given it will take time for the oversight system to mature. Madam Speaker, to minimise any disruption to the two entities' work, which are so important, the bill provides that the Chief Executive of the Monitor will continue as Chief Executive of the new independent Crown entity for 1 year from the commencement of the bill. And the current Chief Children's Commissioner will also become the first Children's Commissioner for 1 year from the commencement of the bill. These continuations will balance the need for stability during a period of change as they go through these transitions over the next year. Finally, some of the submissions asked to see clear consideration of Māori perspectives by the oversight entities. This is provided for in the current legislation by requiring the Monitor to collaborate with a Māori advisory group and to make reasonable efforts to develop arrangements with hapu, iwi and Māori organisations for their monitoring. A similar provision also exists for the Children's Commission by maintaining and building relationships with hapu, iwi and Māori organisations as part of their advocacy role. In addition, the responsible minister must consider expertise in te tiritiri or waitangi when appointing someone as Children's Commissioner, and these provisions will be retained under the new legislation. During the Committee of the Whole House, an important addition to this bill will be made to strengthen accountability for agencies that are the subject of specific reports by the Monitor. I want to also put on record my appreciation for the time and consideration that all members of this House have taken to strengthen this particular step. This bill will amend the Oversight Act to require agencies and contracted non-government organisations who provide care for children to complete additional reporting on their progress to improve their compliance with the Oranga Tamariki National Care Standards regulations. These progress reports will be required 4 months after agencies provide their initial response to the Monitor's annual report on the NCS regulations. So, as I say, I appreciate parties in the House for their support on bringing this amendment at this time. The bill also covers consequential and transitional arrangements for the Monitor and the Commission to ensure smooth transition of these functions. Overall, Madam Chair, this bill strengthens the independent monitoring and oversight of the children's system and makes it crystal clear to children who their advocate is. I see this as the next step in how we better protect and support children in care. And so, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Tēnā koe te māngai o te whare. I first and foremost want to acknowledge all of the submitters who submitted to our Select Committee on this bill, and I also acknowledge that, Madam Speaker, you were a member of the Select Committee who heard the submissions on this bill. Our tamariki are our greatest taonga. Each and every one of them deserves to feel loved, connected to their family and communities, and proud of who they are. Unfortunately, our systems are falling short for our children, which is why this bill is so important. We need strong oversight mechanisms that advocate for children and keep track of where there is work to be done and where there is progress, or as we just heard, where there may not be sufficient progress. And I will come to the tabled amendment later on in my speech. Madam Speaker, can I say here that Labour supports this bill, but in supporting it we do so with some reservations, and I'll just outline what those reservations are. First, we are concerned about the return to a single Children's Commissioner. When Labour established the Children's Commission Board, it was to provide greater diversity and advocacy and representation for our children. In the Minister's statement, we heard her address those issues and concerns, but I want to make it clear for the record that collaboration with Māori is not the same as having direct representation of Māori on that board. So we still hold the position that we would have preferred for the Children's Commission that it be made up of a board which has that diversity for advocacy and representation at that level. Second, and Madam Speaker, we did this because we know that our tamariki and rangatahi would benefit from having people with a broad range of backgrounds and experiences advocating for them. And we know from the time that we have had this in place, and acknowledging that it is only a short time that it has been in place, there has never been any doubt or confusion or lack of clarity or certainty that when the Children's Commissioner has presented those views, who that is and where that is coming from. So I believe that it is an unnecessary change to go back to a single Children's Commissioner, and that we are unfortunately, after such a short amount of time, getting rid of something that could have enhanced the system even more. Because we know Māori children with disabilities, disproportionately end up in state care. So strengthening the Children's Commission with up to 5 commissioners was a way to bring wider representation to children's diverse experiences in this country. On that note, can I encourage our current Children's Commissioner, who I am pleased will be continuing for another year after this legislation has passed, kia kaha, kia maia, kia manawa nui. Madam Speaker, the second issue that I want to talk to is that we believe that the Independent Children's Monitor within the Education Review Office had the independence required at such a crucial, for such a crucial monitoring entity. And when we asked these questions in the Select Committee process, it was clear to us that there wasn't an issue of the Independent Children's Monitor being able to do their work without being influenced or interfered with by anybody else. They have diligently carried out their work. And so I hear what the Minister is saying, that through the consultation process and submission process in 2021, there were significant concerns about it not being fully independent, and therefore that perception does impact on the trust that people have on the organisation in its important role. What I hear from the Minister's speech this afternoon is that these changes are more about its structure, not its substance, more about its form, not its function, because in terms of substance and function, it was able to do that and has produced useful reports about the children's system. But in order to address those concerns raised in 2021 regarding pure independence, these changes are being proposed and being made, and we support them. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, I would like to point out, though, that there were a number of submissions which made reference to the Royal Commission's report on abuse in state care and the recommendations that report made, and the disappointment by many that the government did not take this opportunity to address those recommendations and respond to those recommendations. So as we heard from 2021-2022 time, there was information available then, but we've also had information since. And this legislation is perhaps a missed opportunity to have responded to the Royal Commission's report into abuse in state care. And in particular, the recommendations 85, 86 and 87 of the whanaketia talks about these monitoring and oversight entities and what should happen in terms of those. And one I've got highlighted here is consolidate the existing care and protection and youth justice independent monitoring and oversight entities into a single entity. So as it is, we currently have the Independent Children's Commissioner, the Independent Children's Monitor and the Ombudsman, all performing different functions, all in their separate spaces. Madam Speaker, I think that what we heard from submitters and what I am sharing with the House this afternoon is, unfortunately, this bill was a missed opportunity to address those recommendations. Because one of the things that the Royal Commission found was that there was a disjoint nature of our systems and that contributed to harm and care. And children and perpetrators fell through the oversight gaps. So whanaketia's recommendations were designed to join up the system and to close those gaps. So while I appreciate that the bill has a 5-year review provision, 5 years is a long way off. And the timing of this bill was close enough to the tabling of whanaketia for the Royal Commission's recommendations to be given greater consideration as this bill progressed. The government's refusal to do this is indicative of their general approach to the Royal Commission, to do as little as they can get away with. The conditions that the Royal Commission highlighted in their report still exist today, Madam Speaker. Last year, 519 children were harmed in state care. The Children's Monitor and Commissioner and Ombudsman have played a crucial role in alerting us all to this fact and seek accountability. But this government must also properly consider and implement whanaketia's recommendations if we have any hope of changing the system so that this harm stops. Madam Speaker, I want to use the last minute or so to talk to the tabled amendment. We also just had a session with the Minister on the Independent Children's Monitor in Select Committee where we asked questions about how we can monitor the progress that entities within the children's system, many agencies, 8 or 9 agencies, how they make progress on the issues that are identified in these reports. And I think that the message I want to leave here is that these they do their work, their important work, they identify the issues for us, but once that's happened, action is needed. And so that accountability mechanism, I think, is an important addition, because what is the point of having a report if we can't see and hold those agencies accountable to progress in terms of addressing the issues raised within it? Madam Speaker, we commend this bill to the House.
Ka Harangi Carter.
I rise today in support of this bill, the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki Systems Legislation Amendment Bill, but also remind the House that while this is a step forward, it is only a step, and it cannot be the last. It cannot be the only action we take. Because if we are serious about the safety, well-being and mana of our tamariki, then we must be serious about the systems that fail them, the structures that oppress them, and the history that brought us to this point. This bill makes necessary changes to enhance the oversight and monitoring system of our care system by establishing the Monitor as an independent Crown agency, Crown entity. It responds to issues that should never have existed in the first place, issues that have harmed generations of our most vulnerable. And while it is right that we act to strengthen protections for tamariki, of course, we must not pretend that this bill alone will fix the deep systemic failures within Oranga Tamariki. For the Greens, the existence of Oranga Tamariki itself is an admission of failure. It is an admission that our systems do not adequately support whānau to stay together, that we have built structures that intervene rather than structures that prevent harm in the first place. The Tamariki of New Zealand deserve us to do everything we can to prevent harm from happening. Harm that is happening through no fault of their own. Our country have allowed a state agency to take children, disproportionately Māori children, from their families rather than supporting those families with the resources, the care and the wraparound support they need to thrive. The Monitor's work is a critical part of exposing these failures. Its latest report, Outcomes for Tamariki and Rangatahi Māori and their whānau in the Oranga Tamariki system, is yet another stark and scathing reminder that, and I quote from the report, Tamariki and Rangatahi Māori and their whānau are overrepresented in the Oranga Tamariki system, and the system is letting them down, end quote. Further to the Monitor's report, experiences of care in Aotearoa 2023 to 24 is yet another stark reminder that our care system does not even meet the bare minimum standard of care required by law. The national care standards were meant to set a baseline, a promise to Tamariki and state care that they would be safe, supported and cared for. But the Monitor has found that Tamariki and Rangatahi are still not even receiving that. And my colleague previously reminded us in the previous year, over 500 Tamariki and Rangatahi were abused in state care. That is a system that remains broken. That is the state failing the very children it claims to protect. That should be unacceptable to every single person in this House. The Monitor is not just an oversight body, it is a mirror held up to the government, to Oranga Tamariki, and to every agency responsible for the care and protection of our Tamariki. It tells us year after year what Tamariki in care are experiencing and what we are still failing to do. But a mirror is only useful if those looking into it are willing to change. Strengthening the Monitor's independence is a necessary step, but it cannot be the end goal, because oversight alone does not protect children. Transparency alone does not create safe and thriving whānau. We must act on what we see in that mirror. We must ensure that the Monitor has powers and resourcing. It has the power and resourcing it needs to go even further, to investigate, to make binding recommendations and to drive systemic change. The work does not stop simply at documenting failures. It must lead to real reform. My colleagues in Te Pāti Māori and Labour have rightly raised concerns about this bill, and the Greens stand alongside them in recognising that we must go further. The failures of Oranga Tamariki are not just failures of policy. They are failures of colonisation, of racism, and an entire system built on the idea that the state knows what's best when it comes to Tamariki Māori. The Waitangi Tribunal has told us. The Royal Commission of Inquiry into Abuse and Care has told us this. Māori communities have told us this for decades. The Independent Monitor told us this just last week. And yet we are still here today debating incremental reforms rather than transformational change. We cannot talk about protecting children without talking about the material conditions that drive families into crisis, without talking about poverty, housing and food insecurity, and underfunding of kaupapa Māori solutions. If we were truly serious about ensuring the safety and well-being of Tamariki, we would be investing in a future where Oranga Tamariki is no longer needed, where no child is taken from their whānau because of poverty, where no family is left without support, where Māori solutions designed by and for Māori are fully resourced and embedded at every level. We must remove poverty from the home, not children. This bill is an improvement, and that is why we support it. And Madam Speaker, we must, I acknowledge that the Green Party welcomes and supports the Minister's amendment to this bill in AP 292. These changes introduce a new clause 6A which requires chief executives to prepare progress reports on how they are responding to the monitor's findings, reports that explain what's changed and what's to be actioned and what remains outstanding. This is a necessary strengthening of accountability. It closes a loop that has too often remained open, and we thank the Minister for listening to advocates during the Select Committee. Hopefully, Madam Speaker, this will mean that the Monitor will no longer issue report after report with little to no action being taken. Agencies must not only respond to the criticism, but report back on the progress clearly, publicly, and on time. These amendments would also require the Monitor to publish these progress reports by the CE within that 10 working days, which ensures transparency and timely scrutiny. This bill is an improvement and we do support it, but let us not make the mistake that legislative change, let us not mistake that for true transformation. The work does not end here. It cannot end here, because if we truly want to honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi, if we truly want to build a future where all tamariki are safe, we must be willing to make bigger, bolder and more radical steps. The Greens will continue to fight for that future, a future where tamariki are safe, not because the state intervenes, but because we have built a society where they never needed intervention in the first place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Laura McClure. Excuse me, Laura McClure.
Well, thank you. So you've got a bit of a cold there still. Hope you're doing well. I rise in support of this bill. Currently, we know that the Monitor is part of a departmental agency, and this piece of legislation aims to make it an independent Crown agency, really give the agency some teeth. And I think, why is this important? Because we do know that the state is a terrible parent. We know this. Report after report after report highlights the failings of the government. And it is really important that we do have an independent Monitor that is able to come out and say where these failings are. And I do actually think it's really important that we have some mechanisms in place to see how the government is tracking and how the agencies are tracking to remedy these things. And that's something that I fully support. What I don't support is other members of the House saying that this is all the state's fault. It's completely and utterly rubbish. It's not the state's fault. If a child has ended up in the care of the state, society has failed. We have all failed. Society has failed. New Zealand's got a horrible track record. And those things are not going to change by this House. These things, there's radical changes that are going to change by out there in the real world and people taking accountability for what happens in their communities and in their homes. So I support this bill and I commend it to the House, and I urge those to look around them in their communities and take action as well.
Tanya Unkovic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First in support of the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill in the second reading. I want to acknowledge all of my fellow committee members, most of who are in the House, and also the many who have submitted on this bill. One of the things about our committee is that we do get many bills where there is, I've mentioned this before, there is a lot of passion in the discussion because we are speaking about our most vulnerable in society, that is our children who we must care for, which is why I always stand in the House and speak in favour of the family and nurturing the family, because when we nurture the family then the children are nurtured as well. So this bill, a lot of technical things here. It provides a structural change which will provide more accountability, hopefully a bit more effectiveness, and it'll ensure also that expectations are highlighted so we know what to expect, and that there are adequate processes to ensure that outcomes are received. That's actually all I want to say on the bill. I will speak a little bit more in the third reading. I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Takuta Ferris.
Tuana hau ki te whakapua ki ngā whakaaro te Pāti Māori mo te pire e kia nei o te Oversight Oranga Tamariki Systems Amendment Bill. This bill is only a slight improvement to a dangerous system of care that filters in and flicks out our Tamariki Māori and Mokopuna Māori. The bill shall not be taken nor understood in isolation of the current government's dystopian policy agenda. It will realistically do little to improve outcomes for the lives of Mokopuna Māori in state care. And I'm sure you're all aware that the percentage of Mokopuna Māori in state care is beyond 70%. Might be clue number one. And so this shapes the position we take today in opposing this bill. One of our deepest concerns rests in the fact that the Aotearoa Tamariki do not, under this bill, maintain the right to effectively enact the true intent of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We know when entities are granted any form of power whereby they are not obligated to act in accordance with Te Tiriti o Waitangi, our mokopuna and our people suffer. This is a historic fact. It's a reoccurring reality for Māori communities. And this was a very clear finding within whanaketia. Therefore, without meaningful engagement and the embedding of Te Tiriti o Waitangi into this bill, our mokopuna and Tamariki Māori are at risk of continued unmonitored abuse, something that has gone on unchecked for far too long. This leads me into another area of concern. The recommendations in whanaketia highlighted the need for significant structural changes in the child protection system. Yet the bill will not recognise this or its recommendations that would review independent monitoring and oversight entities and combine existing care and protection and youth justice monitoring entities into a singular body. This would simply simplify and streamline a process that, let's face it, needs a severe revamp. Our tamariki deserve clear and direct pathways for help. This bill will not make any significant headway in achieving this for our tamariki. In fact, the bill directly contradicts the voices of Te Whare Mōrehu, the findings within whanaketia. To combat these concerns, the bill should mandate for collaboration between Māori and Te Whare Mōrehu in the development of the oversight system, while the bill should also indicate a clear commitment to the implementation of the Royal Commission's recommendations for monitoring and oversight. Engagement is needed with Māori and survivors of abuse in state care in order to develop comprehensive amendments that actually serve the communities that this bill will impact the most. As I've indicated, more than 70% of these tamariki are Māori. Such amendments must include recognition and obligation to upholding Te Tiriti o Waitangi before the bill progresses any further. It is our strongest recommendation that a halt to the progression of this legislation is put in place until the latter occurs and until the recommendations of whanake tia are recognised. E te pika, I find it somewhat alarming but not unusual that there's a persistent view amongst members of the government that somehow this is all the family's fault and that personal responsibility is the answer. If they had spent any time researching or engaging in the history of these take that have been on a revolving door, in and out, in and out, in and out, no change. Oranga Tamariki reviewed, failed reviews, review after review after review. There may be a different attitude amongst them and more of an appetite to deal with the actual history, the actual facts, and find an actual solution. Ko reira kia kahara kia tātou, tēnā koutou, we do not support the bill.
Timothy Paul.
Tēnā koe, Madam Speaker. Our mokopuna deserve to be embraced in the warmth of their whakapapa. They deserve to be seen, heard and loved, but more importantly, they are entitled to safety and protection from the harsh cruelties of this world. Tamariki in care and in custody have been brought and born into circumstances outside of their control. Children with nothing in the cupboard to eat, with no shoes to put on their feet, forced to look after their own siblings as children, struggling to understand the world while being challenged by disabilities and learning challenges, struggling to understand why they have been dealt such a cruel hand, and struggling to be understood as a whole person and indeed as a child. This bill sets out to tighten up the rules and oversight of Oranga Tamariki and was instigated by the Royal Commission inquiry into abuse in state care, which brought into daylight the abuse of 250,000 tamariki from the years 1950 to 1999. There is no greater case for intentional and carefully considered guardianship of our future. Our mokopuna, which is why we support this bill and welcome a cross-party approach. Children are truly the last human beings that deserve to be caught in the crossfire of politics. This bill is about tamariki in care, of which 7 out of 10 are Māori. When we look to tamariki in custody and youth justice residences, we can see that 8 out of 10 tamariki are Māori. If we look at the proportion of under 19-year-olds in our youth justice system, we know that 9 out of 10 of those tamariki suffer from serious learning disabilities. Tamariki in care and in custody are extremely vulnerable. They have not escaped the worst consequences of colonisation, cycles of abuse, discrimination and poverty. And although many tamariki who entered into state care have gone on to become their ancestors' wildest dreams, like Ihorangi Rewiti Peters or Kara Maki or Eugene Ryder, it is also easy to become ensnared in the justice system in an endless cycle from youth justice residences into being arrested, into being in prison, and the cycle continues. That's why it's so important that this bill establishes an independent Crown entity, which is preferable to a departmental agency because they cannot be directed by ministers and operate under statute that explicitly provides independence from ministerial direction. I have been actively critical of this government's policies around boot camps and around youth justice residences. We have called for boot camps to end and for youth justice residences to be closed down. Sadly, this is not a trend that we have only just seen this term. Moral panic around youth delinquency has existed since at least the 1950s, when the Mason Garb report was delivered to every single household in Aotearoa. Imagine if we sent a copy to every household of the report into abuse in state care and faith-based institutions. That's why independence is critical for Tamariki and care, to be free from political point scoring on all sides. And in Ireland, there is a degree of consensus around youth detention. Their centres are not managed by government, which allows far more flexibility. So I applaud the components of this bill that provide for that independence. We also know the importance of the Independent Children's Monitor and the reports that they put out around the state of Oranga Tamariki, around the state of our youth justice residences, because unlike prisons, we can't go in there and inspect the conditions that our tamariki are subject to. We rely on these reports to tell us what is going on. We rely on our Children's Commissioner to give us an honest and sometimes brutal insight into the realities of the most vulnerable tamariki in our country. It is the only robust and fair way for us to know what's going on. During submissions on this bill, there were recommendations by submitters around an independent Māori monitor to oversee services outsourced to iwi, and we couldn't agree more. We have a government that talks about social investment and removing reliance on the state, and perhaps that's an opportunity for us to return tamariki Māori to their iwi and their hapu who want to bring them home, so they will know their identity and know that they are valued and loved. They are not just some random tamariki without a face or a name or a whakapapa. They're not a number, they're not a spreadsheet, they're not a KPI, they are ours. They are not simply objects to be played with and discarded to the correction system when they turn 18. Kia ora.
I call Joseph Mooney.
Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on the second reading of the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, this is a relatively simple bill but an important one. It re-establishes the Independent Children's Monitor as an independent Crown entity. It's currently a departmental agency within the Education Review Office, but the government is of the view that it was important to strengthen the independence of this monitoring agency, to strengthen the independent monitoring of the Oranga Tamariki system, and strengthen advocacy for children and young people's issues generally. And it will also have the power to oversee about 8 different agencies and also other entities that are providing services in this space. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Willie Jackson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand up and give my support to this kaupapa today. I think it's a very, very important kaupapa, and I'm glad the government has recognised this, and the Minister has actually worked in a bipartisan way, which is how we should work, obviously, sometimes. I get a bit disappointed, Madam Speaker, when I was listening to some of the speeches, and I thought there was hope for the ACT Party there for a while as they condemn the Crown and the way previous governments have operated with regards to Māori, Madam Speaker. And I had some hope there, but then, of course, they started blaming the families for the position that they're in today, which is disheartening, given this kaupapa is been such a prevalent kaupapa, such a major kaupapa within Te Ao Māori, and you've heard that from the speeches, and to blame our families, and don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker, I do think our families have to take some responsibility. I think all Māori MPs would say that we have to have whānau who take responsibilities. They can't blame colonisation every time something goes wrong with the whānau. It's sometimes it's an excuse, as we know, Madam Speaker, as we know. So I don't certainly put up with that nonsense, and didn't at ground level when I was working at ground level. But to dismiss what's happened with Māori families in terms of urbanisation, in terms of the reo, in terms of what's happened to our culture is very, very sad. So I found that kōrero sad, and then I listened to Te Pāti Māori, and they're voting against the bill, and I find that sad, Madam Speaker, because it brings to the table the different views in terms of incremental change and transformative change. And that's a question that we have to ask ourselves as Māori. Do we accept incremental change when we're in Parliament? And the reality is that's the reality of Parliament. That's the way that government works, is that you don't get the transformative change that Te Pāti Māori are talking about, because they quite rightly say, Madam Speaker, that the basis to this kaupapa, there was a call from Te Ao Māori to totally dismantle Te Oranga Tamariki. That was a strong call, Madam Speaker, and if people want to check back in history there, just in the last few years, there was when we were in government, we made some real efforts in getting Oranga Tamariki to reflect a tikanga Māori perspective. And don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker, there's been some good people in that agency, but they were. It was going down the wrong track. It was a terrible. There were some terrible stories coming out of there. So we certainly have made an attempt in terms of changing the structure. We put Wita Gardner, who was one of probably our top Māori bureaucrat, Madam Speaker, in charge of the kaupapa.
Can I just remind the Minister, this is the oversight of Oranga Tamariki.
It is the oversight. I'm just trying to give some background to this, and I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to reflect some of the angst within the community, but I have no problem in coming to a couple of the points, Madam Speaker, which you know, where we're talking about some of our reservations with regards to it. But one of the major reservations in terms of Te Ao Māori, Madam Speaker, is the very structure of Oranga Tamariki. There's this view that it should be thrown out. I'm not of that view, and that's why we will work in Labour to improve the situation. And so, in terms of the oversight, what the Minister is suggesting, Madam Speaker, is pretty much what we were talking about when we were in government. The establishment of the monitor is incredibly important, because the monitor will have an independence that is just so needed within that structure. However, Labour acknowledges that the monitor will have so many pressures in terms of that position, and we wonder, Madam Speaker, in terms of this position, whether the previous setup where we had 3 people in charge may have been a better, or overseeing it may have been a better position. We recognise there's a perception that the Independent Children's Monitor right now is not independent enough, but if the re-establishment of the Independent Children's Monitor as an independent Crown entity, thank you very much. Yeah, it's good to have that service. Thank you very much. We are getting very by. No, thank you very much. Let's not get too friendly, eh? All right. But the establishment of the independent monitor will strengthen the perception of independence, Madam Speaker. In terms of where we go, in terms of this oversight, one of the other differing views in terms of Labour was the area of survivors of abuse and care, and the Royal Commission into Abuse and Care's final recommendations regarding independent oversight and monitoring, recommendations 85 to 87. And the Honourable Willow Jean Prime was very clear that we may have lost an opportunity there, Madam Speaker, to advance the Royal Commission's recommendations to ensure that oversight and monitoring of the care system is coherent and well-resourced. So we do have reservations, but we're pleased that the government has seen the need to strengthen this area of independence. However, there's still some way to go when you consider the amount of angst within our communities, when you consider the different views that you'll see from some of government, when you see from Te Pāti Māori who want just a total change. And that is a strong view, Madam Speaker, out there, that oversight and just a tweak in terms of structure is not enough. But I do think and I do hope that this change will lead to further changes, Madam Speaker, in terms of the culture within Oranga Tamariki, which has been under pressure for at least the last 5-6 years. And so I'm hoping that the change in terms of the monitor, in terms of the independence, in terms of the culture will continue. And I want to talk about more of those changes when we get into the final and third reading, Madam Speaker, but happy today to say we support what the Minister has advocated and we hope that further changes will continue because this is an organisation that needs a lot of support. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kia ora.
Paulo Garcia.
Madam Speaker, the overall policy objective of the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill is to improve the situations of young people and children in state care in New Zealand. It's truly a difficult task, and it is at a point when we who are in government and who are forced and who have to undertake the care of these young people and children have to do our best at it, and I commend this bill to the House.
Glenn Bennett.
Got it, Madam Speaker, and it's an interesting day to be standing here considering this piece of legislation. And Madam Speaker, you and I were both on the Social Services and Community Select Committee last term when the changes were made. In fact, I was the Deputy Chair of the committee, and I do remember us agonising and being challenged and being asked to look at how we actually address the importance of this role. And it's interesting to come, 3 years later and to be looking back at it again. I think that's actually a good thing, though, that we can actually reflect and look and see how things are working, how things aren't working, perceptions and that type of thing. I remember really distinctly, and then looking at the Select Committee report from the changes this time around, they're very much what was intended and very much, I guess, the challenge that we still speak of here as a Labour Party is how does the Children's Commissioner, how does the board was established to ensure diversity, to ensure that it wasn't just this one person, that was that binary one person, but you look back since 1989 when the introduction of the first Children's Commissioner, and from memory there were nine up until the changes last term, and of those 9 there were 6 were male, 3 were female, and of those 9, 2 were Māori. And I think that was a reason we looked at in terms of how to actually spread this out to work with people. But I still stand by that, and I still think that's something that's really important. I also know that there was a challenge about having the oversight sitting within ERO, within the Education Review Office, and I felt okay, and we had assurances that it would work. And looking at the evidence and looking at what's been in the report, that it actually has worked and it's given fair independence, but perception has been the challenge. Perception has been the challenge in terms of it being sitting in ERO, and is it independent enough of government, of the agencies to actually do its job properly. So we hopefully have engaged constructively in the process from this side, from the Labour Party, in the Select Committee process, and even in the second debate this afternoon, that we want to see the best for our tamariki. We want to see the best for our children as they grow, and we want to make sure there are checks, that there are balances, that there are agencies like a Children's Commissioner, a Children's Commissioning Board, whatever that looks like, that's one that is independent, that is caring for the well-being, the advancement, but also the flourishing of our young people. So, Madam Speaker,
there's a few things we'll probably talk about in the committee stage around this legislation, how we can make it better. But at this current point, I want to commend this bill to the House.
Carlos Chong.
It is good to hear that this bill has the support from Labour Party and Green Party. I support this bill because it strengthens the independence oversight of the Oranga Tamariki system and improve efficacy for our Tamariki. By establishing the monitor as an independent cow entity and returning to a single visible children commissioner, we ensure clear roles, stronger accountability, and better outcome for children and young people across New Zealand. I commend this bill to the House.
Helen White.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to talk for a minute, particularly for the people at home, about the value of the role itself that we are looking at today. We've got a woman called Claire Ahmed in the role at the moment, and she is doing that job fearlessly, and so it's relevant to the issue over independence. The Labour Party took a different view on independence because we believe that that kind of diversity that is possible when you have a group of people from different backgrounds adds something very special, and I think it does. I think I stand by that. It's a way of leading which is it's very porous to experience, and so it does mean that you will have a range of people who are bringing different experiences in and collaborating on views. But that does not mean that I am not impressed by the work of an independent commissioner. And so I just wanted to look at the kinds of things an independent commissioner has talked about recently. And I am looking first at a statement that the Commissioner made in February of 2025. She said, "There is no evidence that military approaches to youth justice work in the long term, and the government can and must instead invest investing in prevention and rehabilitation programs." So she talked about really changing the emphasis, and she did that from her position as an independent monitor. And so she really was holding to account the direction of the government on behalf and advocating strongly for a group of people who are most impacted. Those are our children. On child poverty, she had some very interesting things to say, because when the budget is produced, they also produce a child poverty survey. They produce an audit of it. And this year's budget, it had some pretty devastating impacts. It did things like measures like food insecurity and health access were right down for children. Population groups with disabilities, Pacific children, were in situations where they were in worse situations, and 1 in 2 Pacific children, this alarmed me, ran out of food. That's what the prediction was. There was an increase in poverty in children, material hardship. That measure was 0.9 more under this budget than it has been. Those are really serious things. And so the Children's Monitor was able to say, this report provides more hard evidence showing that the government needs to make ending child poverty an ongoing project of national significance. Investment and commitment through Budget 2025 is urgently needed. That's what she got to say about those things. And she had standing to say them. And that's an incredibly important role. I'd like to comment on what my colleague Willow Jean Prime said, however, about perhaps the opportunity missed here, because in the Abuse and State Care report, there were recommendations that that kind of role that is being played in pockets across our society. So we have an ombudsman who looks at one part, and we have another person looking at children who are in custody. Now, people will recall there is a real issue around what happens when you haven't got enough beds for your youth, and that's been happening when they're in trouble and there aren't beds to put them in, they've been put in cells. Now, that's because there just simply aren't enough beds. And so it's really important that those kinds of monitorings happen and that people are coming in and monitoring it. But what the abuse and state care recommendation said is there are gaps between our systems. And so there was an opportunity here to collaborate and look at those groups and try and join up the functions. So there was a full and joined up focus on children, and we didn't get children falling between those gaps. And so that's what my friend Willow Jean Prime's talking about when she talks about a missed opportunity. It's a very real one. Now, I do know that this piece of legislation has a 5-year review in it, and I see that as an opportunity. One, because I hope we'll be in government and we'll be able to make good the promise to look at those things, like that extra part of abuse and state care recommendations being included. But that's 5 years away. I take the point, again, from my friend Willow Jean Prime, that she makes, that that's a long way away and there's a lot of children who will be impacted in the meantime. So I would urge the government to look at that again. Having said that, it is obviously a step forward to go through into this legislation and to do what we are doing here today. I disagree with some of my colleagues on this side of the House who have suggested that perhaps they should vote against this legislation. I think that's a step too far. I take the point made by the Honourable Willie Jackson that sometimes what we do in this House isn't perfect, but we have to do it anyway. We have to do it because it's a step forward, not a step back. And so I think that this piece of legislation deserves our support because it is a step forward. And what I want to do is come back to the issue of what that Commissioner does and how vital it is that we have people who are willing to say these things to all governments, not just this one, but all governments, to say uncomfortable things to them. The Independent Children's Commissioner, that's a person who is actually able to do that. And actually, we always are going to have a problem with people not being able to necessarily do that because they are too connected. Their career is connected to the government, and it is just difficult to do. And so I do take the point. I think that could be the case with a board. I think that has a strength in it that this lacks because you don't have the depth that you would otherwise have. You have one person and you kind of basically put all those eggs in that basket and hope that you've got a person of great strength and integrity. But everybody has parts of their brain that are more impacted than others. 3 brains is better than 1. 5 brains is better than 1. And that is basically the difference that we're standing on in our review which we've put into the differing opinion in the report on this, that is a stronger system of governance and a stronger system than one person. But it doesn't mean that I don't absolutely value the contribution that's made by a current person in this role and the value, the bravery that must come with this job. And so I want to just make sure that I've put on the Hansard very strongly my support for people in positions like this to stand up to us sometimes, to say uncomfortable things, to tell us that the budget isn't focused enough on children and that in fact they're going to suffer as a result and that the government needs to change its focus. To tell us those things and not be afraid of doing so. That's an important part of a role when there's only one of you, because it also is a role that can be subject to power and subject to pressure. So I would like to put on the record that I am very impressed by the comments that I've seen made by our Children's Commissioner. And I would like to put on the record that I hope that what happens in this role from now on is that we continue to put people into that position. They will have a team around them. There's a judge and there's other people around them who are involved in that process under the system. But I want to make sure they realise that they have the support of this House in doing their job fearlessly, because that's an important part of our system and we're going to be relying upon them, and we do now. So I thank them for this and I commend this bill to the House.
Madam Speaker.
Grant McCullum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I take it as a real privilege to take the final call on the second reading of the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. This is a bill that will strengthen the independence of the Independent Children's Monitor, which is a very important thing, and I therefore commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill, second reading.
The Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill is set down for committee stage immediately. I declare the House and Committee for consideration of the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill.
As soon as you guys are ready, we'll just kick in. You ready? You okay to go?
Yes.
Okay. Members, the House is in committee on the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki Systems Legislation Amendment Bill. Members, we come first to Part 1. Part 1, this is the debate on clauses 3 to 10 amendments to Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Act 2022, Schedules 1 and 2, and proposed new Schedule 1A. A point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I seek leave that all provisions be taken as one part.
Leave is sought for that. Is there any objections? There are no objections. The question is that Part 1 stand part.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry. The questions is that Parts 1, 2, Schedules 1 to 6 and Clauses 1 and 2 stand part.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to open my remarks by thanking members of the House for their willingness to engage in the next stage of improvements to the oversight of the Oranga Tamariki system, and in this case in the oversight of the Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. So I thought I would just make some introductory comments. The bill builds on the work that was undertaken by the previous government, which was a significant improvement in the oversight by making the roles of the three entities in the oversight system clearer and simpler, and so that it was much more easily understood by those interacting and using the Oranga Tamariki system. This bill fulfils a government commitment to create a truly independent monitoring and oversight agency for Oranga Tamariki, as well as ensuring we have a single Children's Commissioner to make it crystal clear to children who their advocate is. I just want to say that these are both changes that there was significant feedback when the last government made changes, and this was seen as another step. So I don't want anyone to think that it fundamentally changes the great work that was done by the previous government, but the concern was that the Independent Children's Monitor wasn't independent enough, which is what we are doing today. And the second, again, was responding to clear feedback about everybody in New Zealand should know who the Children's Commissioner is. And by having a board, there was real concern that they wouldn't know who that is, and therefore who was their champion, who was their advocate. And so that's why this change is proposed in this legislation, and I'm really encouraged by the cross-party support. And as I say, it's about taking the next level and the next step in strengthening the oversight system. It's not taking anything away, it is strengthening it. And I will talk shortly about an amendment that has got approval of the Business Committee that is out of scope to come into this, which is another important step in strengthening what we do, because it is clear that every member of this House and actually of the country wants us to ensure we have the strongest possible oversight of the Oranga Tamariki system.
Call.
Thank you. I'm just looking at part 1 here and looking at clause 4 and the section 8 amended interpretation. Thank you. And just wanting to dig into what protections are in place to ensure that the newly defined monitor and its board will uphold Te Tiriti o Waitangi and reflect the voices of Māori, particularly given the overrepresentation of mokopuna Māori in state care. And just a follow-up to that, and I do have some more questions after this, how will the government ensure that the new board structure does not compromise the monitor's independence or enable ministerial influence, particularly when concerns have been raised about the centralisation and lack of community accountability during the Select Committee phase? Thank you.
Mr Chair.
Honourable Louise Upson.
I'd like to say a couple of things. Firstly, there is a Māori Advisory Board which the Independent Children's Monitor Board must consult with. So that is one of the safeguards. It is an unfortunate reality of the number of Māori children in state care. So I think another important safeguard is the baseline report that's just been undertaken by the Monitor. I think that will provide really good information, so the board, when it comes in, will have something to start from to then look at what the forward work plan should be. And I want to take this opportunity to stress part of this change is to make it independent so that it is not located in a departmental agency of the government, to keep it as far as possible away from the government of the day, which I know members, parliamentary colleagues of that member's party were instrumental in getting to this change, and were very much part of our government's commitment to make this change, because we know how important that independence is. And that's also why, if I can talk now, Mr Chair, to the amendment paper, one of the things that is really important is that when reports are made by the Independent Children's Monitor, that there are timeframes by when government agencies must report back on progress, so that we can ensure progress is being made in a timely manner. So that is why we have included it, and again, as I say, it is with the Business Committee's approval that this is an out-of-scope matter that we are also addressing today.
Thank you. So now just looking at Part 1, Clause 5, Section 12, replaced Independent Monitor of Oranga Tamariki System established. And just wanting to understand the safeguards, or the statutory safeguards, which are included to protect the operational and functional independence of the monitor, particularly in relation to Clause 12, bracket 3, close bracket, which allows for exceptions to the Crown Entities Act. If the Minister can just talk about what the statutory safeguards are. That would be awesome. Actually, I'll just go on to this next question as well, because it's just section 12A, so just moving down from that into 12A Monitors Board. So just wanting to understand the justification for limiting the Monitors Board to only 3 members, and how this number is determined to be sufficient for robust governance, expertise and representation. Thank you.
The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Mr Chair, just want to thank the Minister for her responses so far with regards to this and bipartisan approach that's been adopted here, as I said earlier. Can I just further to that, it's pleasing that there is some acknowledgement of the treaty and the partnership that is with Māori with regards to Oranga. I think the Minister will appreciate it's been one hell of a last few years for whoever the Minister, whoever the Minister's been. It is not, Oranga Tamariki has been incredibly hard in terms of oversight. So I think that the compilation of the board, Mr Chair, is incredibly important. So I'll just ask the Minister, what type of priorities is she giving to those 3 members? Will we see someone with strong iwi experience, for example, in there? We have talked about diversity. Is that something that she would be looking at? Given how important the relationship is with Māori, my assessment and the Minister's assessment might be that the views are divided. There are some who obviously still want to get rid of Oranga Tamariki. There are some who want to give Oranga Tamariki a chance. I think in terms of giving Oranga Tamariki a chance, Labour and National are in the same waka there. And so we would like to help and support the Minister. So what type of priority is she giving to diversity? Can I also ask the Minister, because we don't have a lot of questions in this committee time, so in terms of her her kōrero with various Māori, has she been working with hapu, iwi and Māori organisations? Is there can she give us some assurances that there has been a kōrero at pan-tribal level, Mr Chair? Is there, in terms of a consultation process, the iwi leaders have, this was always a kaupapa that the iwi leaders had prioritised, so I imagine that she has talked with various people. I know that people like Nada Glavich has been a very vocal person with regards, and also an advisor to both governments. Is that type of person being consulted and just interested in the kōrero and the process that the Minister has gone down, and is she going to transfer some of that information and actually instill people on her board who do have the I suppose, diversity, background, history, whakapapa and reo, to instill the confidence amongst Māori? So just a few questions there for the Minister, Mr Chair.
Mr Chair. Thank you, members, for your questions. Just a couple of things. One that I think is really important to have on record is that the oversight of the Oranga Tamariki system is not just oversight of Oranga Tamariki as a department. There are 8 children's agencies that are involved, and I want to make that really explicit, because in too many instances where there are issues that emerge and when the independent children's monitor reports have come through in the past, the finger gets pointed at Oranga Tamariki, where actually there are 8 agencies involved, and often the lives of the children we are referring to have been at greater risk or harm because of other agencies other than Oranga Tamariki. And I think it's really important to put that on record. It is about how do we ensure that 8 agencies are working together to improve the lives of some of our most vulnerable children. So I wanted to make sure that we put that on the record. In terms of the 3 board members, it's a balance of you can have an independent Crown entity with one board member. I didn't think that that was appropriate. I think 3 gives us the ability to get the diversity that we require, the skill set, and absolutely in terms of appointment of the initial board, it needs to be people who deeply understand the Oranga Tamariki system, who will have the trust and confidence of providers, of iwi, of New Zealanders at large, and of children themselves. They also need to be able to work with the other 2 parts of the oversight system, which is of course the Ombudsman, and after this legislation passes, the Children's Commissioner. I was also really careful in drafting the legislation to minimise the amount of change at once, which is why it enables the continuity of the existing monitor and the existing Chief Children's Commissioner for a period of 12 months. So they're used to working together. They'll continue to do that, and that is about making sure there is an easier transition. In terms of the number of the board members, again, I would just say there is a Māori advisory board that the 3-member board will work with. So in terms of the governance, I'm confident that that will be a strong set of governance for the Independent Children's Monitor. In terms of the safeguards, they are the standard safeguards that are required for an independent Crown entity. So they are the safeguards that ensure it is independent, and that's that arm's length that we all want to see that we'll have.
Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to just ask you to follow up and explain, if you can, the role of the judge in this process, because one of the appointments is a judge and into the board. And I wondered whether you were looking at that judge as being someone who's practicing now, which it looks like it is, and practicing in those fields that would be connected with this area, or whether that's going to be a problem because they'll be practicing. So I just really genuinely like to know, do you see that as an asset, that person's practicing at the present time in the field and seeing what they see in that, or do you see that as a conflict in the role? I also can't see from this whether those board members will be, it looks like it will be a part-time occupation, so how many hours they would be, you'd envisage that the board members would be engaged in this work, because it looks like it sits alongside other work. And just in terms of the public watching this, the role of the kind of governance of a board, what this board is intended to do in layperson's terms. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Louise Upson.
So in terms of the position of the judge, so that's not being changed in this legislation, but if the member thinks back to previous children's commissioners, we had Judge Beecroft. So when the legislation was changed in 2022, that was taken into consideration. It wouldn't mean in future, it would prevent a judge taking on the Children's Commissioner's role in the future. So that's not something that's changed, we're just changing from the board to a single person. In terms of the time commitment, I don't anticipate the board roles would be full-time, as most government boards are not full-time. I would expect, though, in year one, as an establishment board, there would be a heavier workload in year one than I would expect in the future.
Helen White.
Judge, it's the appointment of a judge as a board member, so it's a different thing from appointing a judge to the position. And that, obviously, with Judge Beecroft, that was a full-time position. So it looks like this is the inclusion, and there was a small amendment, which is why I picked it up. I I think, in the wording on the judge. So the judge, I think it said there must be a judge on the board, and then it's changed the wording. But I just wondered what that role looked like. Yes?
Sorry, I'm just still...
Thank you.
Kahurangi Kara.
Thank you. So just speaking to the experience and knowledge of the board members. So this is in clause 5, section 12B, experience and knowledge of board members. So it's when recommending a person for membership of the board, the minister must have regard to the need for board members to collectively have knowledge and experience in relation to, and these are all great things, A, Oranga Tamariki system, that'll be good, B, quality assurance, and C, data governance. And I'm just wanting to explore why section 12B doesn't have any requirement for collective expertise in te tiriti o waitangi, child rights, or lived experience of care, particularly given the disproportionate number of mokopuna Māori in state care, and also the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Abuse in State and Faith-Based Care's emphasis on survivor-informed insight. I think those would have been some good things to have in there for the experience and knowledge of the board members. Can the Minister clarify how quality assurance and data governance will be defined in practice, and what thresholds of competence will be applied in assessing board candidates under those categories? Because I know that we're all really keen to get this board right and to make those steps forward in Te Aotearoa and its independence, and therefore effectiveness for our most vulnerable tamariki. And just one more on that clause 5, section 12B. Why are the required areas of knowledge just really narrowly focused on internal systems expertise and not inclusive of areas such as kaupapa Māori frameworks or child development or trauma-informed care? Thank you.
Mr Chair.
Honourable Louise Upson.
Just coming back to Helen White's question, just in terms of the appointment of a judge, it's not required. It's just saying if a judge was appointed as a board member, it wouldn't affect the tenure of their judicial office. So that is what happened when we previously had a children's commissioner who had been a judge. So it's just picking that up and saying if a judge was appointed onto the Independent Children's Monitor Board, the same provisions would allow. Because what we wouldn't want it to do would preclude a judge for considering being on that board. In terms of the requirements of the Crown Entities Act, that covers issues more generally around what we would expect board members who are on independent Crown entities to have. So what is specified here in 12B1 is the additional special requirements specifically related to the Independent Children's Monitor. And the Oranga Tamariki system, I actually think that reflects some of the broader areas such as care experience and the abuse in state care considerations, because that comes into that broader Oranga Tamariki system. And what happens when a new board is created, or actually any board appointments, but particularly a new board, is the Public Service Commission then looks at what are the requirements of the role, and then there is a bit of to and fro in terms of does that set of skills, attributes, capabilities fulfil the legislative requirement of what's laid out, but also the intention of what the Minister wants to see from that independent Crown entity. So I'm confident that is covered. including the questions around data governance. And I know particularly with Māori, through Port Tangata, for example, there is work underway around specific Māori data governance issues that are of interest. And so that would be part of the consideration in terms of suitable candidates, and that will be taken into consideration at that point.
Chair. Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I can see the other side are really keen to take a closure motion on this. I don't know why they would break with the tradition of previous short calls and take one, but anyway, we're being serious here, everybody. I just wanted to pick up on the question that my colleague asked around the appointment of a judge as a board member. And I think the concern that we have, and we just want to raise that in the House, is because they would be able to potentially continue. So they bring over skills, relevant skills and expertise, like we saw with Judge Beecroft when he was the Children's Commissioner. But the concern I suppose I want to raise here is, given it is the independent children's monitor of the children's system and courts play a role in that entire system, does it create some kind of potential conflict there that could threaten the true independence of the board and the monitor and the board? I just wonder if you have any thing that you want to say on that for us.
I thank the member, and I think what is useful, and it's a good issue to raise, but just thinking about the three entities of the independent children's monitor is they provide advice, they do the monitoring. It's not advocacy, and I think that's where you obviously, when the appointments are being made to the board, that would be something to consider, but I don't see it would be an issue.
Chair. Joseph Binney.
I move the debate on this question now close.
The Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Good call. Given that answer, Mr. Chair, I do think we need to note on the record that when we look at the experiences shared in the Royal Commission and the complaints made, a lot of distrust exists amongst the community of the oversight in the past and still of the current systems between courts, agencies and so on. So I just want to note the concern around the fact that a judicial appointment to that board, I understand what you're saying their role is, but we, through this bill, are trying to make it truly independent, just that those concerns are there, because they are real concerns that have been shared by survivors in the Royal Commission process, as an example.
And I thank the member for raising that, and my feedback to that would be this is a board. And I think at an operational level, so when it is the staff themselves that go in to monitor a facility or go in to monitor and engage with providers, I could absolutely see that survivors would be concerned if they were confronted with a member of the judiciary who's doing that work. But this is at a governance level, and their role doesn't include any oversight of the judicial system. That would clearly be inappropriate. But I note the member's concern and it being now on the record.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you. Thank you to the Minister for that explanation. And I suppose what I would note here is that it does have a 5-year review clause, and maybe if that turns out to be an issue once this is enacted, then that is something that could be looked at through the review process, that it didn't have any unintended consequences, because I think we can see what it is trying to address, but we are also raising concerns about what potential there could be for that perception or real lack of genuine independence. So I do note that we have a 5-year review clause in here, which means that that could be looked at if it was an issue.
Kaurangi kara.
You, and I still do have quite a bit of, not heaps and heaps, not enough to fill the 2.5 hours programmed for this committee of the whole House. We do have some more scrutinising of the bill, just to make sure that we are really understanding it and really getting it right for our most vulnerable tamariki. And so I just want to talk to Part 1, Clause 6, Section 16, and this is the duty to act independently. So in here it does say, except as expressly provided otherwise in this or another act, the monitor must act independently when performing its functions and duties. So I just wanted to know what specific legislative provisions, either in this bill or in other acts, override or limit the monitor's independence, and can the Minister please provide some of those expectations? And yeah, just reminding where it is. It's in that Clause 6, Section 16, where it says, so some examples would be wonderful. Thank you.
Mr Chair, so the first thing is the functions of the monitor are no different than what they were previously. It is just then including it here because it now will be an independent Crown entity. But the functions are the same, and as part of the legislation that was passed in the previous government, there is a 5-year review. The review of the legislation I brought forward, it has been concluded, the first review, and it deemed that there was no change necessary to the functions in the 3 entities of the oversight system. So there is no change in those functions, and I think the House and the public should be reassured that the legislative review that has been undertaken already, early of the 5-year mark, didn't highlight any concerns or issues with the division of the functions that are currently undertaken by the 3 entities.
Tim Vandermolen.
That debate on this question now close.
Kaurangi kara.
It's moving into Part 2 now. Thank you for, I know that we're just taking it as a whole, but I had it in sections, so there we are. So looking at Part 2, Amendments to Children and Young People's Commission Act 2022, Clause 13, Section 6, and it's talking about when recommending a candidate for appointment as the Children's Commissioner, to have regard to the candidate's knowledge and understanding of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Treaty of Waitangi, Māori knowledge and knowledge of and experience in tikanga Māori. So I'm just wanting to understand why this amendment only refers to the Children's Commissioner and doesn't extend to Tiriti-related appointment criteria to the board members, as we talked about previously, of the independent monitor. I'm asking this particularly because we know that Māori tamariki are so overrepresented and make up about 70% of those tamariki in state care. So we can see that it's in there for the appointment of the Children's Commissioner, and just wondering why it was decided not to extend that. Thank you.
Mr Chair, as I said before, the Crown Entities Act already covers these requirements, so it wasn't necessary for the Independent Children's Monitor to add that into it. It was just adding the particular requirements that for this in this particular independent Crown entity, what the requirements were for the selection of the board members.
Moving into part 2, clause 15, sections 11 to 14, and this is the section that establishes the Children's Commissioner, and we know that we're moving into that sole commissioner model, and wanting to understand what advice did the government receive on the compatibility of a single commissioner model with the principles of collective decision making, and how will continuity, institutional knowledge and accountability be ensured in the absence of the previous structure, particularly in the event of a change in commissioner or a vacancy in the role. And just further to that, so still looking at that clause 15, sections 11 to 14, how does the clause ensure the commissioner has adequate administrative and structural support to perform a wide-ranging mandate under the section 12 and related legislation?
Honourable Louise Upston.
So this was obviously, if we think about how we got to the recommendation of a single Children's Commissioner as opposed to a board, it was absolutely about ensuring there was complete clarity for New Zealanders at large, but more importantly children and young people. They knew who their person was. So the Children's Commissioner is the advocate for children in the Oranga Tamariki system, but children at large. And so in terms of the decision to move from a board to a single Children's Commissioner, that's why we've done that. And I got advice at the time about the structure. This is the same model that is in Australia and the UK, and also a successful model that we had previously before the 2022 changes. So it was going back to a structure we had, and also the ability, to have a deputy, the ability to appoint a deputy Children's Commissioner, I think is an important addition in terms of continuity, in terms of having support for the Children's Commissioner, and I'm aware of the importance of administrative support for a Children's Commissioner, and you might appoint a Children's Commissioner that is an amazing advocate who isn't necessarily the best person at managing an organisation, and so I'm clear that the legislation that we are presenting today has the flexibility to ensure the Children's Commissioner is able to be supported with an organisation to cover off those skill sets, because the Children's Commissioner should be first and foremost focused on advocacy rather than administration.
Joseph Mooney.
I move the debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. The question is that the Minister's amendment to amendment paper number 291 set out on amendment paper 292 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Minister's amendments to amendment paper number 291 set out on amendment paper number 293 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Minister's amendments set out on amendment paper number 291 as amended be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that parts 1 and 2, schedules 1 to 6 and clauses 1 and 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I will report this bill with amendment.
Thank you.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill and reports it with amendment. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill is set down for third reading immediately. I call the Honourable Louise Upston.
I present a legislative statement on the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Oversight of the Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill be now read a third time. This bill is going to strengthen the independent monitoring of the children's system and make it crystal clear to children and young people who their advocate is. Madam Speaker, these changes are intended to build on public trust in monitoring and advocacy and improve the governance of the oversight of the children's system. I don't want anyone listening for a moment to think that there is anything wrong with the current oversight, but this is an opportunity for the House to take it even further and to make improvements to the oversight system. And the bill fulfils our government's commitment to create a truly independent monitoring and oversight agency for Oranga Tamariki. In 2022, the oversight of the Oranga Tamariki system was arranged through 2 acts. These set up the Monitor as a monitoring agency and made enhancements to the Ombudsman's functions to handle complaints and establish the Commission with a role to advocate for children and young people who have interacted with the children's system. As I said, there were some suggestions for improving the structures of the entities which were not implemented at the time and continued to be raised by stakeholders. These suggestions were establishing independence for the entity that monitors the government and having a clear single advocate that children and young people can recognise and approach. Although I'm very pleased with the important work completed by the Monitor and the Children's Commission to date, I view their current governance structures were insufficient to fulfil these 2 requirements and wanted the opportunity to improve them. This bill intends to amend the Oversight of the Oranga Tamariki System Act 22 and the Children and Young Persons Commission Act of 22 specifically to transition the Monitor from a departmental agency to an independent Crown entity with a small multi-member board, and the Children and Young Persons Commission from an independent Crown entity led by a multi-member board to an independent Crown entity led by a single Children's Commissioner. Mr Speaker, these changes are important. Shifting the Monitor to become an independent Crown entity has been called for time and time again, including in previous feedback and in the more recent final report from the Royal Commission Inquiry into Abuse in Care. The report called for robust independent oversight and monitoring of care as a critical way of ensuring that care providers fulfil their duties to people in care. Establishing a single Children's Commissioner ensures children and young people know exactly who their advocate is. Although the current board is led by a Chief Children's Commissioner, having only one Children's Commissioner is a much clearer, simpler way to create this distinction for children and young people. Together, these changes to the governance of the Monitor and Children's Commission will improve the trust we all hold in the oversight of the Oranga Tamariki system and will allow stronger, clearer advocacy for our children and young people. During the Committee of the Whole House, an important addition to the bill was made, which will strengthen accountability for agencies that are subject of specific reports by the Monitor. This bill will now amend the Oversight Act to require agencies and contracted non-government organisations who provide care for children to complete additional reporting on their progress to improve their compliance with the Oranga Tamariki National Care Standards regulations. These progress reports will be required 4 months after agencies provide their initial response to the Monitor's annual report on the NCS regulations. Mr. Speaker, this is a crucial step to increase accountability and to provide the public and ministers with important information about how agencies are tracking towards compliance with the NCS regulations. These regulations focus on whether children in care are receiving the right level of care and support, and that a plan is in place to meet their needs. It will give ministers the ability to take decisive action earlier to ensure relevant agencies are complying and working to enhance the wellbeing of children and young people in care. The additional reporting requirement will take effect from the Monitor's next annual report on compliance with the NCS regulations, which is expected in early 2026. This is not the end of making continuous improvements to the oversight of the Oranga Tamariki system, as work will continue to ensure the system is effectively supporting and assisting children. We have included a requirement for the Acts to be reviewed within 5 years from the 1st of July 2025 so that we can continue to understand its purpose and be responsive to change. Mr. Speaker, it is great to see when members across the House from different parties are able to work together as we have done with this legislation. So I thank the members opposite for their time, for their understanding and for the ability to work constructively with us. I think it is really important in terms of an oversight system that there is consistency and that trust and confidence each step of the way we continue to grow it as a country. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Honourable William Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to take a call in the final reading of the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. As we have this afternoon completed the second reading and gave substantial speeches in that reading, and we've just had the committee stage. It does feel like we are repeating ourselves over and over again in the same day, Mr. Speaker, but for the record, Labour is supporting this bill, but we do so with some outstanding issues that we still have with what is being proposed here this afternoon. We did provide the Select Committee with a differing view. So while we support the bill, we still have concerns, particularly around the disestablishment of the Children's Commission Board and the reversion to a single Children's Commissioner. We had hoped that the benefits of having diverse representation on the board of the Children's Commission would have been given an opportunity to be embedded for the benefits to be seen, but sadly this has not been the case. But in saying that, we recognise that a simplified version of a single commissioner appealed to some submitters. So unfortunately, I don't think this afternoon this is totally enhancing what was there, because the Minister has stressed in her second reading speech and third reading speech that this is more about form and structure over function and substance, that the substance and function that was there for our oversight entities remains as it was, but that the structure is changing. So while we are achieving true independence of the independent Children's Monitor, we are losing the board of the Children's Commission and the diversity that offered by having that. Secondly, we believe that the current Independent Children's Monitor situation as a departmental agency within the Educational Review Office had adequate independence, and feedback that we had on the performance was largely positive, but we, Labour, do recognise that the perception that the Independent Children's Monitor was not independent enough is important, and that if the re-establishment of the Independent Children's Monitor as an independent Crown entity strengthens the perception of independence, then this is a positive thing, and that's why we are supporting this bill this afternoon. But I do want to take the opportunity to once again note for the House that it is disappointing that the Crown, that the government did not take this opportunity to address the recommendations in Whanaketia, the final report of the Royal Commission into abuse in state and faith-based care. In there, particularly through recommendations 85 to 87, there were a number of recommendations about how to ensure that the oversight system is coherent, that there are no gaps, that there's no duplication, and that it is providing the best oversight that our tamariki deserve in terms of the system. And so that's our concern, is that those recommendations have not been responded to by this legislation. While the Minister has mentioned the Royal Commission in her speech, unfortunately, in the government's recent response to the recommendations of the Royal Commission, they are not addressing those specific recommendations. And so this was a missed opportunity to be able to meaningfully respond to those recommendations from the Royal Commission. The last thing that I wanted to speak about, Mr. Speaker, is the amendment to have reporting on progress, which was supported unanimously across the House and by the Business Committee, noting that it was out of scope and that this had been a bipartisan approach to bringing that into this legislation at this late stage. Listening to the Minister in the committee stage and also in the third reading speech, the only concern I have from what I understand that section to be achieving is that it's maybe too narrowly focused on the care standards. I want to see, and we will have the opportunity once this comes into law, I want to see that responding within 4 months to the Independent Children's Monitor's reports and so on is not just the report in terms of the care standards, but all of its reports that it has been producing. We had a report recently, the first of its kind from the Independent Children's Monitor, on what they are seeing in terms of tamariki and rangatahi Māori within the system, and it was a damning report. There are a lot of concerns raised in that report that need to be addressed. We did raise this at Scrutiny Week with the Minister for Children, for example, because Oranga Tamariki has a lot of responsibility in terms of responding to those issues, concerns and findings raised in that report specifically for tamariki Māori, who make up 2/3 of the children in care and protection and in custody. But also, as the Minister noted, Oranga Tamariki are not the only agency who are part of the children's system. There being 8, I think she referred to in the House this afternoon. So ensuring that we see that response in those progress updates in response to those reports from all of those agencies, and where we are going to see all of that brought together, because I think we don't just have these monitoring bodies for the sake of having them. It's to be able to take their reports and address the issues that they raise. And what we are seeing and have heard from the Minister is that previous governments and this government, her view is too slow to respond to the issues and concerns and findings raised in those reports. So I hope that this amendment is going to help bring more transparency and accountability in terms of actually the responses to what these reports are finding, because that's the point of having the oversight bodies, is so that we can take action to address the issues that they are identifying within the system. So, Mr. Speaker, that's all I want to add in the third reading of this bill. Thanks once again to all of the submitters who took the time to submit to our Select Committee. We commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. I rise to speak at the third reading of the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. The Green Party will be supporting this legislation. However, where this bill is a step forward, we cannot mistake this as true transformation that will protect our tamariki. Because if we are serious about the well-being, safety and mana of our tamariki, then we must be serious about the systems that continue to harm them. The structures that remain colonial and extractive, and the legacy of state violence that continues to disproportionately impact tamariki Māori. This bill gives greater independence of Aotearoa Tamariki, the Independent Children's Monitor. That is progress, and that is why the Greens are supporting this bill. But we also know the system remains broken. The Monitor's own reports have told us time and time again, tamariki and rangatahi Māori are overrepresented in the system and are still too often receive care that falls far short of the national care standards. The national care standards promise children safety, stability and love. And yet, year after year, the Monitor tells us that those promises are not being met. A mirror has been held up to this government, to Oranga Tamariki and to all of us. But a mirror is only useful if those who look into it are willing to change. Mr. Speaker, it must be acknowledged that the Green Party welcomes and supports the Minister's amendment to this bill in AP 292. These changes introduce new Clause 6A, which requires chief executives to prepare progress reports on how they are responding to the Monitor's finding. Reports that explains what's changed, what's been actioned, and what remains outstanding. This is a necessary strengthening of accountability, and it closes the loop that has too often remained too open. And we thank the Minister for listening to the advocates and all of the people who took the time to submit at Select Committee hearings, whether written or those who came in for in-person hearings. We appreciate you, and you are on record being there for our tamariki. Hopefully, Mr. Speaker, this will mean that the Monitor will no longer issue report after report with little to no action being taken. Agencies must not only respond to criticism, but report back on progress clearly, publicly and on time. These amendments would also require the Monitor to publish these progress reports by the CE within 10 working days, ensuring transparency and timely scrutiny. These provisions give the Monitor a sharper edge and give the public, tamariki and whānau the information they deserve and need. This is what meaningful oversight requires, not just reporting, but follow-up, not just criticism, but clear consequences and change for the better. again, we thank the Minister for listening to the calls of survivors, advocates and this House, and for bringing forward amendments that help make the system more accountable. And I do want to give a shout out here to my humble co-leader Marama Davidson for all of the mahi that she has done in this mokopuna space, and also I have to shout out to previous Green MP Jan Logie for the immense amount of mahi, aroha hours and thought and effort that she has put into this moment today. So I just wanted to honour them there, give credit where credit's due. Now, if we truly want to change the system, then we must change the values that underpin it. That is why the Greens are launching a campaign rooted in simple truth. We, Aotearoa, collectively have a duty to care for every single child. This means ensuring our government recognises that children's safety is not achieved through surveillance or reactionary intervention. It is achieved through prevention, care, justice and whānau strength, stopping harm before it happens. This campaign outlines core duties of care, each addressing a failure of the current system and each proposing clear solutions across legislation, funding, oversight and independent advocacy that is encompassing with the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Abuse in State and Faith-Based Care, recommendations and Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Every child's whānau and whakapapa must be centred. That means embedding whānau decision-making in legislation, resourcing tikanga-based wānanga and shifting power to hapu and iwi. Every child must be free from poverty. We must remove poverty from the home, not children. Poverty is the result of political choices. We would replace the broken Working for Families system with a top-up family payment and double the Best Start payment, ensuring whānau and tamariki have what they need to thrive. Every child must have stable, responsive support before, during and after care. Were you groaning at children needing care? It really concerns me that that elicited such a response from the government parties. I'll repeat what I said. Every child must have stable, responsive support before and during and after care. I don't know why that would elicit such a groan. Seemingly, not everybody in this House cares about children's stability, safety, and aroha, which will make our country thrive. Every child must be heard, respected, and placed at the heart of decision making. We would embed children's right in domestic law, ring-fencing funding for independent advocacy like Voice Whakarongo Mai, and require child impact assessments for every major policy and budget decision, putting children at the heart of every decision that this government makes. Every child's safety must be independently protected. We support fully implementing the Royal Commission's recommendations, which includes creating a Care Safety Act, an independent care safety agency, binding oversight powers and a national care safety strategy. Every child deserves a stable and nurturing home. This means properly supporting caregivers, creating a professional foster care model, and ending the instability that re-traumatises tamariki in care. Every child deserves care from a skilled well-supported workforce. Social workers need fair pay, safe caseloads, trauma-informed training, and long-term funding rounds. We will not achieve better outcomes without investing in people who do the work. These are not abstract aspirations, they are concrete legislative reforms, budgetary shifts, and by fully honouring Te Tiriti, it would change the care system from the ground up, not just to monitor harm, but to prevent it. Mr. Speaker, in closing, we will support this bill, but make no mistake, this bill is not enough. The Greens will continue to fight for a future where children are not just protected by the state, but never harmed in the first place. A future where Oranga Tamariki is no longer needed. A future where whānau have what they need to stay together. A future where Tamariki are loved, supported and free to thrive. That's our vision, that's our campaign, and that is duty of care.
Members, the time has come for me to leave the chair for the dinner break. The House will resume at 7 p.m.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Mr. Speaker.
The House has resumed. I'm sure that members will want to join me in welcoming the members or delegation from the Public Accounts Committee of Malaysia's House of Representatives who are present with us in the gallery today. The House comes to oral questions, the first in the name of the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Acting Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Honourable David Seymour.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In particular, I stand by the government's actions to provide certainty to the energy sector by repealing the ban on oil and gas exploration and being prepared to co-invest in exploration projects. In many ways, the latter policy is one a government wishes it didn't have to have. However, it's been made necessary by the flagrant, reckless, irresponsible ban under the previous government.
Let's make it very clear that ministers answering questions who today choose to have a flick at the opposition in the answer to that question will be leaving the House. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Does he agree with Mark Mitchell that working Kiwis aren't fundamentally feeling the economic recovery in this really tough economy?
Mr. Speaker, I believe that New Zealanders are facing challenging economic times. However, the trajectory is one of continual improvement. When you have a government that borrows $115 billion and leaves nothing to show for it except for inflation and high interest rates, the recovery takes some time. But since this government has been in office, we have seen inflation fall from 5.6% down to 2.5%. We've seen the official cash rate fall from 5.25 down to 3.5. we are seeing people's mortgages come down, we're seeing their rents come down, we're seeing their inflation come down, and that is what an economic recovery looks like.
Let me also remind members that question time is for questions to be asked and questions to be answered, not speeches made. So we'll be curtailing those question and answers if that sort of practice continues. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
So is it his view that the cost of living crisis is over for New Zealand families?
Mr. Speaker, the cost of living crisis is abating with every positive move taken by this government. But the fact is that you can't be the guy that dug the hole and then complain it's a long way to dig out of it.
Supplementary. Why does he think it isn't the government's job to figure out whether its policies are delivering for Kiwi families, as he indicated yesterday, given both Nicola Willis and the IRD haven't been able to find a single family that's receiving the full $250 a fortnight this government promised them?
And I asked the member, has he found anyone sitting behind him who still supports him?
I think the Acting Prime Minister could do a little bit better than that. And once again, it's attacking the opposition, which is not the form that's acceptable understanding orders. The member's a very articulate man. I'm sure he can do better than he has.
Well, it's very simple. The member has a supposition in his question which misrepresents my position. I reject it.
Which part of his position is being misrepresented?
Well, unfortunately, the Speaker's asking me to make shorter answers, so I won't be able to list them all.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
No,
that cannot be a legitimate answer.
Thank you. Good. You do a little better than that.
Well, too short, too long, and now too short. The member is misrepresenting my position by saying that I somehow am not concerned about the welfare of New Zealanders or evaluating the effectiveness of the government's policies. I can tell him that we are deeply concerned about the welfare of New Zealanders and deeply concerned about the effectiveness of our policies. The good news is that those policies are very effective, and it brings us great joy to show concern in them.
Supplementary question. Does he accept the government's decision to cut early childhood education subsidies in real terms will increase fees for Kiwi parents?
Mr. Speaker, that is a nonsense. We have increased the amount of money that goes into early childhood education by a very similar amount as it's been increased year on year over the last decade.
Supplementary question. How is increasing early childhood education subsidies by 0.5% when inflation is running at 2.5% not a real terms funding cut?
Well, Mr. Speaker, people may recall not so long ago when inflation was running at 7.3%. And did that member, as Minister of Education, increase the funding by 7.3%? No, he did not. New Zealanders up and down this country were on the treadmill trying to keep up with the out-of-control inflation that these turkeys foisted on them.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
The member will stand, withdraw and apologise for that last one.
I withdraw and apologise.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I wondered now that he's got that out of his system, he could perhaps address the question that I asked him, which is how increasing early childhood education subsidies that this government has decided to do by 0.5% when inflation during that time is running at 2.5% is not a real terms funding cut. Because in his previous answer he indicated that they haven't cut the funding when they have.
No, you've got to think carefully. I listened to this because of the expectation around questions about how the exchange would run. So the question was, as you said, asked, the member then spoke about the overall increase that had been put in place. I think it is an answer to say, as we've established, and previous speakers have established, not actually from my political persuasion, from another, it is appropriate to ask a government to reflect on a previous government's performance, which I think is what he's done. And I don't think it's reasonable to say he's got to answer more.
Supplementary question. Does he accept the government's order to hike public transport costs will drive up bus fares by as much as 50% from next week?
Mr. Speaker, the government has made no such order.
We've thrown them under the bus.
Yes, you have.
Good question. Question to Dana Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just hang on, Dana Kirkpatrick. We'll just wait for everyone to settle themselves down. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance. What is the depositor compensation scheme and when does it start?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, starting next week, 1 July, a new scheme will protect New Zealanders' deposits at banks as well as at building societies, credit unions and finance companies who take retail deposits. The Depositor Compensation Scheme will guarantee a person's deposits of up to $100,000 per institution in the unlikely event of a failure. The implementation of the scheme, which has been many years in the making, will give Kiwis peace of mind that if something were to go wrong at the institution they have entrusted their money to, that money will be safe.
Supplementary. What types of accounts will be covered?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Depositor Compensation Scheme covers money held in standard banking products like transaction accounts, savings accounts and term deposits. The scheme starts automatically next week and people don't have to do anything to be covered. People should check on their bank, building society, credit union or finance company website or give them a call to see exactly what is protected by the scheme if they are unsure.
Supplementary. How is the scheme funded and administered?
Mr. Speaker, the Depositor Compensation Scheme will be levy funded. Banks, building societies, credit unions and finance companies will pay the levy based on the riskiness of their institution and the total deposits they hold that are covered by the scheme. The levies collected from institutions will build up over time in a fund so that money is available if compensation needs to be made. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has just said that it is desperate for me to be talking about a scheme which will guarantee New Zealanders' deposits. And I would put to them that actually that is meaningful to everyday New Zealanders and possibly more meaningful than the semantic games he prefers to play in question time.
Yeah. Good, we'll take the...
Thank you, Mr.
We'll
Speaker.
stick to the rules, sorry. Dana Kirkpatrick.
Why is the scheme being introduced?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it turns out that New Zealanders are interested in their financial security and whether or not the savings that they have can be guaranteed. If a bank looks like it could be in trouble, people typically want to take their money out of it. Such withdrawals can trigger a whole series of unpleasant events in the financial sector and across the economy. Depositor protection gives people confidence that their deposits are not at risk and is international best practice. New Zealand is now getting in line with that best practice. In addition, and importantly, I expect the scheme will improve competition because New Zealanders are more likely to consider switching if they know their deposit will be protected. New Zealanders can be assured the guarantee exists whether or not you're with one of the big four banks or you are with a credit union, a building society, another financial service provider. I think this is important for those who may have been reluctant to switch their banking services due to a sense that their funds may not be secure. The Deposit Compensation Scheme, I hope, will be a spur for greater competition in our financial sector.
Supplementary question, the Right Honourable Chris Sipkins.
When was the scheme referenced in the Minister's answers passed into law and who was the Minister of Finance at the time?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I welcome this turning around of events in which me talking about the scheme was initially desperate and a terrible thing to do and is now something the Leader of the Opposition wishes to take credit for. Well, that is flip-flop Hipkins for you.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
It's a pretty straight question. The Minister was asked when the scheme was passed into law and who the Minister of Finance was. It wasn't an opportunity to attack the opposition, it was an opportunity to answer the question.
Some of you will be leaving in bulk if you interrupt a point of order. Make your point of order again so that those who were talking through it can hear it.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the question was very simple. When was the scheme passed into law and who was the Minister of Finance at the time?
Yes, I heard the question. We'll just get a straightforward answer.
I think that the Leader of the Opposition already knows the answer to that question. But I'm very happy to spoon feed him, Mr. Speaker, and I'd suggest he probably needs a bit more of it. It was introduced by the previous Finance Minister, Grant Robertson, and has the rare attribute that it was actually one thing he did that was helpful, but unfortunately it doesn't outbalance the absolute mess he left the New Zealand economy in, which that member aided and abetted at every step.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
No, there were several members on the front bench, the opposition, who have put themselves in danger of leaving early this afternoon. Not particularly looking at anybody, but just scanning the entire front bench.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. The ruling that you have just made right now is very much the same as the ruling you made regarding ministers at the very beginning of question time. If you stuck with the first ruling, you probably wouldn't have needed to make the second.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your advice. I look forward to putting that in writing and sending it to the Standing Orders Committee so that they can record the wisdom of the Right Honourable Christopher Hipkins.
Supplementary question.
The Honourable Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Could I ask the Minister, is she telling us that it's taken 19 long months for Mr Hipkins to find something commendable about Grant Robinson's time?
No, it's not a question that the Minister can answer much as she may want to. Moving now to urgency. Urgency just turns the place upside down. The Honourable Marama Davidson, question 3.
To the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries, does he stand by his statement, quote, "The bottom trawling techniques that are pursued by the New Zealand fishing industry are relatively harmless," end quote? If so, are current levels of bycatch by commercial fisheries acceptable?
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
On behalf of the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries, a range of management measures are in place to manage fisheries bycatch while enabling sustainable utilisation of fisheries resources. We continue to monitor the effects of fishing and access whether additional management measures are necessary. The government works in a number of ways to prevent and minimise bycatch from fishing. This includes restrictions on fishing in areas which overlap with particular habitats, as well as longer-term plans to prevent and minimise captures.
Is it harmless that nearly 1,000 seabirds were captured by commercial fisheries in the first 3 months of this year?
The reality is that the seabird capture is down dramatically because of changed methods of fishing, but it's an ongoing matter which crosses across a whole lot of countries, not just New Zealand, and we're in international discussions to ensure that we're following best practice to minimise that occurrence.
Does he think it's hypocritical that last year Aotearoa pledged $16 million to the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, yet this year we've had the largest coral bycatch event in 15 years, dredging up to 6 tonnes of ancient coral from the sea floor?
No such pledge was made by any such country as named by that questioner. Yes, I am positive.
Okay. Does he have confidence in the sustainable management of fisheries when 60% of fish stocks being managed are not assessed, and of the remaining stocks, 15% are not being managed sustainably?
One of the member can ask that question again because there was an interruption on my right. Or nobody.
Does he have confidence in the
No, hang on. The House will be quiet while a question is asked. The Honourable Marama Davidson.
Does he have confidence in the sustainable management of fisheries when 60% of fish stocks being managed are not assessed, and of the remaining stocks, 15% are not being managed sustainably?
Well, first of all, both those figures are totally incorrect.
Will he stand with the 80% of New Zealanders who agree that the government should ban bottom trawling on seamounts and protect these biodiversity hotspots?
The bottom trawling is an ongoing consideration by the New Zealand government. Of course, the procedures have dramatically improved, but there are some stock which cannot be caught any other way. Orange roughy happens to be one of them at certain parts of the country. So that is why it's an ongoing discussion, ensuring that we follow best practice.
Will he stop insisting that bottom trawling is harmless when clearly the indiscriminate method is causing wide-scale death and destruction of our native species and ecosystems?
Again, we reject the premise of that question. Again, that is stated on assumptions which have not been proven and are not of the best and latest science that we have available to us.
Question number...
Point of order.
Point of order. Taku defence.
I've witnessed many times in this House disparaging comments being made between sides, and I'm quite sure that being called a dickhead would fall in line with that tikanga of the House, we might say, Mr. Speaker. So Mr. Peters wants to call me a dickhead across the alleyway here. I think that we should consider something for him.
Well, that's an interesting point of order. Until the member brought it up, I had no idea that that was the allegation being made against him. But if he has obviously found it offensive, I'd ask the Minister to withdraw and apologise.
No, he hasn't found it offensive, has he?
No, hang on. It's not
He
something...
did not raise the matter of offence.
Wait on. Hang on. We're about to all get terribly excited. I'll
Speaking to the point of order, Solomon. Sorry, I take personal offence to the comments made by Mr. Peters over here, calling me a dickhead.
And I on that basis, ask the Minister to withdraw the comment.
Mr. Speaker, on the basis that when I was trying to get my thoughts together on the answer to Madam Davison's questions, he was interrupting me. I apologise for calling him what I said he was.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker?
Point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Is that now an acceptable way of withdrawing and apologising?
Well, I've got to tell you,
the House will have a lot of fun if that's the case.
Just a moment. While there was a point of order being taken by the Right Honourable Mr. Peters, there was a lot of noise, and I did not hear everything that he said. I heard the last part, which was on that basis, I apologise. So, well, hang on. I'm telling you what I'm going to do. I'm not going to take this any further. I'm going to review the Hansard and come back to the House tomorrow. Simplest way through it. The Honourable David Seymour, point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if you might also reflect on your earlier rulings with relation to political motifs on T-shirts and badges in relation to anything you may have seen in the last few minutes.
Yes, I certainly will. Question number 4, Kieran McAnulty, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Associate Minister of Housing, how many New Zealanders are homeless now compared to when his government was elected?
The Honourable Tama Pōtaka.
Any response to that question is influenced by how I define homelessness, but I'll use 2 data sets for the purposes of this question. If you mean those households living in emergency housing, in October 2023, there were 3,402 households living in emergency housing. In May 2025, there were 510, a drop of circa 3,000 households. If I use those persons living without shelter, as we know in Census 2023, there were 4,965, quite a bit more than Census 2018, 3,624, and today there's no formal comparative figure to the census stats.
Supplementary. Why, when frontline providers are telling him consistently that his policies have contributed to unprecedented increases in homelessness, does he refuse to admit that homelessness has increased under his watch?
E te manga o te whare. And following up from earlier discussions and kōrero between the member and myself at scrutiny session, there are a range of observations, there are a range of views as to the causes and the contributors to emergency housing. There is not one single cause or reason why people become homeless, live without shelter, or end up in emergency housing.
Supplementary. Who are the, quote, some providers, end quote, he says, that don't link rising homelessness to his policies?
E te manga o te whare, may I refer to the Homelessness Insights report, which I'm sure the member has had access to and pored over vigorously in the last few weeks. That report states that there may be, from the providers, it may be attributable to changes, but there are also a range of cost of living, health, drug addiction, and a whole range of other factors that can contribute to homelessness.
Supplementary. Why did he claim that the census was the, quote, single source of truth, end quote, when it came to measuring homelessness, when the census was abolished by this government the very next day?
It's mānga o te whare. It has been the single formed source of truth for these numbers. However, we continue to seek and have proffered to us and furnished to us a range of reports, including the Homelessness Insights report, which is due shortly.
Supplementary. Will he, now that the census will be abolished by this government, finally listen to the frontline providers who have told him that his policies have made homelessness, quote, the worst it's been in living memory, end quote?
It's mānga o te whare, as I've said earlier. There are a range of observations and views, not just from providers, but also from iwi, Māori organisations like the Ōwhata 2B and 7D Trust, which I recently attended to celebrate the opening of various housing developments that they have and commit to funding for further housing that they can build and go to. There is no one conclusive view right now across those various sources of information.
Supplementary.
Supplementary, the Honourable Nicola Willis.
Has the Minister considered pledging, as previous ministers have, to shelter all homeless people within 4 weeks of coming to office, or does he judge that there are often complex reasons for people's homelessness that Jacinda Ardern should have realised before she made that broken pledge?
Not taking. Look, how many times have I warned about that? I'm telling the Minister, that's the last time this week, next week, the rest of the Parliament, that a question is used to attack the opposition. Unacceptable.
Supplementary, sir. Does he agree with Dr. Ange Jury from Women's Refuge, who said, quote, the refugees are having a huge amount of difficulty getting emergency housing support for our clients. It used to be really easy to access, to be honest. If someone arrived at a work and income office with a refuge advocate, then it was a done deal. But it's not like that anymore, end quote. If not, why not?
Shame. It's mānga o te whare.
What do you say to that?
Allegations and assertions that the member made last week in scrutiny in relation to these related matters are serious. And as a result, I have called the member to ask for further evidence and attribution around the claims that were made at scrutiny week. I'm still awaiting specific info, because Te Manatū Whakahiatoora, the Ministry for Social Development, has told me as late as this afternoon that there is no evidence to show that emergency housing has been declined to anyone on the basis that they contributed to their housing need, as a result of being a domestic violence victim. And I still await that specific information.
Question 5, Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister and asks, does he stand by all of his government's statements and actions?
No, wait, just a minute. Questions had to be heard in silence. Please ask the question again.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again to the Acting Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government's statements and actions?
Just lean over and ask him.
Mr. Speaker, yes. In particular, I stand by the government's announcement welcoming the New Zealand Infrastructure Commission's National Infrastructure Plan. It's a tribute to members of the government, including Chris Bishop, also people like Simon Court, who are addressing a major problem with our infrastructure planning, which can be summed up as the political cycle being far too short compared with the project cycle. When governments change and priorities change, major projects stop and start, capacity is built up and built down, and not enough gets done at a competitive price. This plan will deliver long-term infrastructure planning, smarter funding and financing, efficient delivery of critical projects, and better maintenance of assets so that all New Zealanders can get around and get homes more affordably at better quality.
Supplementary. What announcements has the government made about access to new medicines?
Well, Mr Speaker, this government has taken the view that if something is good for New Zealanders and there is no reason to prevent them having it, then they should have it. We've done it with pseudoephedrine, we've done it with melatonin. We also take the view that funding medicines is a critical priority for any government. And not only did we fill in a major fiscal hole to the tune of $1.776 billion upon taking office, we added another $604 million, which has allowed dozens of new medicines to help over 200,000 New Zealanders get access to new medication. And then we extended the prescription time frame to 12 months for some of the most important things that people need to get for their health. Altogether, Mr Speaker, this government has a fantastic record allowing Kiwis to access medicines better.
Supplementary. What announcements has the government made about GP funding?
Oh, well, Mr Speaker, they say that a stitch in time saves 9, and getting to the doctor is not only critical to health, but it has critical benefits to the rest of the healthcare system, ensuring, for example, that emergency departments are not clogged up. And so I'm so proud to be part of a government where our Health Minister, Simeon Brown, has just announced a 13.89% uplift in GP funding so that people are more likely to get into their GP, taking pressure off the hospitals and improving New Zealanders' health.
Supplementary. Does the Acting Prime Minister agree with the following statements in relation to the Regulatory Standards Bill? Principles that are pretty much anyone should support, and those principles are incontrovertible, and as my colleague Leanne Dalziel said, they are the basis on which any legal system rests.
No, that's not something you can make any comment on whatsoever. So sit down and have another go at the question.
Does the Acting Prime Minister agree with any statements that he's recently seen in relation to the Regulatory Standards Bill?
Mr Speaker, well, I do, as a matter of fact. I have seen statements that say the principles in the Regulatory Standards Bill are something that anybody should agree with and, in fact, are incontrovertible. And it may interest people across the other side of the House, like Pena Henare, to know that those statements were not made by me. They were made by a very wise man, a lawyer, and a member of the Labor Party when it had some intellectual heft. Those statements were made to this House by Charles Cheval.
Good. Okay. Well, while I'm tempted to pull the member up for misleading the House, I want to make it very clear that you cannot use supplementary questions to mount any kind of attack on the opposition. And it's... you might think that's praising, but unfortunately I know the man. So have we got another question, or are we all over? I think we're all over. Question 6, Maria Mena Kapakingi.
Kia ora. Tēnā koe te pika, tēnā tātou te whare. So my questions are to the Minister of Statistics. How will he ensure that scrapping the 5-yearly census will not magnify the problem of undercounting Māori and Pacifica populations?
Dr. Shane Reddy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, we are not scrapping the census. We're adopting a new approach that first uses administrative data already collected by government. This will then be supported by smaller annual surveys and targeted data collection, particularly for underrepresented communities. This new approach builds on successful models previously used by Stats New Zealand, where admin data has helped ensure that Māori and Pacific population undercounting is reduced. It also gives us the opportunity to continue working with these communities on an ongoing basis to develop tailored solutions and ensure Māori and Pacific populations are being accurately represented in data collection.
Supplementary. How will the Minister uphold Te Tiriti o Waitangi and Māori data sovereignty under the data collection framework that is set to replace the census?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In 2019, Stats New Zealand entered into an arrangement, the Mana Orete arrangement with the iwi Data Leaders Group, which describes the umbrella and the activities that Stats New Zealand will have in their engagement with the iwi Māori and how they'll take those considerations into account.
Supplementary. What is his government's commitment to closing the Māori data gap, if any?
Mr Speaker, we do have commitment to closing that gap. We're working constructively with Te Aotearoa and seeking their advice and counsel as to how we can do a better job representing underrepresented populations in the data sets.
Thank you. Supplementary. How will the government be able to identify communities of need when administrative data will only be collected from those who engage with the government services and our most marginalised people do not engage with these services?
Yes, thank you, Mr Speaker. That's exactly why the community attribute surveys, which will encompass roughly 3 to 5% of the population with their annual surveys, and the targeted surveys will be looking to go out and seek information from those underrepresented populations.
Supplementary. Supplementary, Mr Speaker.
Yep.
Thank you. What impact will the scrapping of the census have on the revitalisation of Te Reo Māori?
Mr Speaker, I've already commented that the census is not being scrapped, that we're taking a new approach, but what's also true is that we are aware that Te Reo Māori is a variable that we need to pay attention to.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Could the Minister address the earlier question from the questioner, which was, where in the Treaty of Waitangi does it reference the Maori population being counted?
Mr Speaker, under the wider Mana Orete agreement, how Stats New Zealand engages with iwi Māori around Treaty of Waitangi discussions and issues are covered.
Supplementary. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Will the Minister commit, therefore, to fully funding the Māori data governance model laid out by Te Aotearoa to close the Māori data gap, to accurately identify communities of need and to uphold Māori data sovereignty?
Mr Speaker, we're working with Te Aotearoa as we speak, and I'm encouraged by the constructive suggestions that they're actually bringing to that consultation.
Question number 7, Rima Nakuli.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure and asks, what recent reports has he seen on New Zealand's infrastructure sector?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, today the Infrastructure Commission released the draft National Infrastructure Plan. It's an independent view on the current state of our system, what we need in the future, and the projects and policy reforms that will bridge this gap in the most effective and value for money way. It's been developed independently by the Infrastructure Commission, and as I said this morning, launching the plan. This is not the coalition government's infrastructure plan, it's New Zealand's plan.
Supplementary. Why is having a national infrastructure plan important?
Well, Mr Speaker, one of the things that I'm sure all members will have heard over the years is what we really need in this country is a long-term plan that transcends political cycles. And the government, are you not in favour of that? I think, oh, rightio, okay, well...
Hang on a minute. Just answer the question. Don't engage with comment across the House. Those who are coming across the House risk leaving the House early.
Mr Speaker, one of the points the Infrastructure Commission makes in the draft plan is that our system is not performing well. There has been near systemic neglect of the underlying institutional settings and policy frameworks over successive governments. Contrary to popular perception, the government spends a lot on infrastructure. We're in the top 10% in the OECD for investment, but the bottom 10% when it comes to getting quality and bang for buck from spending. So there are a range of very sensible recommendations in the report that the government looks forward to advancing.
Supplementary. How will the National Infrastructure Plan help build consensus on infrastructure?
Mr Speaker, the plan is a conversation starter and it's a draft plan, but it's built on robust evidence, data and analysis. It's not as simple as everyone getting into a room and agreeing with each other. We need strong systems and institutions, robust investment frameworks, high quality evidence and advocacy for policies and projects from a better informed public. As part of the government's response to the plan, I will be engaging with other political parties in Parliament. That work has already started. I'm also intending to ask the Business Committee to hold a special parliamentary debate on the plan next year. We need to move away from the rhetoric that we need greater bipartisanship on all projects and instead build consensus on the idea that governments of all flavours should use best practice to select, fund and finance, deliver and look after our infrastructure.
Supplementary. What does the plan recommend?
Mr Speaker, I'm encouraging all members to read the plan. It makes 19 important recommendations in draft form. Many of these recommendations align with work the government has underway. For example, making better use of pricing and user charging to fund infrastructure investment, adopting spatial planning, which I know the previous government did a lot of work on through their resource management reforms, relaxing land use restrictions, which again I note the previous government did some work on, reforming our transport funding system, prioritising infrastructure through the resource management system, and drastically improving asset management, which has been a 30-year problem for New Zealand. There are serious recommendations in this report for a serious country, and I'm looking forward to advancing the reforms.
Great stuff. What a great minister.
Simon Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has the Minister seen reports that 3 consortia have qualified to bid for the Northern Corridor PPP? And what does it say about the sector's confidence in this government's refreshed approach to PPP procurement?
Mr. Speaker, yes indeed, I have seen those reports, largely because I released it. We have 3 consortia bidding for the Northland Expressway, very important project that will unlock the economic potential of Northland. It's very heartening to see that all 3 of the international consortia bidding had representatives at the New Zealand Infrastructure Investment Summit earlier in the year, and I think that would have given them greater confidence to participate in this very important project.
Question 8, the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Tēnā koe e te mangai o te whare. My question is to the Minister for Social Development and Employment. Does she stand by statements made on her behalf that high inflation and high interest rates were main factors in job losses in the construction sector?
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Unfortunately, the economic conditions that we inherited, including high inflation and high interest rates, created the environment for increasing unemployment. Under our government, interest rates have come down. Inflation is within the target band for the first time in over 3 years. Business confidence is at a 10-year high, and construction costs have stabilised. Our work to grow the economy and investments in Budget 2025, including our investment boost package, will see more businesses have the confidence to grow and hire more people.
How many jobs were lost because her government cancelled approximately 3,500 kāinga ora home builds?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm really proud of our government's national infrastructure plan and the work that's underway both in terms of hospital rebuilds, new classrooms, as well as state housing buildings. But what I'm more proud of is this government has got high interest rates down, inflation under control, and stabilised the costs of building. So actually we can build more with less.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Minister was how many jobs were lost as a result of those houses being cancelled for builds? I don't believe the Minister got anywhere near addressing that question.
Well, it depends on how you view it. The Minister might like to have a look at it, but I do need to say that asking how many jobs are lost on a cancelled project is kind of a double negative. Projects cancelled, there were no jobs. So let's have another crack at the answer.
Sure. So a project is a project when it's funded. And so if the member would like to think about funded initiatives, then actually there's no change.
Why did her government cancel the apprenticeship boost for civil engineering?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the member would like to ask the appropriate minister for that question, then I'm happy for her to do that. Well, it's about looking at delegations, looking at who's responsible for what, and I'd invite you to do that.
What is her plan for engineering students who are unable to complete the required 800 hours of work experience in New Zealand because there is no work available here?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I say, it would be really useful for the member to put the question to the relevant minister, because I think that would be useful in terms of tertiary education, in terms of vocational education. But look, I'm proud of our government's plan around infrastructure, our investment in hospital rebuilds, school classrooms and housing. We are a government that is investing in growth, which is exactly what Budget 25 was all about.
What workforce planning is underway to ensure construction companies will be able to get back the workers who left for overseas after major construction projects were cancelled by her government?
Well, as I said, a project can't be cancelled if it wasn't funded in the first place. But as I say, the Minister beside me has announced today the National Infrastructure Plan, and Budget 25 is filled with investment projects that our government has committed to and funded, which is where jobs get created.
A supplementary question, the Honourable Chris Bishop.
Can the Minister confirm that there is approximately $3 to $4 billion of construction infrastructure projects starting in the next 6 months, including the Melling Interchange project, the Aotearoa North Vivin project and the Brougham Street State Highway 76 program down in Christchurch?
I can indeed, and I can also say proudly about the industry partnerships that the Ministry of Social Development have underway with organisations like Downer, who were here in Parliament a couple of days ago, who have got 1,600 job seekers off the benefit and into work because of infrastructure projects.
Just wait for 30 seconds. And can I just say that commentary about the appropriateness of ministers answering are covered by the fact that it is the government of the day who decides what minister can answer any particular question. So while the pick and choose might be something that's fun to speculate about, it's not reasonable. The Honourable Jenny Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Is the fact that there are 15,000 fewer jobs in the construction sector evidence that her government's strategy to cancel 3,500 kāinga order builds, scrap apprenticeship boosts for civil engineers and axe workforce development councils evidence that her strategy has failed and National is just making life harder for Kiwis?
Mr Speaker, I absolutely refute the numbers that member referred to. We know she's not good with numbers. That's more examples of that just now. I'm really proud of our government's record when we have come into economic conditions where unemployment has been rising since 2021. Unfortunately, high interest rates, high inflation lead to recession and higher unemployment rates. Instead of putting our head in the sand, we are focused on getting job seekers into work, and our work exit rates show that what we are doing is working.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters and no one else.
Has the Minister learned of the good news of the significant number of home and unit do-ups, additions, renovations, extensions in Auckland Central?
Mr Speaker, as I said, I'm really proud of our government's focus in Budget 2025 around improvements and funding for bringing older social homes and state houses up to scratch, which is one of many measures in Budget 25 around infrastructure and building and construction.
Question number 9, Chloe Swarbrick.
To the Minister for Climate Change, does he stand by his statement that, quote, it is our expectation that we will...
Hang on. I don't know what's going on today, but the amount of conversation going around the House while questions are trying to be asked is unacceptable. Chloe Swarbrick, please start your question again.
To the Minister of Climate Change, does he stand by his statement that, quote, it is our expectation that we will remain an associate member, end quote, of the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance? If not, why not?
Mr Speaker,
the Honourable
I stand by the statement in the context in which it was given last November, which was that the government's intention to repeal the offshore oil and gas ban did not necessarily mean New Zealand would not be able to remain a member of the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance. Subsequently, the New Zealand government made the decision to withdraw, in good faith, our associate membership and informed the Alliance of this decision on the 21st of June 2025.
How exactly does a $200 million taxpayer-funded subsidy for new fossil fuels, which the government's own advice says will take at least a decade to produce new gas, help the energy transition, as he said in his statement today?
Google subsidy. Well, Mr Speaker, while loosely connected to the primary question, the reality of the situation in which this government faces is that due to a shortage of gas in the electricity sector as a result of prior decisions by prior governments, we are now dealing with a critical situation in the context of needing to ensure that we have more gas available to keep the lights on. and as Climate Minister and Energy Minister, I make no apology that my primary focus is to ensure that we can keep the lights on for New Zealanders.
Point of order? Okay. Supplementary, Chloe Strawberry.
Does the Minister stand by his statement, also from November, that our membership of the Coalition to Phase Out Fossil Fuel Subsidies, quote, fits well with New Zealand's leadership of the Friends of Fossil Fuels Subsidy Reform Group and our role as chair of the recently signed Agreement on Climate Change, Trade and Sustainability, end quote? And if so, how exactly does that align with his government's $200 million taxpayer subsidy for new fossil fuels?
Look, I'm just going to suggest the member needs to reflect in supplementaries, either on an answer that's given by the Minister or the content of the primary question. The last two have barely done that. The Minister may answer if he is able.
Mr. Speaker, I stand by the statements and the context in which they were given last November. The New Zealand Government remains of the position that we will undertake a just and orderly transition away from fossil fuels.
Exactly is just and orderly in terms of a transition away from fossil fuels about the government's commitment to $200 million in a new fund for fossil fuels that will begin production in 10 years' time?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I can be very clear about is just and orderly is not repealing oil and gas and causing significant uncertainty to New Zealand industry and cutting off the fuel that actually powers New Zealand industry and produces a huge amount of economic value, including the majority of our primary sector.
What is the value of our international reputation or our commitments to international agreements if this government continues walking away from and breaching them?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I reject the premise of that question, but what I can comment on is the importance of the New Zealand relationship in the context of our global partners has never been more important than now, and the importance of the fact that our Prime Minister is currently overseas doing significant positive work on behalf of this country to double the value of our exports by 2035 and ensure that we are open for business should be something that we should be all very proud of.
Supplementary question.
Chris Bishop.
Can he confirm that this is the first time as Climate Change Minister he's ever been asked a question from the Greens climate spokesperson?
Well, that's so far wide of the primary question that probably is not fair. Do we have another question? Close, Robert. Question 10. Miles Anderson. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Agriculture. Why is the government banning full farm-to-forest conversion on our highest quality productive land?
The Honourable Tom McClay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government is concerned about the effects the ETS has on our most productive land, with whole farm-to-forest conversions harming rural communities. When farms are planted in trees because of the carbon market, we lose the ability to produce the high-quality, safe food that consumers demand. We lose rural jobs, export earnings, and the families that go with them. The Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill that passed its first reading in this House last night will preserve our most valuable land that grows food for exports, and it will sustains rural communities.
Supplementary. What effect has full farm-to-forest conversion had on the rural economy?
Well, Mr. Speaker, a significant effect. The number of farms converted to forest amounts to more than 300,000 hectares since 2017. The primary sector has said that that's resulted in a loss of more than 2 million sheep and beef stock units. Exotic carbon forests offer short-term economic boosts through activity, often decades apart. These boosts can be significant in the short term, but they cannot come at the total expense of farming communities that contribute each and every year. This legislation will address the harm that has been done to many regions around New Zealand through the interaction of the Emissions Trading Scheme and conversion of farms to forest.
Supplementary. How will the bill protect farmland from full farm-to-forest conversion?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the bill puts in place restrictions, a moratorium on planting of trees to go into the emissions trading scheme on land classes 1 through 6, with farmers being able to choose to plant up to 25% of their own land. On Lux 6 land, which is some of our hillier sheep land, there will be an annual quota of 15,000 hectares to go into the emissions trading scheme. The legislation has exemptions for classes of Maori land so that they will be able to continue to plant. The bill also includes temporary exemptions where an investor can provide evidence of a qualifying forestry investment between the 1st of January 2021 and the 4th of December 2024, which is when this policy was announced and will take effect from. For instance, the purchase of land and ordering of trees prior to the 4th of December 2024 would be an example of proof of a qualifying investment, whilst either of these actions alone would not be.
Supplementary. What is the impact on rural communities of whole farm-to-forest conversions?
Mr Speaker, we've seen entire farms converted into exotic carbon forests under the ETS, while whole farm conversions don't just affect landowners, they affect entire communities. Schools, local businesses and services all depend on the steady year-round activity that farming provides. 300,000 hectares of conversions is not sustainable for our food production, and it's not fair for the rural communities who bear the brunt of these conversions, from the Southland and Central Otago to the East Coast, across the King Country and as far as Northland. Schools have closed, services disappear and rural businesses are struggling. Mr Speaker, the bill is about finding the right balance. It preserves choice. The choice to farm, the choice to grow trees and the choice to sustain rural communities for generations to come.
Members, we are up to the third reading of the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. We are up to call number 4. Is the ACT Party call? I call the Honourable Karen Shaw.
Madam Speaker, it is a privilege to be standing here tonight speaking to the oversight of the Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. This has been a long time coming, and this has been a promise of the coalition government to make sure that we are truly making sure that our most vulnerable and those that are part of our system, children's system as a whole, have the right oversight and have people watching over them, making sure that they are properly taken care of and held accountable if that's not happening. So whilst a lot of the conversation was around Oranga Tamariki, this is about the Oranga Tamariki system as a whole, which is not just about Oranga Tamariki. This includes Ministry for Children, Police, Ministry for Health, Social Development, Education, Justice, and the Departments of Corrections, and I think there may be a few more. Each government department plays a role in our system when it comes to taking care of our children and making sure that they have opportunities to be the best that they can be. This bill is trying to fix a problem that has been spoken about long before I even came to Parliament, and that was around lack of oversight of the system and making sure that children are taken care of and are safe. And we saw in the Royal Abuse and Care Inquiry in state-based and faith-based care that in far too many cases, when things went wrong, people either didn't notice or did notice and didn't act. So this bill is really important, and it does three key things. It strengthens the independent monitor. It's truly independent. It's no longer part of a government agency. It's independent to that, separate Crown agency, which will give it that true trust from the public that there is that independence. They will have the oversight and working and making sure that children are being treated properly. It makes sure that the Ombudsman has the power to investigate complaints like they do, and that still stays. They can investigate complaints from children and families if they feel that something has gone wrong. And it also reinstates a single Children's Commissioner. And I know this is a little bit contentious, but back when this law changed, when I was in opposition, I was very concerned at the way that it was, that the monitoring, the oversight and the advocacy was split in such a way that it would cause confusion for those who were looking who to speak to when things went wrong, Madam Speaker. We needed clarity, and having a single Children's Commissioner will set out that this is the person that children can go speak to. It will be this person's job to listen to children and speak up for them and push for changes when needed, but it will be very clear who is responsible for that. And Madam Speaker, I know for far too long that issues over the years, probably from even before I was born, often get swept under the carpet because they're either too hard to speak about or nobody actually has the courage to come out and say what needs to be said. So having this independence and having this independent oversight, and also having the extra accountability of the additional reporting for agencies having to respond to that reporting and having to keep coming back and showing their progress in those recommendations adds that extra bit of accountability to make sure that it's not just another report that sits on a shelf, grows cobwebs and people forget all about it. Because we cannot have a repeat of history where young people are often invisible, often unheard, and often feel like the very people that are meant to protect them do the very opposite. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to speak for too long. This bill has been spoken to a fair bit today, but I'm really proud to be standing here and supporting a piece of legislation that will bring some truly independent oversight to the Oranga Tamariki system as a whole.
Tanya Unkovic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise again on behalf of New Zealand First in this third reading of the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. As the previous member said, we've traversed over this bill quite a lot over the past little while, so there isn't a lot to add. What I do know is that everything needs improvement, including us. But it's very good to see that this piece of legislation is an improvement. Issues are identified, and the best thing to do is to get on top of them straight away and improve them. It doesn't mean that you're going to find them all. There are going to be more along the way, and it was very good to hear the Minister today talking about in 5 years' time there will be another review. So that is encouraging to know. And on that note, excuse me, Madam Speaker, I'll commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
The next call is a split call. Takuta Ferris.
Tēnā tātou. E tuana hau ki te whakakōpanea ke ngā whakaaro TV Māori, te Pāti Māori, mo te pire i tōna pānuitanga tuatoru, roto i te pōkotahi. Mo te pire kia nei, te Oversight Oranga Tamariki Systems Amendment Bill. And I truly hope that the adjustments being suggested and considered actually produce improvement in a system that has been broken for so long that it's managed to fail at least 13 reviews, that every bit of tinkering has been done before. And I stand here to convey our opposition to this bill because no amount of tinkering over generations has produced the shifts required to release the 70+% of children in the care of Oranga Tamariki who are Māori from the clutches of its grip. This is the reality for Tamariki Māori trapped in a system that's failed them decade in, decade out. And tonight I stand here and just, share the sentiments being shared that we really do hope that change comes from what's being proposed. all the while understanding that when it comes down to looking at the factors involved over long periods of time, we know that the small incremental changes won't produce the change that's hoped. That's the reality. And that the moves aren't courageous enough. The fact that we're here doing it under urgency tells me that we're probably heading in the wrong direction again. And what's the fallout of that? Well, the fallout of that is that young Māori children remain trapped in a system, that families remain broken and torn apart by a system. I've heard the ministers and other ministers speak tonight about the fact that many agencies have a role to play. And it strikes me that the set of circumstances and symptoms that exist here across the management pipeline of children in state care are not too dissimilar from those in place for managing adults in state care. And that the result of that management of both children and adults in state care continues to deliver Māori the most abhorrent statistics that have been a perpetual nightmare for Māori for generations. So I do hope that the changes being proposed and that the review in 5 years produce more results than all of the tinkering that's occurred in the past. But the thing I want to maybe just say for the Minister and for those who care to consider is that dealing with the outcomes of our systems, be they in Oranga Tamariki, or be they the outcomes of Māori engagement with police, or the treatment of Māori by police, or the correction system, or the justice system, is that the symptoms that Tiwi Māori have had to deal with and continue to have to deal with require each of those bodies to take an equal amount of responsibility and not sit back and just say, well, this is our area and this is what we do and we can't help it if that crowd over there, we don't have any say on what happens over there and we don't have any say on what happens over there. So for the hope and for the sake of Tamariki Māori and their families, I really do hope that this House and all of its ministries take a leaf, take the view that they do have responsibility and they have a responsibility to bridge the gaps that are going to produce the better outcomes that are being talked about. Because our experience tells us the siloed approach won't. And if this is a perpetuation of that, then we need to move forward. Nō reire te pika, tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe te maangai, tēnā koe te whare. I do want to acknowledge the points that my colleague Takuta was just making in terms of this bill and the historic intergenerational harm that has happened via Oranga Tamariki and its many different names. Because it doesn't matter if you give it a Māori name, doesn't mean that it's going to serve the 70% of Tamariki Māori that are in state care, or the 90% of Māori children that are in state custody in youth justice residences. And I want to acknowledge the many submitters that said this is such a piecemeal approach. I read Julia Whaiporti, who previously worked for the Office of the Children's Commissioner, who now advocates for treaty rights, who talked about, do it once and do it well. Obviously, this is just a part of a number of different recommendations that have come out of the Royal Commission inquiry into abuse in state care. But it is a piecemeal approach, and we would have liked to see this go further. But the reason that we are supporting it is because, if we don't have Oranga Tamariki in the state of the way things are right now, then what does that mean, particularly for children in custody? Is it corrections? Even though there is a pipeline from state care into the correction system, we can't accept that with the government that we have and the way that they want to take away the power of iwi and hapu to look after their own children by removing Section 7AA. This is the way that it is at the moment. We have Oranga Tamariki, it's preferable to corrections, and therefore we must do everything we can to strengthen the oversight of that body, which is what this bill does. It strengthens the independence, it strengthens the oversight. But we don't want to get caught in the trap of thinking that because we have more reporting and monitoring that it's going to improve the quality of care, protection or custody. We have had endless reports that have outlined the failings of Oranga Tamariki, the abuse that children have experienced. We have had report after report after report, and it hasn't changed anything. It hasn't changed anything, and although the Royal Commission inquiry covered the years from 1950 to 1999, we know that that abuse still endures to this day. And that's why we obviously supported the Minister's amendments that she brought previously that strengthen the regularity of that report back and actually makes an accountability mechanism that means we have to say how we're actually implementing those recommendations, and we support that. But again, there has to be a cultural shift, and as I said in my speech earlier, we have a government at the moment that believes that we should not too heavily rely on the state and that we should have social investment. And if that is the case, then why don't we hand over the power and the resources to iwi and hapu to look after our own? And if that is the plan, then that is great. So in my previous speech, I talked about the importance of independence that is outlined in this bill, and I spoke about some international examples where things like youth detention centres are independent of politics altogether, and how that works better to build consensus on our approach to youth justice. And in this speech, I ran out of time last time, but I want to talk a little bit more about the Aotearoa Tamariki Independent Children's Monitor and their reporting and what they've shown us and how critical they are, because as I have said, we are not able to go into state care facilities, we are not able to go into youth justice residences to see the conditions for ourselves. And the thing that I've learned with Oranga Tamariki is it can attract some of the most excellent youth workers who are passionate about children and rangatahi. But in the same vein, it can also attract people who just want to impose power over young people, and that can misuse this power. And so every inch of oversight that we can have and every extra bit of power that we can give to people like Dr. Claire Ahmad and to her office and to her oversight bodies, to the Ombudsman, this means that we can have a clearer idea of the picture. But if we don't have the courage and the bravery to do anything with those reports, or if we just give out empty, hollow apologies every time we realise the scale of the harm that's being caused by these systems, then there is no point in reporting at all. So those are my comments, and I'm glad that we can work through this collaboratively and hope that this approach will carry over into other areas like youth
Time has
justice.
expired. Joseph Mooney.
Speaker, I rise to speak on the third reading of the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, this is a very good bill that is going to strengthen the independent monitoring of the Oranga Tamariki system. It literally creates more independence for the independent monitor. And that is the Oranga Tamariki system, Madam Speaker, that includes without limitation the delivery of health, education, disability and other services by those agencies or contracted partners within the Oranga Tamariki system. Madam Speaker, the state ultimately doesn't want to have to and be in a position required to care for children, but unfortunately there are parents and there are communities who are unable to care for the children at particular moments in time, and that is where the state steps in to help them. We want to have this bill there to make sure that that job is being done well. I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to stand and total this bill tonight, but I want to acknowledge my whanaunga Doc Ferris kōrero, because this is what I was talking about earlier, the frustration amongst Te Ao Māori in particular, Madam Speaker, with this kaupapa. And it always comes down to what Doc Ferris was saying in terms of is there enough change in this? And so we always face this dilemma in terms of Te Ao Māori about incremental change and transformational change. And so for Te Pāti Māori, the change is not big enough. And we understand that. I understand that. But we're working within a system where he should know, and certainly previous Pāti Māori people have known, that this is not a place where you get transformative change. So that, sadly, Madam Speaker, it's hard yakka, it's hard work, and we have to pull out of the system sometimes what we can, which I think we as a Labour government were able to do probably more so than any other government in history, particularly for Te Ao Māori. This particular government is not doing the business, and I acknowledge what he says and what the Greens say, but we have to sometimes grab these opportunities, because we have to acknowledge that the perception of independence will be strengthened, Madam Speaker, through the establishment of the monitor as an independent Crown entity. I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's a positive step. We understand that many people and organisations on the sector, and that came through the select committee process, they want to see the monitor as its own entity. So we want to congratulate the monitor on its work to date and encourage it to remain focused on holding us all to account for what we do for our tamariki. But coming back to what I was saying, Madam Speaker, this kaupapa has been, the kaupapa, particularly of Oranga Tamariki, came to the nation's notice through Te Ao Māori. And so that's what I want to say tonight. I want to honour some of those people. You know, my whanaunga and my brother Des Ratama, who first brought this kaupapa up, Madam Speaker, in terms of Oranga Tamariki, and brought it to the people, the nation's attention in terms of the mistreatment of our tamariki. We need to honour some of these Māori tonight. So we put some of those questions to the Minister earlier during the committee process, where she was questioned about the relationship in terms of Māori going forward, about the panel that will be set up, what priority is going to be given to the panel in terms of tikanga Māori, what type of expertise is going to come about. Because when we traversed this kaupapa of Oranga Tamariki, we knew in Labour that we had to bring a strong Māori focus forward. So we had people like Des Ratama, who's now moved or gone to the other side. Fantastic work in terms of uplifts and bringing, and I suppose embarrassing us or putting the pressure on us as a government at the time. And rightly so, that there was something wrong. What did we do? We brought a whole Māori focus to Oranga Tamariki with people like Dame Iri Tanata Whiwhirangi, who was appointed to the board, Dame Tariana Turia, who was an advisor, Neira Glavich, who I think helps and supports the Minister today. She was brought on, Tureiti Moxam, Miripeka Raukawa Tate, these people of expertise were being utilised by us. Matthew Tukaki became the chair, the inaugural chair, and I was proud of the work they did in terms of making it clear to that organisation that there had to be a strong Māori focus, Madam Speaker, because our tamariki were being affected. So we said to the Minister today through the committee process and quizzed the Minister in terms of her commitment to Te Ao Māori, and we weren't dismayed, Madam Speaker, I should say, because there seemed to be some support for what we were talking about in terms of that continued relationship with Māori and that continued partnership with Māori, which was pleasing given that this government has not shown that same type of commitment over the last year. So it seemed to be out of sorts with what the government was saying, but this will not succeed if there is not a strong partnership continued with Te Ao Māori. A partnership, the foundation that was set down by those people that I talked about, and it is important, it was imperative that we bring a tikanga taha Māori side into this, because we have people out there, and you heard from Takuta Ferris this evening, who are just about given up in terms of the system delivering anything for us. I understand that. However, we have to make inroads. We have to show our people that, okay, we've got this independent monitor. This independent monitor will be advised by people who are strongly in the tikanga Māori area. There will be a change. There have been changes. See, Madam Speaker, the idea that came strongly from Te Ao Māori was that one of the strong ideas was that Te Oranga Tamariki should be just wound up, thrown out, and iwi take over. And that type of kōrero was put to us as a Labour government. And of course will be put forward to the national government. What we said was, give us an opportunity. We tried, I think we were on course, and now we're saying to this government, well, what are you going to do? This, in my view, is probably one of the most positive steps, if not the most positive step I've seen happen within the system. However, we still have our doubts, we still have our reservations in terms of what's happening. We're not sure in terms of the perspective in terms of this monitor being supported. We're not sure about that perspective, Madam Speaker, but we do think that we're on the right track in terms of independence. And of course, one of the things that the Royal Commission found was the disjointed nature of our systems contributed to harm and care. So children and perpetrators, Madam Speaker, fell through the oversight gaps. So Whanakitea's recommendations were designed to join up the systems to close the gaps, and we're not there yet. We're not there yet in that area. And while we appreciate the bill's got a 5-year review provision, that's still a long way off. And so the timing of this bill was close enough to the tabling of Whanakitea for the Royal Commission's recommendations to be given greater consideration as the bill progressed. But the government's refusal to do this is indicative of their general approach, and disappointing approach, I should say, to the Royal Commission. But I reiterate, Madam Speaker, we support the bill. We're on the right track, but if that partnership is not recognised and supported in terms of Māori, and that Māori expertise is not tapped into and drawn on, then we will continue with the failures that we've had within the system. But happy to say tonight that Labour will support this bill. Kia ora, Madam Speaker.
Hello, Kasia.
On this third reading of the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill, we confirm that the object of the bill is for the improvement of the outcomes of young children and youth in the care of Oranga Tamariki, and I commend this bill to the House.
The next call is a split call. I call Glenn Bennett.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker, and the true character of a society is seeing how the society treats its children. And that's something that we must always consider in this House, with even every bit of legislation that we focus on, whether it be one that talks about children, whether it be one that talks about infrastructure, whether it be one that talks about health or housing, education, whatever it is, we should always consider the impact on our children. I could sing a song, but I won't. But you can imagine where it would go. Beautiful, by the way, but around that the children are the future and are the present today. Madam Speaker, what we had in the legislation that is about to change this evening was looking at how diversification, how we had more voices around the table, that children and young people actually saw themselves. Because to be yourself, to be safe as yourself, you actually need to see yourself. So the fact of what had been set up in the last term of government was around how does that diversity look for young people who might be Pacifica, for a young person who might be Māori, for a young person who might be Pākehā, for a young person who might be female or male or non-binary, Madam Speaker. It was about how do they see themselves? And so I cautiously support where this is going, but also want to encourage and challenge what the new iteration of the Children's Commissioner looks like, that they will fiercely guard the diversity, that they'll fiercely guard the inclusion of all young people, of all children, that they'll make sure that no matter what creed, what colour, what size, what gender, that they are included when it comes to the work of the Children's Commissioner. Now, the role of the Children's Commissioner is important because, again, is it a reflection on our society? So it's around advocating for children's rights, it's about speaking into policies, into legislation, into decisions that are made in this place, decisions that are made by agencies outside of this place. It's around speaking up for the rights of children and young people, speaking up for those who have no voice, and being a point of contact, a listening ear where they can represent, but also where they can report back to the public about how we are tracking as a society, how we are tracking as a government, how we are tracking as agencies when it comes to our work with children and young people. And so we say yes to this change in law this evening, but we also encourage the government to consider and continue to lean in strongly to the recommendations of the Royal Commission, to lean in strongly to what advocacy truly means and what's empowering and allowing healing and voices to be heard when it comes to the hurt, to the harm that was enabled through the halls of this building that we allowed to happen. And I want to finish by thanking those who work, who advocate for our tamariki and for our young people. For those who are passionate advocates who come and bang on the doors of electorate offices, who speak into select committees, who speak into MPs' offices and into agencies around the country, who go to schools, and those who volunteer, and those who give their time, those who teach, those who are social workers, those who work in sexual harm, those who work in liberation movements when it comes to kaupapa Māori spaces, when it comes to ensuring that every child and young person has a voice. Madam Speaker, I want to say thank you to the caregivers and to those who work tirelessly to protect, to empower and to build the children of tomorrow, of the future, but they're our people of today. And finally, Madam Speaker, to our tamariki, to our young people, we talk about you being the future, but you are the present as well. And sometimes you might not know what standing up and speaking up means, what it means to advocate, to reveal what is going on. We say, please speak up, please find spaces, please find safe people that you can speak to advocate, to make sure that you will thrive and be incredible members of our society. To our tamariki, to our young people, the challenge for us is to be a decent society where we lift you up and treat you at your best.
Dr. Hamish Campbell.
And Madam Chair, it is with great honour that I stand and speak in support of the oversight of the Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill in this third reading. And it's great that we do have agreement across the House with pretty much most of the parties in this chamber, because this is a very important bill. It will strengthen the independent monitoring of Oranga Tamariki, and of course they look after the most vulnerable in our society. This bill will return the Children and Young People's Commission back to a single commissioner, moving away from the current 5-member board. And I think it's very important that these issues don't fall between the cracks. This will give children and young people a single visible advocate, and I think this is really important. Therefore, I commend this bill to the House.
Helen White.
Thank you. Just to be clear, what we've had in recent days is we've had a commission where there have been 5 commissioners and there's been a chief. So we haven't not had somebody who is taking that lead, but we've also had others joining in and making those decisions. And what we've seen is a commission that is, and a commissioner, a chief commissioner, that has been prepared to stand up against government policy. And I made that point in my last speech, but I just want to talk about that again because I think it's really important to the public. This is a group of people who are focused on the interests of children, and they came out, and the current Chief Commissioner came out and said that she was very concerned about this year's budget in terms of the impact it had on our children. And she was really specific about saying that this government needed to look at things very differently from the way it was, and it needed to allocate resources differently, because she had a report that comes with the budget to look at, and she could see that the poverty statistics, the deprivation statistics were going in the wrong direction as a result of this budget. And so she was commenting on that. She also made strong comments about what is often called boot camps. She talked about military-style camps in general, and she said that there is no evidence that says that they work. And she talked about what did work and where the resource should be going and how it would be best going to serve the children of this nation. So it was a very interesting, just 2 of the examples of what she did. And she does a lot of things. I think she recently came out with strong comments also about the funding cuts to our community organisations, because that cuts straight across the interests of our children, and the Oranga Tamariki system cut funding to a lot of those organisations, and the Auditor General has come out with a report too. It's another independent organisation coming out with a scathing report on that funding cut and its impact on children. So this is absolutely a voice that the Labour Party values. And what the Commissioner, the Chief Commissioner had with her were 5 people from variant backgrounds. They were from all sorts of walks of life. And it must be enormously helpful in a leadership team. Most modern leadership teams no longer rely on one person. They are teams. And it must be helpful to the strength of what they say to be able to say them as a team, to have different perspectives and disagreement and come to a consensus over what is to be said, especially when you're doing something quite scary and brave. And it really does matter what the people in power are going to make of it. So I am hesitant about that aspect of this bill, and I remain so. Nothing that has been said today in the House has made me comfortable about that decision to go back to one person when we in fact had 5 joining that discussion. I don't think it's the end of the world. I think that we have very good people doing this kind of work, and there will still be a board. There will be a smaller board. It won't be the same kind of structure, but there is still a board. And I'm sure that those people who are appointed in the board and the Chief Commissioner, as she changes her role back into being in the single leadership position, I'm sure that they will be brave and do their best. And so I think that the legislation has the upside of looking more independent, and there was a balancing act to be done there. And we in the Labour Party have decided to support it because there's more upside than downside in this legislation. There is a small step taken in the right direction. There's also a really interesting aspect of this, which is the 5-year review. I wish we did more of it in this House. I wish we were humble enough to say we might not have it all right. We really need to see what happens next, and we need to start reviewing our legislation. It just makes sense. We cannot know what the unintended consequences are of everything we do in here. And to monitor like this, to review in 5 years, makes a lot of sense to me. And so I absolutely commend that aspect of this bill. I just wanted to talk now about the issue over the connection between this, and maybe the disconnection between this and the abuse and care inquiry, because we've had this enormous effort made. The Royal Commission is something which was very traumatic for those involved, very worthwhile for us all. We have ended up collating terrible stories from around New Zealand of people who have been impacted, and it was our children who were impacted by what went wrong in our system. And while I understand Laura Trask's remark that it's not all about government, we do have a role in government we can never shirk away from. We have a role to pull the levers that we can pull. And it doesn't mean there's everything, but it does mean that we never shy away from our responsibility to amend the system. What we know in the Commission was that there was also an enormous amount of information coming in from ordinary people in New Zealand who'd been harmed. All those people fed into a process, and what came out of it were recommendations. And there were 3 recommendations, and they were recommendation 85, 86 and 87, which all went to the issue of our children falling through the gaps of the different kinds of monitoring that we have. And the suggestion, the recommendations, are all about putting a system together which is more comprehensive, so our kids don't fall through gaps. And that is the aspect of this that worries me most. We have done so much work in this abuse and care inquiry, and we have been given the gift of these recommendations. And what we could have done here is we could have incorporated those recommendations into the solution that we have today. And unfortunately, we don't have that. It hasn't happened. Now, it doesn't mean it cannot happen. And so it's very important that I record on the Hansard the suggestion that that's something that we should look at here. Yes, I think 5 years is a long time away for that to happen. And so I would hope that that happens sooner, under this government or under the next Labour-led government, because it's so important, and that won't be 5 years away. It is so important that we do that work, that we actually honour the horrible torture and the stories of harm and the trauma that has been shared with us in that report and that has come to recommendations. This was somewhere we could have done that, and we haven't. And so I ask this House to consider its duty to do that in the near future, not wait for 5 years. because it's so important. And we can talk all we like about how we want a different system, and it's not us, it's not government, it's every other lever, but actually this is absolutely in our toolbox. We could make that kind of change. So while I accept that change is often incremental, change is often about just doing what we can all agree that can be done, and we should be commended for doing that tonight. Almost every party is supporting this legislation. I also ask this House to be braver about looking at those recommendations and incorporating them as quickly as possible into solutions so our children don't fall through the gaps. I commend this House, this act to the House.
Dana Kirkpatrick.
Mr Speaker, I stand to take, I think, the last call on this bill, Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. It's all about improving outcomes for children and young people in New Zealand, and what could possibly be more important than that, and so I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill, third reading.
Call on Government Order of the Day number 10.
Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Partial Strikes Amendment Bill, committee stage.
I declare the House and Committee for further consideration of the Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Partial Strikes Amendment Bill.
Members, the House is in committee on the Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Partial Strikes Amendment Bill. When we were last considering this bill, we had concluded the debate on Part 1. So we now come to Part 2. This is the debate on clauses 10 to 15, consequential amendments to other acts. The question is that Part 2 stand part. The Honourable Jan Tinetti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to ask a question of the Minister around clauses 12, 13 and 14, which are consequential amendments to the Education and Training Act 2020. Now, the reason I want to ask this question is around the fact that we have so many different forms of schools in our country, in this country. We have our state schools, we also have private schools, we have charter schools, we have independent, we have special character, we have a vast range of different schools there. Now, a lot of these elsewhere in the Education and Training Act, those schools have separate parts that explain the different rules that govern them in the Act. For example, the review of schools for private schools, for example, and how they are governed with the Education Review Office. So they don't necessarily fall under the review for public schools and state schools. They have their own special section around the private schools and how the Education Review Office interacts with them in that purpose. Now, getting to these particular clauses, this outlines the role of the Public Service Commissioner in the Education and Training Act 2020 with the power to act as the employer during collective bargaining, and it outlines for the schools what the Public Service Commissioner does. Now, the changes in this Act in the bill are intended to make it clear that these powers include the ability to make specific pay deductions, including any notices or directions in relation to specified pay deductions and the recovery of partial strike-related overpayments. This is consistent with the approach applied in relation to full strikes and lockouts. My question, Madam Chair, is around the fact that I cannot see there how that differentiates if that is the same for private schools. It seems to me, are they governed by the same clause? Or is there an oversight there? Or are they then going back to the Principal Act, that Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Partial Strike Amendment Bill that we're discussing here? I just, when going through that, I wasn't clear. This is a genuine question about whether this governs those schools and this is the oversight for all of those schools, or whether there has been something missed out and something has to be corrected, or whether they go back to the legislation that we're discussing here this evening. So it's just a short call that I want to take to ask that question, and I would really like to have an answer, because it has come up with people with me that they aren't clear about this. So I'd really like to know the answer to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Camilla Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to be able to ask some questions of the Minister on part 2. There are a number of also amendments that I have made in my name to this particular part, and I wanted to briefly touch on those and see if the Minister would be supportive of some of the changes that I've suggested. The first amendment that I have is in relation to the Clause 11, which refers to the Wages Protection Act. Clause 10 does as well. And the amendment that I've suggested is in 11.3.1, and that particular section covers a slightly unusual situation where overpayments are recoverable when there's been a specified pay deduction in relation to a partial strike. So that would be a situation where the employer considers that there has been too much money paid to one of their employees, and that constitutes an overpayment under the Wages Protection Act, and then therefore in this particular section it outlines the process that the employer needs to go through in order to get the money back from the employee. And in this particular clause, as it's currently written, the employer is given 10 working days to do that, which is actually quite a long time, especially for people on low pay who have been taking strike action, which would be the situation that these particular people would fall under. And so I've suggested that that is changed to 5 working days, and that is simply so there is a more immediate onus on the employer to discover when an alleged overpayment has been made, and to actually be able to communicate that to the employee within that period of time. So I would be interested to hear from the Minister on that Act. It's an interesting situation where you have a situation where this piece of legislation is actually allowing deductions which would normally be illegal without permission under normal law before this Act was passed, but in this Wages Protection Act applies to all payments, and in certain circumstances when there's an overpayment they are allowed to be collected by the employer. So that's my first question. I also have some questions in relation to the powers of the Public Service Commissioner, and the Minister will be able to see that I've suggested 2 specific amendments in relation to this, and they're in relation to Clause 14. And the reason that I've suggested these amendments is because when we were looking at this particular piece of legislation in Select Committee, we were actually faced with examples of situations where deductions for partial strikes were allegedly justified due to the reputation of the employer and the effect that a negative particular partial strike, especially in relation to wearing certain uniforms, may impact on that particular business. Now, of course, when we're looking at the powers of the Public Service Commissioner, we, and this is under the Education and Training Act, but a completely separate point to the one just made by my colleague, these are people who are working in the wider public sector. They are not people who would suffer, or organisations that would suffer from a commercial disadvantage from having teachers, for example, wearing T-shirts that might constitute a partial strike, teachers wearing badges. And so therefore a lot of the arguments around the justification for removal of wages for people participating in partial strikes just simply don't apply to the people who work in the wider public sector. Also, this particular deletion that I've suggested, 14.2, is in relation to quite an interesting clause, and I wondered if the Minister could explain why this clause was here. And I'm just aware that I'm maybe running out of time to ask this question, but I just want to indicate that I do want to ask a question about it because it does seem particularly unusual in the Act, and it actually relates to some of the discussions that we're having previously about existing powers that that employers already have. So in this particular section, it specifically states that employers are allowed to lock out, suspend and make pay deductions. That already exists in law. Why is it outlined again within this bill?
I call the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I had a question for the Minister. I thought she was going to stand up, sorry, so I was a bit slow off my feet, Madam Chair. But I have a question that's in relation to 11.2 and it refers to the specified pay deduction and having that meaning. And I just wanted some clarity from the Minister, as I noted there'd been quite a bit of analysis about the different options for pay deduction. And in particular, my question is that there seems to be some uncertainty as to what the actual impact will be. There is no proportionate response available to employers, it's argued, and that can mean an employer is faced with an all or nothing response. But there does seem to be some quite significant concerns that there is no way of trying to figure out the impact on collective bargaining about what this will actually do, and that has been noted in some of the analysis. So I'm really interested to hear if the Minister has any additional information that may enable us to understand or predict in advance how employers and unions will respond if employers are able to deduct for partial strikes, particularly given that collective bargaining is impacted by the other collective bargaining legislative settings and the political and the economic context there. So there is a reasonably good argument that officials have put forward saying that there's a rationale for reintroducing the ability for employers to make a partial pay deduction in response to partial strikes, only if the approach carefully balances the impact on employees and employers' bargaining positions. So I would be really keen if the Minister can explain how that will impact upon collective bargaining, given there seems to be no clear understanding of that's been stipulated in the analysis. It was also pointed out that without both sides incurring the costs during partial strikes, or at least the potential for there be no costs, the incentives, Madam Chair, on the employee and the employer to return to the bargaining table are unbalanced. And so that is a concern if there's not a balance there. MB has stipulated that providing the employer with the ability to make a proportionate response would better restore that balance to collective bargaining situations. But I'm interested to hear from the Minister as to why specifically she landed on the option she did, and how she understood that option, how that is going to actually have an impact upon future collective bargaining. And I note that while option 2 has been recommended, it would be really interesting to hear her views on that, because if there is a potential for it to reduce the effectiveness of the change in improving the balance or the incentives for employees and employers relating to industrial relations, I think that's an important issue for us to be able to consider.
just have a couple of questions for the Minister regarding the consequential amendment to Education and Training Act. So we're looking at clause sort of 12 to 14. I'm going to start with clause, I guess, 12 in terms of the relationship between Education and Training Act and what we're seeing here in terms of pay deduction for partial strike. I want to check with the Minister as a starting point what this relationship between the partial strike is with the current bill that's going through the House, the Education and Training Amendment Bill number 2, specifically section 21 of that bill, which extends the notification of the strike days from 3 to 7. And I guess would the Minister then consider partial strike being a part of that as well? Because, that isn't quite clear within the definition, at least not to my reading, and the Minister may be able to clarify that for me, whether the strike itself would also include partial strike in that sense. In which case, do we need to consider that in combination with the other bill? In terms of section 14, and I want to look at, I guess this is a little bit more on the line of semantics. I hear from the previous speakers regarding some of the elements of collective agreement. Now, the current wording of section 587 subsection 2 states that the power referred to in the subsection includes the power to lock out employees or suspend the employees, and it creates an either-or situation, and it in some ways exclusive to those two particular options. But what we're not seeing here in this particular section is any sort of conjunction that is being used which limits some of the lock out employees, suspend employees, and make specific pay reductions. Without any form of conjunction, are we still looking at an exclusive list? As in, did that accidentally expand the scope of this to include other options? Because the power referred to, using include, could potentially be read beyond that, unlike the previous version, which limited to an either-or situation. If that makes sense, are we looking at a more expanded scope because it's no longer an inclusive list of two items? So those are my two questions. The first one is around the interaction between this and the Education and Training Amendment Bill number 2, specifically section 21 around extended notification of strike days, whether partial strike would also be considered as part of that. And then number 2, I suspect not, but if the Minister wouldn't mind clarifying if now with the new format, the powers referred to in the subsections is still limited to those 3 options, and it will not go beyond those 3 options or not be interpreted in a way that could go beyond those 3 options. Thank you.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Camilla Bellich's question about the timeframes, which is also the same clause that Ginny Anderson had a question to, which is the 5 working day timeframe for overpayment notices. The overpayment notice requirements, they have 10 days rather than the 5 days, which were previously in the law. Due to concerns that large employers with complicated payroll systems would not be able to comply with these requirements. So that's 10 days. To Jan Tonetti's question on schools with the Public Service Commissioner powers, the bill does not change which schools the Public Service Commissioner can act as an employer for.
Honourable Jan Tonetti.
Madam Chair, a very quick question I want to ask around clause 15, and that is around replacing strikes in schools to be notified. And of course we're talking about partial strikes, and we've already deemed in the course of this committee of the whole that the partial strikes in certain circumstances could be the wearing of a badge or could be a wearing of a piece of clothing. And I do happen to know that there have been schools in the past in certain regions where they might have worn a T-shirt on the specific day of the week saying something like "Stand Up for Kids," which actually you want your teachers to be able to stand up for kids. So I think that's a really good action that doesn't interrupt the running of the school. So it's a quick question that I want to ask. That section 5892A is being replaced with the replacing the notification around the strike of the nature of the proposed strike and whether or not the proposed action will be continuous and whether or not the employees will continue to perform some work for their employer while undertaking the proposed action. I want to know, does that include, or does it have the potential to include, the wearing of a piece of insignia that sort of tells the action that teachers are taking at that time? So like those T-shirts or a badge or something like that. So I just want to seek some clarification around that, whether that's inclusive of that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Brooke Fenville.
Thank you. Responding to Camilla Bellich's other part and question on her amendment paper about wanting to remove the change that makes it clear that the Public Service Commissioner can act as an employer for pay deduction purposes, the approach in the bill is consistent with the current approach to full strikes and lockouts, and so I will not be supporting her amendment bill.
Helen White.
I would like to ask some questions about its section 11, and my questions are about the relationship between this and various other acts, one being the Wages Protection Act and the other being the wages, the new wage theft bill. In a situation where somebody doesn't comply with 11 subsection 3, so they don't give the notice in the correct way and they don't give the calculation method as they should, would you consider that that would mean that they would be coming into a situation which was wage theft? And would you also consider it a breach of the Wages Protection Act? Also, if somebody makes a deduction of 10% when in fact somebody's just wearing a badge, or as I gave you when we last met over this, I talked about how I'd had a real case where people's strike notice had that they go to the toilet. So those were bus drivers who didn't usually stop. So they were doing something that's actually lawful in every ordinary situation, but because of those circumstances, they actually gave notice of that as a strike action. So if they were doing things like that you wouldn't consider were less, they weren't reducing the money of the employer in any unreasonable way, they were just pointing out that they had been going above and beyond for that employer, and that kind of cooperation meant that they should have actually been paid more. If they're doing that sort of thing, do you think that would come under the issue in the Wages Protection Act of an unreasonable deduction? And has that piece of legislation and that section been actually dealt with in this piece of legislation, even if to exempt this behaviour? I'd also like to know about people on minimum wage, because what happens to someone on minimum wage if you deduct from that another 10% and you're under the minimum wage suddenly? So is that okay with the Minister? I'd like to know also about, again in the Wages Protection Act, the duty to consult. So there is a duty to consult when you deduct money. Does this notice mean that there is no duty to consult in this case? And have the two acts been reconciled in that way? Or is it just to be read by a judge to suggest that is an obvious, that there's notice and therefore you can't possibly have a duty to consult because you do for every other deduction? And Another issue there is the KiwiSaver contribution. So people are on a wage and they're earning a certain amount and they're giving a certain percentage of their actual wage to the KiwiSaver and the employer is topping up. Is the Minister's understanding of this that people would no longer, they would have their KiwiSaver reduced, their contribution and the employer's contribution reduced, or just the employer's contribution, or none? Is it actually that that's well beyond wages in that sense? And obviously there are different treatments of commission. So again, we've got the same issue with commission workers, where is that something which would be reduced if their work was partially paid for by commission? So I've given you a lot of questions, I appreciate that, but I hope you can see that they're all very legitimate questions. They're real life situations, and it's actually important even for the Hansard that you've answered the questions, because the first place that the employment lawyers are going to look is the Hansard, and they'll want to know what the intention was of the Minister in those cases. So I would ask you, I'm not playing silly games, I would like those addressed. Thank you.
Camilla Bellich. Sorry.
Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for her answers in relation to my previous contribution. I did have a follow-up question, though, in relation to the Public Service Commission and its in the Public Service Commissioner's role. If we refer to the regulatory impact statement, there was a significant amount of consultation that was done with the Public Service Commission, and also work that was undertaken by the Public Service Commission with public service agencies in relation to collective bargaining and essentially the drafters, which I understand were MB of this bill, seeking to get and obtain data from talking to public service agencies about the usefulness of this particular type of provision being as it was previously in force. And unfortunately for the House and the public, there was unable to be conclusive evidence provided in that. But I did want to know if during that engagement with the Public Service Commission, these specific parts and sections that we are discussing in Part 2 were canvassed, and if that was feedback that was given by the Public Service Commission in the engagement that MB did have with them, and also in relation to the Public Service Commission response from agencies, which was collected in relation to the RIS. And the reason that I would like to know that is I think it's really helpful to the House to know whether there was direct involvement from the Public Service Commissioner, who is given powers under this Act. I accept similar to the powers that are held in relation to full strikes, but it would be interesting to know if that was specific feedback was sought on that. The other question that I have in relation to 4A is that provision provides, and the Minister said that that provision was essentially for the Public Service Commissioner to act as an employer. Now, that may be the advice the Minister's been given, but it appears to me from reading that particular clause that this particular clause 4A gives the Public Service Commissioner essentially a power which is already provided to all employers earlier in the Act around Section 95. And so I wanted to know for what specific reason was it necessary, especially if there are, as the Minister has said, and I've got no reason to disagree with it, the existing powers as has already been canvassed in relation to full strikes, why is it necessary then to specifically state, and they're able to act as an employer, why is it necessary then to specifically state that they can make a specified deduction when the new clause 95, I believe it is, specifically states that any employer, and we already established that the Public Service Commissioner is entitled to act as an employer, can make this. It seems a superfluous addition to the Act, considering that power already exists. So I want to know, did it come from the Public Service Commissioner, and if so, why is it specifically necessary for that particular clause to be included? And as the Minister is aware, I have suggested deleting that clause partly for that reason. So interested to know the Minister's response to that. Also, I don't believe I have had a response to my question around the utility of 14.2, which states only one new piece of information as far as I'm aware, which is in 2.3, which is in relation to the specified deductions. The other parts, 2A and B, are already existing powers which would exist separate to the passage of this legislation. So why have those particular parts of that clause been included?
The Honourable Brooke van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Starting with an answer to Lawrence Sunan. Regarding whether or not there is an issue with the interaction of the change in the notice period for strike notice in the Education and Training Act, there is no issue with the interaction of this bill and that change. The notice of the strike is the first step in the process, and this bill sets out what the employer can do in response to that notice. In response to Ginny Anderson asking questions about the options I pursued and landed on, the substantive provisions of the bill were debated under Part 1. This is Part 2, which is dealing with the consequential amendments to that part. Helen White asked the question of if you made a deduction for strike activity that ended up not being a strike or someone believed was unreasonable under the Wage Protection Act, the provisions in the Employment Relations Act applies, meaning that people can recover an overpayment as long as it meets the requirements in the Employment Relations Act. And the same thing applies in terms of the requirement under the Wage Protection Act for consultation to recover a specified pay deduction. They need to meet the requirements in the Employment Relations Act. And so that's your answer to your question.
Tiano Tuiano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's I rise to take a call specifically on Clause 15 in Part 2, which is around Section 589, which is about amending strikes in schools to be notified. And my question is around A Clause 15, A bar, Roman numerals 2, whether or not the employees will continue to perform some work for their employer. And so I am interested to hear from the Minister about her definition of what some work means. And I asked that question within the context of one of the submissions that came through in the Select Committee from the PPTA, where they referenced when they took strike action, and it was against the backdrop of a nationwide teacher shortage, and it was related to the use of teacher non-contact time. So as part of the job is the teachers, and if there are any teachers that are not doing any planning or lesson planning for their students tomorrow, kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. But an important part of teachers' work is actually making sure that there's time for planning, making sure that there's time for preparation and for assessment. It's an incredibly important part of the job. But in that particular circumstance, what happened was that time was being swallowed up because there was a teacher shortage. And so what is the, and I guess it kind of falls into the questions that my colleague Dr. Lawrence Sunan asked about the interaction between this bill and the Education and Training Amendment Bill, because if you've got a teacher shortage in this particular case, where teachers are actually being forced to not have that really specific and really important non-contact time, does that constitute as part of some work within the definition of this Act? And the other thing on top of that as well, and it'd be good to get an answer from the Minister about this, because I know this is something that many teachers do. They put in a lot of work hosting, coaching like basketball teams, rugby teams, doing all of that kind of stuff, which actually falls outside of their contractual jobs and often is taken for granted. does that stuff fall within the context of being part of some work? Because I think it'll be it's very important for the Minister to be clear so that teachers can understand exactly how this will impact them and the choices that they might have to actually make themselves. Do they take those extra hours, taking our children for touch rugby, for basketball? Do they take those extra hours, which will become voluntary hours, taking our kids in terms of preparing for different concerts and so on and so forth? Is that considered to be part of their work and therefore covered under this particular clause of the Act? Because it's incredibly important. Because what we need to be doing actually is encouraging an environment where teachers feel valued, where teachers feel that this Parliament, that this government incredibly values the work that they do. But if you start to narrow things up and you start to say, well, actually, under this new clause, you're supposed to be taking that basketball team, you're supposed to be taking that soccer team, you should be out there taking our kids for all these different performances and so on and so forth, and that could be considered, and if you don't do that, then you might be paying for doing a partial strike. That needs to be cleared up, because it also points to the intention that this government has towards all of these different professions, and in particular all of those different unions who actually voice these really important concerns at the Select Committee. So just to recap for the Minister, my question is around Clause 15, which references Section 589, Roman numerals 2, and it is around the question about actually what do you mean by some work? What do you actually mean by that? Is it all these extra hours? And if they're not going to do it, or they're going to be discouraged to do it, who's going to do it? And so it'd be good to get an answer from the Minister.
Madam Chair. The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Starting with an answer to Helen White, who asked what happens if somebody deducts wages off someone who is on the minimum wage. This was covered in Part 1 of the bill, and we are on Part 2. Then the next question to Helen White was, will wage deductions mean that the employee will also have their KiwiSaver contributions reduced? KiwiSaver contributions are based on wages that are paid. If there has been a deduction, then that would also be accounted for. Camilla Balich is asking why a change is needed to the provisions of the Education and Training Act. Section 587 of the Education and Training Act includes specific powers that the Public Service Commissioner has when acting as an employer, and so therefore the Education and Training Act needed to be amended to be clear that the Public Service Commissioner's powers to act as an employer during collective bargaining also includes the powers in relation to specified pay deductions.
Francisco Hernandez.
Madam Chair, just a couple of quick questions. I know this question was somewhat addressed in your answers to Dr. Lawrence Zunan, but I'm slightly confused around, and I wanted to check my understanding of the answer that the Minister gave. So I have a question around 11.3.1 and BA. In the case of an overpayment that relates to a specified pay deduction, that notice is given no later than 10 working days after the pay in which the overpayment was made. I know that the Minister's previous question answer referenced the potential complexity around different employers and why that was changed from 5 to 10. But my question is, if the overpayment was made across several paydays, which payday is the day that's picked for the purpose of that section? My other question is around section 14.4a, and in that it says, in any case where the Public Service Commissioner intends to make a specified pay deduction, the Commissioner may give a direction that a specified pay deduction is to be made. I'm interested in the use of the word may. Is there any circumstance where the Public Service Commissioner would make a specified pay deduction where they wouldn't give a specified pay direction anyway. So why use the word may instead of kind of prescribing that? So that's just some very quick questions.
Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I had a question that was in relation to the consequential amendments to Education and Training Act 2020, and specifically in relation to Section 14, and that relates to the Section 587 Amendment, Public Service Commissioner's powers when collective agreements are negotiated. And I'd like some clarification from the Minister in relation to 14.2. It specifies here that to avoid doubt and without limiting subsection 1, which is the replacement, that the powers referred to in that subsection include the power to A, lock out employees, B, suspend employees, and C, make specified pay deductions. I just wanted to clarify if it was the Minister's intention that a teacher or a teacher aide would be able to be locked out if they were wearing a T-shirt. I think it's quite important to understand if that's actually what's actually going to happen here. And I think it's important to note because freedom of expression and the ability to have statements about what you believe in for our teachers to be able to do that, I just would like a clear understanding whether she intends for the way this legislation is going to be practically implemented within New Zealand, if teachers will be locked out of schools for wearing T-shirts, because that does seem quite heavy-handed with insignia, sorry I should say, so with some union branding or a slogan that would be tied to a campaign that they were believing in, whether that be standing up for kids or fair pay for women, some of those statements, because I just wonder whether if she has understood that that could potentially lead to higher level industrial action that would be in fact more disruptive to students if that was taken, and whether she'd actually weighed up that while the goal is, she said, to restore the balance, but the end output, if you were just locking a teacher out for wearing a branded T-shirt, is that not going to just escalate those situations? I would also be interested to know whether the Minister considered if it was unfair if the employer could just reduce pay during the work to rule with employees who are still performing their actual contractual duties. So if they're still teaching, if they're still doing those things, that doesn't seem fair at all. And exactly how will it be estimated that information needed to calculate those pay deductions if they are kicked out for that? How is that exactly calculated? And I think again, Madam Chair, it would be good to understand how this would potentially lead to more disputes and increased litigation as parties test out this new law. It's going to inflame things further. So I think it's working against the very intent underlying this bill. It potentially means that employers' notices of deductions could be worded in a way that potentially intimidated employees. So if you're trying to restore the balance, if employees are intimidated about what they can put on their bodies and as clothing in the morning to turn up to their job to teach children, is that qualifying as potentially intimidating people on their freedoms? And we know that the Minister's party is all about individual freedoms. So this bill would be looking like it's significantly curtailing individual rights of freedom of expression. Finally, the point I'd like to make, Madam Chair, is that some of these changes, they really concern in terms of how New Zealand's going to operate and whether that's a fair way. So if the Minister was able to address that question and able to say, is that her intention that she is going to lock out a teacher from teaching kids in a school in New Zealand if they have a T-shirt on that says "Stand Up for Kids," and if that's her intent, I'd really like to explain how that brings us forward as a country.
The Honourable Brooke van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In a quick response to Ginny Anderson, I covered most of that off in part one, as nearly all of that question related to stuff that was discussed in part one. To Tiana Tuiono, the question was, what is meant by some work in clause 15 regarding the notice requirements? Some work means that the person is working and not fully withdrawing their employment, which would be a full strike. And so that is to help the employer know if it is a full or a partial strike. In response to Camilla Bellich, there was a question regarding why clause 14.2 is needed. This is needed because if the Public Service Commissioner couldn't give a direction to make a specified pay deduction, the deduction would not be able to be made.
Before I take another call, I'm going to say there is a huge amount of repetition happening now. Some clauses have been canvassed 4 times already. So unless it's very new, I will take a closure motion. Camilla Bellich.
Yeah, I do have a new point to raise. And the point that I have to raise is in relation to part 2, and where, and as the Minister has said, the Public Service Commissioner can make a specified pay deduction. Now, this is in relation to the Education and Training Act. The consequential amendments in relation to Education and Training Act are listed here in part 2, but there isn't a section which transfers the definition of specified pay deduction into the Education and Training Act, which I think is an error, because I've looked at the Education and Training Act, and I specifically looked at section 587 as referred to by the Minister, and I checked the powers that the Public Service Commissioner has in that section, and as I thought, the Public Service Commissioner in 587 specifically has, in 5871, the power to act as an employer in relation to negotiations. So effectively, my question was why are these sections needed, and I was referred to the Primary Act that's being amended by the Minister. Upon reading the Primary Act, I see that in fact the powers appear to already exist, and so the Minister said, well, it's for the avoidance of doubt. Well, that's just seems to be additional sections which appear not to add a lot of additional value. But anyway, when I was going through that process, I was interested to see if the Education and Training Act did have a definition of a specified pay deduction, because it does have a particular meaning and it is defined in this piece of legislation. But it doesn't. We look to under specified in the interpretation section, and it doesn't have specified pay deduction. So when we look at 4A, we see that a very particular terminology is used in relation to a pay deduction. And my question to the Minister is, firstly, is it a mistake not to include, to transfer the definition into the Education and Training Act? I can't see it here. I'm interested if colleagues can see that there. I cannot see that within clauses 12 to 15. And if not, then what is the meaning of specified pay deduction within the Education and Training Act, and how will that be, how will people know when they're just simply reading the Education and Training Act to refer to this particular piece of legislation or the Employment Relations Act to find out the meaning of specified pay deduction? It seems to me that it would have been better if we are being clear and crossing all of our T's and dotting all of our I's, as the Minister has suggested, to include that definition within that section. So I would, I know, Madam Chair, you've said that you are wanting new information. I believe that is a new question. I would like an answer to that, please.
Madam Chair. Tiano Tuiano. I've given you the call. If you probably can't hear me.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is just a response to the and to get some clarity from the Minister in terms of her comments around whether or not a worker is fully withdrawing their work or their labour. I'm not too sure exactly how she said it, so she might want to clarify for me as well, because I want to try to understand about what exactly does she mean by withdrawing some of their work. So in the example that I gave earlier, where teachers should be having that really important non-contact time for assessment planning, lesson planning and so on and so forth, but there's a teacher shortage and they're being forced to take away that non-contact time, would she consider that withdrawing their work? So I'd like some clarity on that, and just following up from that as well, the example around people coaching basketball teams, rugby teams, so on and so forth, things outside of the work where sometimes the contracts are not specific, but there is an expectation that teachers will undertake other specific duties, but it's not actually kind of clear in their agreements. Does she consider that also as part of their work? And if she doesn't, can she give the House some clarity, give teachers some clarity about exactly how this particular section will pertain to them? Because I think it would be really important moving forward that she's clear about that.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you. In response to Tiana Tuiono's question, I answered that in part one of this bill and the debate. Francisco Hernandez asked, why does it say the Public Service Commissioner may give a direction? And this is simply giving the Public Service Commissioner the ability to issue a direction. Camilla Belich asked, do the provisions in relation to the Public Service Commissioner come from a result of feedback from the PSC? The Public Service Commission was consulted on the Cabinet paper that related to this bill. Francisco Hernandez asked if the overpayment was made over several different pay dates, which pay date does the 10-day time frame apply to? The 10-day time period applies to each pay period when an overpayment was made.
Carl Bates. I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā pōti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. The question is that Camilla Belich has tabled amendment to clause 11.3, new paragraph BA, Roman numerals 1 of section 6 brackets 3 to replace 10 with 5 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Oh, the noes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā pōti whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Camilla Belich has tabled amendment to clause 14 to delete subclause 1 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote call for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
9 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā pōti whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Te Pāti Māori. Sorry.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Camilla Bellich has tabled amendment to clause 14 to delete subclause 2 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti whakae.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. We now come to the schedule where there is no debate.
I apologise, you've missed a question.
Oh, sorry. The question is that part 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti whakahe.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. We come to the schedule. The question is that the schedule stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Kaumārima ngā poti whakahe.
ACT New Zealand.
Votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. Members, we now come to the final debate, which is clauses 1 to 3. This is the Title, Commencement and Principal Act. Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to be able to take some calls, hopefully, on the title and commencement. I do have a few amendments to speak to, and the first one is an amendment to Clause 2, which is to replace the day after royal assent with the 6th of June 2026. And the reason that I have put that amendment forward, Madam Chair, is because I consider that there is not enough evidence on this being a good piece of law for it to be implemented so soon after this House is considered. And the reason that I say that is because when we were at Select Committee, we saw the vast majority of the submissions opposed to this bill. When we were in the House and we were scrutinising the bill and looking at the evidence provided by officials, we found that there was no evidence to suggest that this bill, as it is currently drafted, will achieve any of the Minister's aims. In fact, the evidence we heard at Select Committee was that it is more likely than not to result in full reduction of labour, a full strike as opposed to a partial strike, meaning that no work gets done. Madam Chair, this means that this bill, in my view, is not fit for purpose. That is the reason that we have consistently opposed this bill at every stage, and the reason that we have put forward amendments to try and fix some of the problems in this bill. And that is why I consider that this bill should have a significant period of time where it is considered, and I have suggested a year after the committee stage was first started. I think that is a fair and reasonable amount of time to allow MB officials who do a good job for no matter who is in government as neutral public servants. And you can see within their report their regulatory impact statement how hard they have tried to find some evidence or some direction that this partial strike bill will actually go any way towards achieving any positive aim at all for New Zealand workers or employers, and they have not been able to do so to date. I'm sure, given a longer period of time in order to assess this particular act, to look at some of the problems that potentially might arise under it, that come June 2026 will be a much better time to either go ahead with this act, if indeed it is possible to find any supporting evidence surrounding it, or to decide at that time for this act to be withdrawn. It's, in my view, a terrible act. It doesn't achieve a single objective. There is absolutely no evidence supporting it, and delaying commencement for a year would be a prudent and good decision in relation to this House and this legislature. So I implore the Minister to consider some of these changes to workplace laws that she has decided to bring through the House, and in this instance to delay that so that the proper analysis and work can be done so we can be sure that the laws that we pass in this House actually make a difference for New Zealanders, because in my view this one does not.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you very much. In response to Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to increase the timeframe to the 6th of June 2026, the government will not be supporting that. But I also note the reason for why she's put it forward seems to be different to what was on the actual sheet here, which was to give employers, employees and unions a chance to understand and prepare for the changes. That was going to be your second question. Okay, well, in that respect, I'll knock off your other two amendments too, which was to the 6th of December 2025 and an extension then to, where was it, the 6th of June 2027. The same answer is that the government will not be supporting those amendments.
Oh, Camilla Bellich just signalled that she had another question.
Madam Chair, thank you. I do have another question, and the Minister is correct. Another good reason for supporting my amendments was the fact that it would give employers and employees a longer period of time to actually digest what's in this particular bill and have policies in place. So I do think that is important. I do think often in employment law, one of the disadvantages of implementing change is that as soon as a change is implemented, and I know this from my previous work, there is a long period of time where people need to get advice on what they need to do and what policies they need to change. In this particular instance, this particular bill is mainly aimed at public sector workplaces, and you can see that from the regulatory impact statement when it states that only some private employers, private sector employers would likely utilise this partial strike law compared with the public sector, where the vast majority of these particular actions are predicted to take place. So I do think that a longer period of time would be necessary. I do wonder whether the Minister considered the period of time that would be necessary before implementing these changes. That is not uncommon in legislation, to have a period of time where that can settle in. So that is my reasoning that I've put as an explanatory note, which I note is not mandatory on amendment papers, but I do think it is sometimes helpful to, especially when we're only talking about numbers and clauses and not in this particular instance where it's a bit clear what the amendment does, but I do think the explanatory note is helpful, and that is why I've put that in there, because of the work that I know will have to be undertaken by human resources professionals, lawyers, people who work internally within the public service in relation to any change. So it is a big change in relation to industrial action. There will need to be a lot of work associated with it. So on that point, I did also want to raise that as a consideration for a delay. As the Minister has said, I have suggested different amounts of time that might be suitable for that, but I certainly think that they are more sensible and more pragmatic than the day after royal assent, which could be next week and that does not give people enough time to be able to make sure that they all understand the rules. And I think when we're talking about deducting people's pay, it's a serious thing, prima facie, not something that would be legal under common law, so something that should be taken seriously and should be considered without haste and with due consideration.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you. In response to that latest contribution, the government supports it coming into force the day after the date that the Act receives royal assent. And that's twofold. The changes are not a surprise. As early as December last year, we signalled our intention to reinstate previous provisions, so there has been time for people to understand that this is coming. But secondly, the bones of this are very similar to previous provisions that were in place. And so for unions to understand, they simply just need to go back in time.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions for the Minister around commencement date. And I do appreciate the Minister answering the question previously, but I want to just follow up with another question is, when we're looking at the commencement date being royal consent, was there assumption being made, like the Minister said, this has been something that's signalled before, it's being reinstated. Is the Ministry or is the Minister planning on releasing anything the day after royal assent to actually genuinely notify people, everyone who might be affected? That'll be really good to know, because like the previous speaker, Camilla Bellich mentioned, there might be people who might be paying attention to this as the things progress, but there might also be like really small unions or potentially ones who may not know. So what's the Minister's plan after royal assent to actually roll out an awareness campaign, I guess? It's my first question. My second question, and I know that this touches on the schedule, but I want to talk about in the context of the commencement date. So the commencement date is royal assent. This bill has been going through the House for a little while, drips and drabs over a number of months. Because of the commencement, it's royal assent, that particular date was not fixed. It wasn't a particular date like 1st of August 2025. That way it means that everyone was working towards that. So having the royal assent date could be very flexible, and now this is almost at the near end of the committee stage, and there will be a third reading. So like the previous speaker said, royal assent could be as early as next week. But I'm just checking in terms of the understanding of what isn't covered by this bill. And in the schedule, it does say any period of a partial that occurred before the commencement date, but it doesn't necessarily state that it needs to end before the commencement date. There might be, if this is something the Minister has, because I wasn't here unfortunately for the debate for part one and particularly for the schedule, if this is something that the Minister has clarified, I do apologize. But I just want to check that reading. So let's say there's a partial strike happening right now, and then there's royal assent, but the partial strike is still in action. That technically fulfills the requirement that it's a partial strike that occurred before the commencement date, but it hasn't concluded when this bill comes into effect. That means that partial strike is not covered by this definition, is how I'm reading it. So I'll be really keen to hear from the Minister with any clarifications.
Helen White. Just before I take Helen White's contribution, there's a lot of conversations going on to my right. Either speak more quietly or take them out in the lobby, please. Helen White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to suggest a title that's more appropriate to this bill, and I take this seriously in terms of the need for the title to actually express what the bill does. So I'm suggesting to the Minister that a more appropriate title would be allowing penalties to curb freedom of expression by workers in bargaining. Now, it's a long title, but it says something really important, because what it says, and it's absolutely what happens here, is that if you're wearing a T-shirt, then your employer can penalise you 10% of your wages for doing that. So your freedom of expression is curbed. So this is a penalty. It's not something proportionate, as suggested occasionally by the Minister, that
actually, if you wore something at Air New Zealand, it would affect the brand and that would be worth 10%. It's not that. It's utterly arbitrary. It's a penalty on a worker who does something the employer dislikes and embarrasses them. It doesn't matter the context. They are going to lose that right of expression unless they're willing to pay 10% of their wages to do so. It's a funny thing that we're doing when, in fact, we have enormous ability in this House to express ourselves, including the Minister who's made some interesting comments in this House recently. So what I wonder is, yes, I wonder whether we could afford to actually tell the public what we're doing here, which is we are penalising them for using their right of expression, which up till now has been one of the tools in the toolbox. They have been able to tell the public how they feel, but apparently no more. What we're going to do now is they're going to have a 10% penalty on them. And is the Minister willing to accept that that's actually what this bill does? It's curbing that freedom of expression because the Minister doesn't like it. She doesn't like that people can wear a T-shirt that says things like equal pay for women. That's going to be a problem. She doesn't like it if they are actually saying something against her ideology or in support of their wish to be paid more, which is an interesting thing to do to people from a party, particularly since the Minister comes from a party called ACT, which is all supposed to be about freedom of expression. We hear a lot about it. But this is the talk in the walk, isn't it? So the walk here is that this Act is going to penalise those workers. So I want to know from the Minister, will she put her money where her mouth is and tell the public what this really is, which is an attack on workers, a 10% penalty. It is disproportionate to many things. Now, I put an example to the Minister. I have never heard the answer to it. I put the example of people who stop to use the toilets when they didn't used to do that because they'd run round as a bus driver doing that, but that's what they notified their employer they would do, and they got locked out. And what happened in that case, because they had to notify because it was an essential industry, what happened in that case is when it got out that the employer had locked them out for taking their toilet breaks, the Auckland public turned on the bus company. And it actually changed the whole nature of the dispute. And suddenly, the public was sympathetic to the bus drivers because they didn't know that they weren't being able to go to the toilet. They didn't know the kinds of lengths that that employer was taking over them. So actually, it did make a difference. It was a way of them actually expressing where they were, but not actually harming the public. It was a very moderate response. So that was an example I put to the Minister. So I appreciate that this goes beyond this, and the title might have to be a bit longer if we're going to incorporate taking actions which seem incredibly reasonable that are, but having a disproportionate penalty attached. We could extend it a little bit, but actually I just want to know, will the Minister front foot it on this and tell the public transparently what her bill does by giving it this kind of title? Thank you.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you. You know what I will front foot, Helen White, is the fact that we've just heard more Labour Party misinformation tonight. That is in your contribution. There's a lot in that contribution. But the member suggested that myself and this government are against equal pay for women. I would ask the member to stop peddling misinformation. This government has never been against equal pay for women. The Equal Pay Act remains, and no woman has had their pay cut. Pay equity has changed, but it still remains. There is a difference between equal pay and pay equity, and so the member should stop peddling misinformation. However, getting back to other points that people have made tonight, Helen White has also suggested a different title. The government will not be agreeing to a different title because the bill is actually what it says it does, which is about pay deductions for partial strike. Lawrence Yunnan also had a question about, does the bill apply to partial strikes before and after commencement? It's actually quite a good question, so I thank him for it. That was covered in the debate on part 1, however, but to clarify, the provision would not apply to the period of the strike that occurred before the commencement. Lawrence Yunnan also asked, are there plans to notify parties of the changes? Yes, I plan to put out a press release tonight, but also MB provide updates on changes to legislation on its website, and they also utilise other channels to communicate with stakeholders on changes to legislation.
Right, before I take any further calls, I'm going to make the point that we are on title and commencement, and sadly for people asking the questions, I was here through a large part of part 1 where I did hear the Minister clarify about T-shirts, so I don't think we need to go down that track any further, and I don't want to hear any more relitigations of part 1 and part 2. This is about title and commencement. Te anau tui anō.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on the answer from the Minister about alerting people on a press release and also in the website. Could you give us some more detail there as well? Because my concern is you put these things up and then people just don't know that they've happened, right? And if that happens, then you leave people high and dry. And I take her point that maybe people could go take a look at how it was back in 2018. But I think that the counter question to that is that the workforce has actually changed since then. The workforce changes regularly, and so you'll have a cohort of people who are now in the workforce who would not have experienced what it was before 2018. So I think it would be incredibly important for the government to have very specific communications to let people know exactly how this will impact them across all the different sectors, because there will be different impacts right across, given the particular changes that this will bring, particularly for that new cohort of workers that are now with us. And I think it's also really important for that to be communicated across the public sector, teachers, everybody else that is impacted, so that their employers themselves can actually prepare themselves. Because this thing will land on their desks, and a lot of them will be thinking, well, how will this actually impact my workers? How will this actually impact my employees? Some of the answers for me at least, that some of the answers that the Minister has given have been too vague. What does it mean to actually the definitions of work, that voluntary work, for example, the examples that we gave around with teachers as well? What does that actually mean? There'll be different arrangements. So there needs to be more specific clarity on how that will impact in this case, teachers as well. So I think this is incredibly important. There are a lot of changes coming from this government right across everything around workplace relations, and it is important, in my view, that this Parliament shows the respect to those workers, show the respect to across all the different sectors, particularly those that will be impacted, because we want these people to stay in the country. We don't want them to wake up after June 26 and think that they're not being respected. They don't have the information to actually figure out how this will apply to them, because they'll just jump on a plane and go somewhere else where they are more respected. Like Australia. And I hear that through my conversations with different workers all the time. There's all these different things coming out of this government. There's road cones, etc., so on and so forth. What we've got to do as a House is actually demonstrate to all the workers, to the people that look after our kids while they're at school, look after our hospitals, do all that really, really important work, that they're actually valued, that there's actually purpose and value from this House for those workers. And at the very very least, in my mind, is being able to communicate with them very clearly about how this impacts them. how their employers should be able to communicate these changes to them. Because if you don't, if the government doesn't, well, then that will mean more workers jumping on a plane and leaving this country.
I'll take a call from Camilla Bellich, but we are getting to the pointy end of this because I'm starting to hear more repetition and repeating over old ground.
Thank you.
Camilla
I'm grateful
Bellich.
for the call, but I do note my colleague Ginny Anderson has not yet been able to take a call on this part, and I know she's incredibly enthusiastic.
There is no guarantee that everyone will get a call, right?
I noted, Madam Chair. I wanted to advocate for my colleague, as I feel slightly guilty having been able to take another call. I do want to suggest some changes that have not been yet suggested to this bill in relation to the name. Now, I think it is important as we pass laws through the House to make sure that they are as accurate as they can be. I've recently been chairing the Governance and Administration Committee, which has been looking at the repeal of the Plain Language Bill, and I'm convinced more than I ever was that that is a really sensible piece of legislation. And one of the reasons for that is how important it is for so many different people within our society to be able to read and understand especially the language of government. And so I think it is really important and not a trivial matter to ensure that we get the titles of particular pieces of legislation correct. And so I have some suggestions to change the title. So the moment we have the title in Clause 1 as the Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Partial Strikes Bill, I want to suggest and ask the Minister if she would consider changing that title to the Employment Relations 10% pay cut even if you do 1% less work. And the reason I want to suggest that is because that's what this Act, as it soon will be if it's passed, actually does. It means that people can, in fact, do 1% less work and receive 10% less pay. So I think that is a good suggestion for a name change. I want to suggest another name change, which is the Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Wearing a Badge Amendment Act. And the reason I suggest that is because that's exactly what can happen as a result of this Act. I want to suggest another title change, and that is the Employment Relations Pay Cut for Stopping Doing Unpaid Tasks like Coaching a Sports Team Amendment Act. And that is because that is what is actually done in this Act as well. This Act institutes a number of particular provisions which result in genuine unfairness, and in the committee stage we did suggest sensible and pragmatic solutions to these changes. These were ignored and regretfully we're left with an Act which does a number of things which I think many people in this House, people watching and the New Zealand public would not find acceptable. I have another suggestion which does not relate to the title of this Act and does not relate to commencement. It is new material, I don't know, Williams. It is in relation to Clause 3, which is the Principal Act. Now, this is listed as the Employment Relations Act. I think that is correct and it should remain that way. What I want to suggest is whether the Minister would consider adding a more fulsome list of the acts which are impacted by this piece of legislation. For example, could we consider having Clause 3, the Principal Act, this Act amends the Employment Relations Act and also makes consequential amendments to the Education and Training Act. Yes, it does, but it's not listed. And also makes consequential changes to the Wages Protection Act 1983. These are the substance, as we've just discussed in Part 2. In fact, the entirety of Part 2 is discussing two acts which are not mentioned in the title and commencement clauses in relation to the Principal Act. So I want to ask the Minister whether, as she has suggested in other parts of the Act, that we need to cross our T's and dot our I's and make sure that we include all relevant information for clarity, including those pieces of legislation in those initial sections.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take a very short call in response to that question. Look, I actually have a lot of respect for the Parliamentary Council Office. They do very good work and they take their job extremely seriously. And the bill does what it says it does, because those very good people who write our laws made sure it does.
Dr. Vanessa Wienink.
Debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumā rima ngā pōti whakahē.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumā rima ngā pōti whakahē.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to Clause 2, changing the commencement date to 6th of December 2025, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumā rima ngā pōti whakae.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to Clause 2, changing the commencement date to 6 June 2026, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Would the clerk please conduct a party vote?
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumā rima ngā pōti whakae.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to Clause 2, changing the commencement date to 6 June 2027, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumā rima ngā pōti whakae.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. Clerk, please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumā rima ngā pōti whakahe.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed. The Question is that clause 3 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori me ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Party Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed. I will report this bill with amendment.
The House is resumed.
Mr Speaker, the committee has further considered the Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Partial Strikes Amendment Bill and reports it with amendment. Mr Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Partial Strikes Amendment Bill is set down for third reading immediately.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
I move that the Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Partial Strikes Amendment Bill be now read a third time. This bill will reintroduce the ability for employers to make specified pay deductions in response to partial strikes to help minimise disruptive impacts on the public. Providing employers with additional tools to respond to partial strikes will help incentivise parties engaged in industrial action to return to the bargaining table and reach agreement in good faith sooner. Intentionally causing disruption and refusing to undertake key parts of the job not only impacts the employer's output, but often it is the public who are heavily impacted and tend to lose out or are caught in the middle when partial strikes occur. That is why I am reintroducing these changes. Since the previous government took this option away in 2018, we have seen the impact of partial strikes on the public. For example, cancer patients receiving later medical scans and treatment due to prolonged waiting lists due to partial strikes. Kids missing out on education, and some parents' ability to work were being disrupted, and train passengers left waiting at platforms. Employees who are bargaining have the right to strike, but those actions affect the employer and sometimes the public, so that right should not be without consequence. This is about fairness. Once this amendment is made, there will be balance, with proportionate negative consequences for both parties, where the employees are losing some pay and the employers are losing out too. This provides an incentive for both parties to return to the bargaining table as soon as practical, while also minimising community impacts. We have canvassed all the arguments as part of these debates and through the Select Committee process. I am confident that this bill will work well and promote more harmonious industrial relations across New Zealand. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Giantinetti.
Madam Speaker, what a shame here we are again in a real attack against workers in this country, and we have seen it so much over the last 18 months from this government. It is an absolute disgrace to this government and is a disgrace and a shame for our country. Madam Speaker, let me just remind you of some of the things that have happened prior to this bill being passed tonight. We've seen fair pay agreements that were one of the first cabs off the rank, once again scrapped, once again going through urgency, just as we are here tonight. At least this one had a select committee, but again we're pushing it through under urgency for no reason that has been given. Scrapping of 90-day trials, an effective cut to the minimum wage rate against official advice, Madam Speaker. Stopping the work on pay transparency and stopping the work on modern slavery, even though the Prime Minister campaigned on that and said that that was the one thing that he would march in the street for. That is something that has not progressed under this government. Stopping minimum wage for disabled workers, an absolutely appalling piece of work that hurts some of our most vulnerable workers, and yet this government has pushed that through as well. Cutting 6,000 public service jobs, absolutely horrific to our workers and our hard-working people in the public service. And not only does that impact upon them, Madam Speaker, it impacts upon many industries. You only have to go and walk the streets of Wellington out here in lunchtime to know the impact that that has on this city, but not only on this city, Madam Speaker, New Zealand-wide impact. The banning of charter school employees being able to negotiate their MECA awards, something that is a fundamental right, Madam Speaker. Then one of the most egregious, and what I think is the most egregious, and actually most of New Zealand thinks is the most egregious errors and actions that have been taken against workers is, of course, of the cutting of the pay equity claims and the cutting of the 33 claims in order to make a budget work, Madam Speaker. And here we are again with another attack on New Zealand workers. We are seeing pay deductions for partial strikes. And actually, Madam Speaker, people might, on the other side of the House, might have thought some of those name changes in the Committee of the Whole might have been a bit frivolous, but they were not frivolous at all, Madam Speaker. When you know that it's not just partial strikes, the definition of partial strikes is absolutely broad in this definition. A partial strike that could be somebody wearing a T-shirt to work that they don't want to take time off. They want to be able to complete their job to the maximum, but they also want to have that ability to be able to show their discontent in what is happening in the industrial process at that particular time, and that could be seen as a partial strike. And we have heard the Minister say the whole way through this debate that this is about another act of restoring the balance, that employers have had that balance over the last few years taken away from them. Well, this isn't about restoring the balance, Madam Speaker. This is about taking any power that employees have away from them. This is about making sure that our employees, our workers in this country, don't have any ability to make a difference in the industrial space and in the industrial bargaining times. This isn't about stopping disruptions, Madam Speaker. In fact, we know from evidence, both here in New Zealand and overseas, we know that this has the potential to cause more disruption, because now that you're taking that right away and bringing in the partial deductions, of which those deductions are at an abhorrent rate that doesn't make sense at all, and we haven't heard anything in the whole way through this debate that it makes any sense that for a loss of 1% production that there would be a 10% loss of pay. That makes no sense at all. Now that this is happening, workers will more than likely, and that has been proven, withdraw their labour completely. So instead of having a partial strikes, partial withdrawal of labour, now there is that ability that the workers can say we will take that away completely. So, Madam Speaker, this is something that is, again, as I've said, an absolute attack on workers of this country. And that government has shown their true colours around how they really feel about the workers in this country. They don't care. They do not care about the people who are going along to work every single day and trying to do their very, very best, and then trying to get their absolute best in that industrial situation. It is incredibly hard when the power balance is very much in favour of the employer, and that government does not care about those people and their ability to be able to make a difference for their families, to be able to take home more, to be able to get the best conditions that they can. They need every tool in their toolbox. This, Madam Speaker, was another tool that they could have in their toolbox that's been taken away. Now, there's been lots of debate, Madam Speaker, over this, which I still haven't got a clear answer. And the Minister, even in the last part of when we were talking about part 2, still couldn't answer questions. And I noticed that was about the only question she didn't answer about giving notice to the employer when there was a piece of clothing or a badge being worn. We still didn't get an answer around whether that notice had to be given. And so I feel, Madam Speaker, that there's something a little bit more underhanded here that really concerns me. The fact that we tried really hard to give the Minister a solution to that. So she talked about when there was wearing a T-shirt and they were St John ambulance people and had to wear a vest over top, that wasn't okay. And I actually agree with that. That's not okay. But we said, well, how about we put an amendment into that? And we make an amendment around that enables that to be within good working and health and safety conditions. But no, there was an absolute flat no, which says that freedom of expression of our workers has been denied as well. Freedom of expression that tells our workers can tell people what they value and what they stand for has been completely wiped away with the stroke of a pen in this bill, Madam Speaker. That is so surprising when we get people on the other side of the House that say they stand for freedom of expression, and that is not true, because they have shown right here with this bill tonight that they absolutely do not stand for freedom of expression at all, and they do not stand for our workers being able to stand up and tell people their values and what it is that they stand for. Madam Speaker, those protests in the past have been very effective, incredibly effective. They have not stopped productivity at all. They have kept the productivity up. And see, Madam Speaker, you hear that over on the other side, that they don't understand that wearing a T-shirt with your values on it does not stop productivity. They think that that absolutely does, Madam Speaker, and that just shows how they absolutely have no idea of the perspective and refuse to see the world through the lens of the worker. Absolutely refuse to see the world through the lens of the worker, and that is incredibly disappointing. But make no mistake, Madam Speaker, they have shown their values, they have shown what it is that they stand for, and they've shown that they do not respect the people who do the work in this country, who are absolutely turning up every single day. This is an incredibly disappointing day, but not unexpected for the people here in this country. Not unexpected because, as I started my contribution, Madam Speaker, we have seen attack after attack after attack. In fact, Madam Speaker, I have a list of 20 actions that this government has directly taken against workers. Some of them have gone unnoticed, but make sure that we know from now on every single one of those is going to be highlighted to the people of New Zealand. That shows that this government has no regard for the workers in this country, and that will come back to bite them. I absolutely condemn this bill, Madam Speaker.
Tiano Tuiono.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. And let me start by saying that I think that everybody deserves dignity and decent jobs. I think that's something that everybody around the House would agree on. I think also it's important for workers out there to at least expect the bare minimum of respect for the work that workers do for us, the work that teachers do, the work that hospitality workers do, the work right across our society that they do to keep our communities functioning. We in the Greens also believe that we must uphold workers' rights to secure an adequate income, to fair treatment and safety of work, and for workers to actually be involved in the decision-making in their workplace democracy and collective organising. But what we have seen over the parliamentary term is an attack on workers' rights. From the repealing of fair pay agreements to the bringing back of 90-day trials, road cones the other week, loosening up of health and safety regulations. It's been an ongoing onslaught, Madam Speaker. And I guess my question to the House is this. If you're going to introduce so many different changes, you've got to be able to give people the decency and the respect for them to be able to digest these changes in a way that makes sense for them. Because there have been so many changes coming from this government, Madam Speaker. And it has been mentioned before. We had the pay equity claims cancelled. 33 of those claims cancelled. And let me acknowledge the people. As soon as they found out about the cancelling of those pay equity claims, they were out the front there in a couple of hours. Out there in the front in a couple of hours. And the reason why they cancelled those pay equity claims was because that side couldn't actually make their budget add up. They couldn't make their budget add up, so what they did was take the money away from the poorest women workers. This is a disgrace, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there have been so many changes, negative changes on workers in this government. All I can describe it as, it's death by 1,000 tax cuts, Madam Speaker. It's death by 1,000 tax cuts. And my challenge to members opposite is this. We understand what the ACT Party is about. You can see it from outer space. I mean, if it was up to them, they'd turn this country into an overpriced mall, which is owned by their corporate friends. But I think there is an expectation from the other two coalition partners that they would actually pause, that they would actually rein in their friends to the right, that they would rein in and actually give the workers a break. Give the workers a bit of a break from the myriad of assaults on workers' rights. Madam Speaker, this proposed legislation, partial strikes, what it will do is it will push more workers into taking full strikes. It'll push more workers into taking full strike action. And just for people that are tuning in tonight as well, a partial strike could be something as simple as wearing a T-shirt. It could be something as simple as wearing a badge. It is a way for people to express when things have not been going well in the workplace. Some would call this freedom of expression, Madam Speaker. The ability to have one say, the ability to be able to express themselves. So why would this House want to curtail that? Why would this House want to stop the freedom of expression of workers? Particularly when you look at the research and it shows that this is a way for people to actually have their say without going to full strike action. And so it was said a number of times within the debate that this would actually push people towards full strike action. Let me just pick up some of the comments or lack of comments from the Minister through her speeches, but also through Committee of the Whole House. When we asked her, well, what are you going to do to be able to communicate this with employers, with employees? How are you going to describe this? There are so many things coming from this government that are impacting and stripping back workers' rights. How are you going to explain this one? And what she said is that she's going to put out a press release. She's going to put out a press release. And she's going to put something on a website. She's going to put something on a website. No talk of mention about how this would impact all the different sectors out there, how this would impact teachers, how this would impact nurses, how this would impact collective action, let alone the new cohort of workers that are in the workforce at this particular point in time. And what this points to is an utter lack of respect, on that side of the House for workers. And at the end of it, and if this House keeps going down this track, if the government keeps going down this track, and the workers see what they're continuing to do, what's stopping them from getting on a plane and flying over to Australia, where there's better work pay and conditions? When I've talked to workers across the country who are concerned about the myriad of changes coming from this government, this is what they tell me. They tell me that actually maybe we should just get up and get out of here. This is not what we want. We want people to feel that they are valued. We want people to feel that the work that they do is valued. We want to make sure that they feel appreciated. We want to make sure that all of the works, that there is a career path for them as well. Where is the signals from this government that is happening? It isn't. All we get is this quarter about growth, growth, growth. What about the growth and pride for the workers? What about growth and pride for the work that these people actually do for us? We need to see more of that from this House, and it is sorely lacking, particularly from that side of the House, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so we oppose this bill. We believe it is the right of workers to collectively organise themselves to advance their interests, and we think it's important that is protected. It is vital that we uphold the right of workers and their unions to campaign for political, environmental, social and work-related industrial issues, including the right to strike, including the right to partial strikes, right? We should be able to have a space there where you can actually express yourselves without going down to the full strike path. And as noted by many speakers on this side of the House, that there is no evidence to show that partial strike provisions which existed from 2018 have encouraged more or longer industrial action. That is not what the research tells us. That is not what the submissions told us. There are a number of negative consequences to this bill, incredibly negative consequences of this bill, particularly when you look at it in the context of everything else that is happening. Madam Speaker, the provisions from this bill could lead to manifestly unjust consequences such as workers losing 10% of their pay. 10% of their pay. Just so you might want to express yourself. Just because something's not happening that great in your work site, you might want to wear a badge, you might want to wear a t-shirt to express yourself, and your boss might be able to dock you 10%. 10%. And not also to mention the actual vague definitions that we actually got from this minister of actually what constitutes work as well, because we know that a lot of these workers do a lot of voluntary work. They do a lot of work which is actually attached to this work, and we had the example of teachers who do a whole lot of other work on top of that. What happens when actually they're being forced to be able to do that work as part of this as a part of this legislation? Madam Speaker, the Greens absolutely oppose this legislation. We will continue to oppose this legislation, just like we oppose the smashing of the 33 pay equity claims, just like we oppose the repealing of the fair pay agreements, the reintroduction of 90-day trials, and I would also warn workers out there as well. There are changes coming down the pipeline where they are looking at loosening health and safety regulations as well. And so, again, I would caution members in the government parties to actually rein in the ACT Party. Rein them in. This is what they're actually all about, but it's not necessarily true of the others. This is too much for the workers. There's too much happening in this space. Workers need to have a breather. And by not giving them the decency to actually consider all these different changes that are happening day after day, week after week, what that shows is disrespect. What that shows is a lack of care. What that shows is a lack of duty of care for all those people that we are all of us across this House, elected to represent. It cannot just be about the bosses. It cannot just be about the employers. We've got to think about everybody. So we absolutely condemn this bill.
Carl Bates.
Hearing this evening is that the opposition want to tell you how to run your business and run your life. If you are in a business, and whether it be McDonald's, Mitre 10 or an accounting firm, and you agree to a set of relationships, a set of way of working, a uniform as part of that, Madam Speaker, you know what you're signing up for, and the opposition want to tell you as an employer or employee what you can and can't do, and we oppose that. On the government side, Madam Speaker, we believe in the ability to contract and be held accountable to your agreements. I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Mark Patterson.
Speaker, New Zealand First always approach these issues of employment relations with a view to getting fairness and balance on the matter of these partial strikes. We do believe the Minister is seeking to address a genuine imbalance. Employees at the present are essentially at liberty to take action impacting their functioning of a workplace with impunity. Despite the catastrophisation of the opposition, they are not losing any rights. They can still do all the industrial action that they're able to before. It's just that employers will have the ability to have a proportionate deduction to compensate them for their loss of productivity. Sensible bill, New Zealand support it.
Excellent.
This is a split call. Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, what we are seeing with this particular legislation, Madam Speaker, is this government's continued war on workers, continued war on some of the most hard-working part of our population. You know, we heard the previous speaker talking about, oh, this is, the opposition trying to tell people how to run their businesses. And most of these are from the public service. They are people like teachers. They are people like, like your doctors, your nurses. They are the people who look after your children, look after you when you are sick, look after your parents, and then you decided to kick them in the teeth with continued bills like this. You put forward, you get rid of their pay equity. You would like to say you didn't, but you did. You kept pay equity, but you basically said, it's like, it's almost like running a race. Or, if you're in the Olympics, suddenly you're like, yes, I'm going to get over to the finish line. They're like, we're going to just shift the goalpost. Start from scratch. You can still race, but start from the beginning. Actually, you know what? Start from training. Because this is what it feels like to the workers, to the actually hundreds of thousands of workers that have been affected by the changes of the pay equity claims and by changes of bills such as this. During the committee stage, we've heard from the Minister on a number of things. But let's be clear. The officials and the official advice that we have received, impartial advice that we have received, says that this is going to create more risks. This is going to create the risks of more full strike action. This is going to affect your children. This is going to affect the treatment, or if you are sick. This is going to affect people being able to look after your parents. This is going to affect people going to be able to respond to you when you're when you're in an emergency. This is going to affect people more than if this bill was not brought to the House. In addition, although the Minister said a lot of things, we still did not receive any clarity on the relationship between the employer and the employee on the definition of some of these elements, particularly when we're looking at what is meant when we say that some work are being done. I think there was a great question line in the committee stage by my colleague Tiana Tuiono, when we're talking about teachers, when we're talking about the complexity when there is negotiation or complexity of people's workplace. This is not just simply a tick box exercise. This is not just people who are sitting in an office deciding on what to do. This is not ministers sitting in their ivory tower of untouchable circumstances telling people what to do and telling people how they should be acting. This is people's real lives and people's real lives being affected. When we're looking at situations when it comes to teachers, we have been given clear examples by people who work as teachers. Not many people in this house can say they've stood inside of a classroom for decades, but we've heard from people who work as teachers who talk about the complexity that this will create in terms of non-contact hours, how that would be considered. Are they doing work? Are they not doing work? Their contracts are complex. What is considered some work? This bill, along with many other bills we've seen from this government around workplace relations, is something that is simply pandering. I don't even know who they're pandering to be honest, Madam Speaker. But clearly they're pandering to someone, because it is not the people of Aotearoa, New Zealand, who are affected by a swathe of changes we see in workplace relations. So the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand will absolutely not support this bill.
Dr. Vanessa Wienink.
Madam Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for that outstanding contribution from the member opposite. This bill, the Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Partial Strikes Amendment Bill, docks the pay of nurses. It docks the pay of teachers. It docks the pay of police. It docks the pay of firefighters. It docks the pay of any essential worker if they ask for fair pay and better conditions. Better pay and better conditions. And that is what this bill represents. It's a sad indictment on a government that has already taken a complete assault on the rights of working Kiwis through scrapping fair pay agreements, 90-day roles, and also what they've done with pay equity. In a cost of living crisis, this government has taken it upon themselves to make the workers hurt even more than what their changes are making. At a time when families are struggling to be able to afford food, when there is high and rising unemployment, when there are record numbers of people being laid off, this government takes it upon themselves to further drive down the working conditions and the ability of workers to stand up for their rights. We condemn other nations for stopping the freedom of expression of people. Why does that make it any different for workers here in New Zealand? It's double standards, Madam Speaker, what this government is doing to working Kiwis with this bill. Partial strikes are an important tool to flag that there is something not right with the employment relationship before reverting to a full strike. And the deep irony of this bill, and maybe that's what the intention of the Minister actually is that full strikes and full industrial action will be more likely to ensue by removing the ability for workers to partially strike. It will be even harder for employers to be able to calculate how much they will deduct. And that was one of the key reasons in the first place that it was removed. So those calculations will be made far more difficult. This legislation really seeks to introduce the ability for employers to dock the pay of workers that are clearly participating in the ability to work to rule and to exercise that right, where the employee does nothing more than carry out the duties that they are stipulated to do. And that is not fair. Madam Speaker, under this bill, as we've heard, a worker can be financially penalised for simply doing their job properly, for fulfilling their contracted obligations and no more. They will be docked. For wearing a T-shirt that says, "I fight for kids, I stand up for children," they can have their pay docked under this. It's freedom of expression and it's basic workers' rights. Madam Speaker, it's not just bad law, it's cynical law-making. This is a preemptive strike on the very public sector workers, teachers, nurses, firefighters, police officers who are expected to enter into collective bargaining in the coming years. It's a deliberate move to weaken the hand of employees before they even get to the bargaining table, Madam Speaker. It's punitive and it's regressive, but those members opposite do not have an eye to what is that doing to employment relations in New Zealand.
let's call this for what it is. It's an ideological crusade by ACT, who's Batman, and National, it's Robin in this sad act, and it's shamefully enabled by the National Party. It's a dismantle of union protections and a tip of the balance even further towards employers. Let's be honest. We've heard about that balance relationship. It's tipped under this legislation for the employer to hold all of those cards, and that's exactly what they've set out to achieve. Under the proposed amendment, employers will have the statutory ability to impose pay deductions on any employee engaged in partial strike action. That could be refusing, for example, to work overtime. It could be to deciding not to take on duties outside what is already a contracted role. A clear example we've given a number of times is those lovely people that teach your children softball or netball or football or touch rugby, and they do that after 3 o'clock on the school field. Well, that is outside of what their contracted employment relationship is, and if they refuse to do that, then they can have their pay docked. So you are pressuring and really standing over people to take up jobs for free without being remunerated. And Madam Speaker, all of these flaws with this legislation have been picked up by the regulatory impact statement that we've been through. And let's just take a moment to reflect on that, because if there was ever evidence that this bill is not backed by evidence, then the regulatory impact statement gave a pretty good case. It completely lacks any qualitative data. It relies on anecdotal and historical examples, and it makes completely untested assertions. It fails to outline how the government intends to meet any of its treaty obligations, and that is what the Labor Party considers it's an absolute shocker to have no evidential basis to make such sweeping changes. In fact, I'll quote from the RIS, neither the number of partial strikes and the full strikes nor the number of persons' days lost show any clear pattern in relation to the ability of employers to make pay deductions during partial strikes. There is no evidence that the previous law caused any problem whatsoever, and so what is the point of this bill? Why are we reversing it? And the truth is, it's not about evidence, it's completely about ideology. In 2018, when Labor amended the Employment Relations Act to remove pay deductions for partial strikes, we did so to restore that balance in working relationships in the workplace. We recognise that industrial action is a fundamental right for working Kiwis in New Zealand. We understood that partial strikes are a legitimate and a proportionate way for workers to express their dissatisfaction without resorting to the full withdrawing of labour. This government's proposal will remove that option. It will force unions and workers into the binary choice, either stay silent or go full noise and strike. And that, Mr Speaker, is dangerous. It's dangerous for working relations, but it's also dangerous to productivity. And I really fear that this will undermine New Zealand's productivity down the line. It does not promote industrial harmony, it just escalates conflict. And my concern is that is the intent of what this bill is there for. The likely result of this law will not result in any fewer disruptions. And we've heard that. We heard that in the submissions. We heard it from the NZCTU. One of their quotes I liked the most, Madam Speaker, was, "This will escalate disputes, it will tip the balance of power even further in favour of employers, and it will lead to more litigation and prolonged industrial conflict at the expense of both workers and also employers." It's absurd that a government would introduce a bill that increases the risk of full strike action in the middle of a cost of living crisis and looming industrial negotiations. Madam Speaker, I'd like to conclude by saying that on this side of the House, we believe that workers deserve dignity, fairness and the right to take reasonable proportional industrial action. We believe in collective bargaining. We believe that strong employment relationships should be grounded in respect, not fear. But this government, they're rolling back fair pay agreements, 90-day trials, and now they're targeting unionised workers with legislation that it will make it easier to intimidate and punish workers. Make no mistake, this is not the end. This is part of a wider pattern, a pattern that attacks the most basic protections that working people rely on. I want to speak directly to those workers watching this debate, nurses, teachers, emergency responders, cleaners, and everyone else who keeps this country running. We hear you and we see the work you do, and we know this law is not about fairness, it's about control, and it's about weakening your voice. Labor opposes this bill because we believe in partnership. We believe that the employment relationship works best when there is trust, when there is dialogue, and when there is a fair playing field. To the government, if they really wanted fewer strikes, they would be investing in good faith bargaining and equitable pay and settlements, not this rubbish. Let me close with this thought. The right to strike is not an inconvenience to be legislated away. It is a cornerstone of a democratic society, and without it, there is no balance, no accountability, and no justice in the workplace.
Grant McCullum.
The principle is simple. A full day's work equals a full day's pay. A partial day's work equals a partial day's pay. I commend this bill to the House.
This is a split call. Camilla Ballot.
Well, it's a pleasure to be able to have the right of reply after that speech, Madam Speaker, because basically everything that the last speaker said was wrong in relation to this Act. It is not a full day's pay for a full day's work or a partial day's pay for a partial day's work. This particular piece of legislation means that even if you do a full day's work, you can receive only 90% of your usual earnings, even if you do every single thing in your employment agreement. So that is totally wrong, Mr McCullum, and I think you're aware of the fact that it's not as straightforward as it seems, this particular bill. This particular bill, as colleagues have said, has come after a myriad of anti-worker legislation that has been passed by this House. It feels a little bit, Madam Speaker, like Groundhog Day. We're here again, we're nearing 10 p.m, we're under urgency, and we're discussing backward legislation that only takes workers and employers backward in New Zealand. This particular bill that we're discussing tonight, Madam Speaker, has absolutely zero evidence that it will work. And I've read all the documents, I've read the departmental disclosure statement, I've read the regulatory impact statement, I've read the departmental report, and there's absolutely nothing in there that says that this legislation will do anything other than inconvenience New Zealanders more and take pay away from hard-working Kiwis. That is all that we know as a result of this Select Committee process and result of the evidence provided to us by officials. This bill will allow you to do 1% less work and receive 10% less pay. This bill will mean that if you wear a badge or a t-shirt with a political message and still do all your work, your employer can deduct 10% of your wages. And, Madam Speaker, those wages can be deducted by up to 10%, even if you're on the minimum wage. So this bill allows New Zealanders to be paid less than the minimum wage. The minimum standard we have for remuneration for adults in this country will be taken backwards, will be cut during a cost of living crisis at the time where things are tough for New Zealanders, when it's difficult to even get a job. This government is making those jobs worth even less for New Zealanders, and it is a shameful act that they have done this. And you may say, Madam Speaker, and it's a good question that my colleague raises, did anyone think that this was a good idea? Well, I went and I checked, Madam Speaker, the departmental report, and I looked at the submissions that we received, and I can tell you that 97% of submissions received by this Parliament on this bill oppose this bill. 606 submissions in opposition to this bill. Basically, no one supported this bill, Madam Speaker. It was not called on by anyone. It was brought into place by a government that simply wanted to attack workers and give employers tools that they didn't want to hurt their employees more. It is totally retrospective. The Minister herself said that we're going back in time, and we are. This is a backward step for workers, and it will result, and this is what we heard at Select Committee, we heard that it's much more likely to result in a full removal of labour. And when we talk about the inconveniences of strike action, and strikes are meant to be inconvenient, that is the entire purpose of them, but when we look at what's more inconvenient, a partial strike that people do because they know that they can do that and they can make their point and their wages won't be touched, or a full withdrawal of labour, I know which one's going to be more inconvenient when you're talking about accessing medical services. I know which one's going to be more inconvenient when I'm a parent wanting to drop my child off at school. This bill takes us backwards. It does absolutely nothing. And before I end, Madam Speaker, I think it's important that we recognise how retrograde this particular bill is by looking at the actual advice provided by officials on this. The officials themselves said that this bill will result in a disproportionate use in relation to low-level strike action. This was why the last government repealed this legislation. Disproportionate use for low-level strike action. This government's bringing it back. It will bring back unfairness and it will take workers' wages down.
Sam Uffindell.
Reductions provision supports the government's commitment to improving public services and to maintaining service quality during industrial actions. I commend this bill to the House.
Helen White.
I'd like to give you a different example from one that I've used with the Minister at the start of my speech. And it again comes from my background in employment law. I had one of my many clients was the Midwives Union. And they had a situation with midwives where you know that we don't have very many of them. There's not enough. And so we've had issues with safe staffing levels of midwives. So we had a situation where those midwives were in a position where they couldn't strike in the ordinary way of withdrawing labour because they could not actually leave their post because they had an obligation to staff safely. What this legislation means, from what I can see, is that if that midwife, or if those midwives want to take an action which is much more moderate than that, they want to wear a badge, or they want to do some part of the job where they think this isn't going to affect safety, and so I can put that part aside, and that can be my strike action. They will have their pay deducted 10%. Midwives are people who work incredibly hard. We have enormous amounts of burnout. It's a very stressful job. They have just been subject to the changes that the government's made in terms of pay equity. So we have compounded the problem of low pay in this area. And they have just had another way that they might be able to show their concern taken away from them. We have strikes as part of an order of business. It's not something that just comes out of the blue. It's a built-up structure where we have strikes and we have lockouts and we have bargaining that happens within a certain time frame. So we have a time when you can strike and a time when you can't. And because we are organised in the way we are organised, the whole population buys into something that would otherwise not work for us. We've moved from a situation where there used to be random strikes and there used to be suits against people and businesses. We've moved from that situation to a well-organised situation where people give up certain rights at certain times so they can have those rights in bargaining. They can organise around it. And what is happening here is that we are playing with fire. Because if you take away the levers from people, what do you get? Well, the first thing that you get is that all the moderate actions that people want to take, and there's a lot of us who would be hesitant to strike. They tend to be the people who have got less confidence. So your very confident, stroppy workers might strike, but your often female workers, low-paid workers are less likely to. So you're taking the power away from that very group that is the one you want to be able to progress a claim. Now, I did talk about my bus driver case. I talked about these bus drivers who were, and it's not fiction, it absolutely happened, sir. I talked about those bus drivers because those bus drivers were actually being treated in a way I was shocked by. They already had split shifts. That meant that in the morning they worked because we all needed to get to work. They sat around for 4 hours in the middle of the day not being paid, and they got no money at that time, and they were stranded in town for 4 hours because it wasn't enough time to go home and come back in. And then they worked the shift after that, taking people home again. They were not being paid very much. At that time, my recall was it was about $18 an hour. That was what they were doing, and they weren't taking their toilet breaks because that was actually going to inconvenience the New Zealand public, because there was nowhere for them to stop. If they did that, it was going to delay the bus service and people weren't going to get to work on time. That's what they were doing. They were the kinds of workers I want to protect. I want them to have ways to express themselves which actually engage the public in their terms and conditions, in making them understand. And so when we wrote the strike notice, and they had to do that because any action, that's not a non-strike action, that's an action to say that you're going to take your toilet breaks. So we wrote the strike notice about that. And as a result of that, those workers were locked out. And as a result of an inquiry by the Herald understood that that was not fair on those workers and wrote an editorial which said it was not fair. And as a result of that single action, the public understood these drivers needed to be paid more. And that's what happened as a result of a partial strike. Now tell me that that is not in the interests of the New Zealand public. It was so much better than a situation where the workers struck, had no money, the company blamed them completely for what had gone on. They ended up on the other side of things, and those workers would never have won that dispute in that way. They were smart, but they were also fair. They took the least possible action to inconvenience people for the maximum benefit. That's smart, and I'm proud of them for doing it. And it was one of those disputes that got sorted out and changed people's lives. And actually, that's what puts food on the table. And we hear from this coalition government over and over again how they believe in giving people a hand up and people helping themselves. They don't want charity. Isn't that exactly why we need strong labour relations, where people can take actions like this in this sort of situation? Because nobody wants charity in that way. They want to earn a decent living. And they need to be able to do it by using this tool in the toolbox. This tool is a good tool in the toolbox. And what is going to happen now is that this government, because it's fanatical about unions and it's got no sense of the actual value of workers, it is going to stop this happening, and there's going to be an unintended consequence. The unintended consequence is that people will have no other option but to strike in a complete way, and the other unintended consequence is that people will lose faith in government. They will totally lose faith. And the third unintended consequence is that people will get poorer. People at the bottom end who haven't got much power, who are hesitant to strike fully, those are our low-income workers. Those are our people without a lot of confidence. They will be the ones who become poorer. And in this country, we have a problem. We have a problem of poverty. So it's going to be an unintended consequence that affects our children. We already have a report out in conjunction with our budget, which says the levels of child poverty are going up in this country, not down under this government. We already have that happening. And on top of it, we lay another law to crush anybody who wants to wear a badge or a t-shirt or express their view or take their toilet break or put a button on because they're a midwife who is under already the pump. None of those things is allowed anymore because this government, which said it was going to help people in a cost of living crisis, has other priorities. It wants to ignore the reality of people's lives and pretend it's all part of a beautiful trickle-down situation. I wish I could say that I had any faith in that view, that it's all going to come down to people, but it's not. Our job is to make sure that we do our job, that we help people from our seat, and this abandons people to poverty.
Tom Rutherford.
The bill to the House.
Arana Williams.
Opportunity to take a call on the Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Partial Strikes Amendment Bill. And what a disgraceful bill this is.
Point of order. Dana
Split call from the previous round, so it should be a 5-minute call, not a 10-minute
call. Split call, that'll be why it's 5 minutes up there.
Mr Speaker, I seek leave for an extra 5 minutes for a 10-minute call.
Leave is sought for that. Is there any objection?
Guys. Well, more disgraceful behaviour from this government that doesn't even want to listen to the views of anyone who opposes them, not even the workers who are trying to raise legitimate issues in their workplace. They will have to pay for it now. Like me being denied the ability to speak for another 5 minutes, the young people and businesses around this country will not be able to raise their concerns. In fact, they will have to pay for it. Pay 10% of their wages if they want to have a say. This is ACT Party ideology at its worst and a race to the bottom. This is a government that says it's going for growth. Does it call growth the suppression of wages of young people and vulnerable workers? Because this is exactly what this bill does. And young people will bear the brunt of this because the minimum wage is the de facto wage for young people in any advanced economy. The minimum wage is what young people make when they are in their first job, and this minimum wage will further be cut. It will be cut from the minimum legal wage for adults and for young adults if they are trying to raise their concerns. I want to tell you a story, Mr Speaker. A story about my best mate, Melissa Cosgrove, who she was a Timaru meat worker as her first job. You'll like this one, Grant McCullum. She worked at a meatworks close to the heart of many a community in mid-Canterbury region. She didn't have the worst job in the factory because her dad was also a meat worker, and that's how it works in the industry. You got to stick with your line of work and the families, and it does. The Cosgroves from Timaru, they're a meat workers family, well unionised family as well. And so she wasn't on the slaughter board of the chain. Mr McCullum, she was in the offal room, which is considered a good job, much better than the yards. And so she was lucky to get that job, and she worked really hard. For 2 summers, she had that job as a teenage young woman, and it was pretty hard in those jobs. There aren't many young women who work in them. But of those who get into the jobs because their family are in that line of work, and it pays pretty well, especially when you've been doing it for a bit, especially if you're a young person in a training opportunity or going to university and trying to put a bit of money away in your summer that you can then cover your costs, this is a good line of work to be in if you're a young person. But The thing was that for her, over 2 successive summers, in the job that she was working with the other young women in that factory, the line that she was working on with those young women, because they were separated from the other workers, was really, really far from the women's changing rooms. And you can imagine when you're working in the offal room, you've got your big gloves on, you've got your white boots on, you've got your apron, you've got your covering over the top, a little apron over your shoulders, and then you're using your hands all day. It's physical work, it's back-breaking work because you're standing on your feet all day. So when your tea break comes up, Mr. Speaker, you are thrilled. As a 19-year-old, you are going to race back to your locker in way down the other end of the room, and you are going to get out your little snap-lock bag of your bickies and your hot flask, and you are going to have such a good break. But for these young women, they were up the other end, and their changing room was way down one side because there were not many women working there at all. So in their 15-minute break, they would make their way from the chain, the bells go, and they would make their way down the other side. It took about 3 minutes to get there in the gumboots. Take off the gumboots, take off the gloves, take off the top, leave the apron on. Even though you're covered in muck, you're covered in absolute, literal muck from the offal line. I won't repeat what was actually on this. Melissa would like to have a shandy and tell us all about it, but I won't tell you tonight. It will gross some people out. But she'd make her way down there, get her kit off, and by the time she got her kit off, it was about 8 minutes. That was as fast as she could possibly do it, and this is moving really quickly. She would then go into her bag, bring out her lunch, eat it as quickly as she possibly could, and then go to the bathroom. And the problem was that these young women had absolutely no time to go to the toilet. If they were menstruating, they had no time to deal with that situation for themselves in the only break that they had. And so for about a week, every time she would go back to the line, she would take an extra 5 minutes. And her boss told her, this 19-year-old woman who has fought really hard for this job that is better than the guards and is better than what her dad had for 7 years when he worked at that meatworks, that she was striking. She was 19 years old and she was doing her best. And she had a boss that was taking advantage of her because she was a vulnerable worker. This bill would mean that her pay was cut too. This bill is a race to the bottom for young people who don't know that they're being abused by their crap bosses, about people who are just trying to get ahead to put a bit of money away for their university degrees. The National Party should not be standing for a race to the bottom on wages for young people.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed.
Employment Relations, Pay Deductions for Partial Strikes Amendment Bill, third reading.
Call on Government Order of the Day number 11.
Victims of Sexual Violence, Strengthening Legal Protections Legislation Bill, third reading.
Into legislative statement.
The Honourable, you're seeking the call, Mr Mitchell?
Yes.
The Honourable Mark Mitchell.
Speaker. I present a legislative statement on the Victims of Sexual Violence, Strengthening Legal Protections Legislation Bill.
That legislative statement is published on the authority of the House, can be found on the Parliament website.
Mr Speaker,
The Honourable Mark Mitchell.
Thank you. I move that the Victims of Sexual Violence, Strengthening Legal Protections Legislation Bill be now read a third time. It is a privilege to be leading this bill through its final stage in the House, and I particularly want to acknowledge the bravery of victims who have shared the personal experiences that have shaped this bill. Our government has been clear from day one that when it comes to law and order, victims are our priority. It underpins all the work we do. It underpins all the work we do to achieve our two key targets: 20,000 fewer victims of violent crime by 2029, something we're currently tracking ahead of, and a 15% reduction in youth offending, which we know we're closing in on. This bill further builds on our plan, which we know is working. I'd like to briefly outline the issues that the current law and order under the current law and how this bill addresses them. The purpose of this bill is to improve the experience of sexual violence victims who are participating in criminal justice proceedings. Specifically, it addresses two issues these victims face during proceedings. The first issue is deeply disturbing. Right now, under the Crimes Act, it is possible for victims to be questioned in court about whether they consented to or even enjoyed sexual abuse that happened to them when they were under 12 years old, as part of deciding whether that abuse was a crime. This experience is unacceptable and is especially harmful if the complainant is still a child during proceedings. The second issue is that the current settings for name suppression are confusing and out of step with what most people would expect. In too many cases, victims do not automatically get interim name suppression, causing victims additional distress. The current settings can also end up silencing victims who'd like to talk about their experiences because the court has the final say on whether to suppress the offender's name. This situation leaves victims unable to speak out or warn others, even though the offender has been convicted. That is not justice. That is a system that protects silence over safety and once again takes choice away from the victims. The bill addresses these problems by making it clear that the age-specific offence of sexual conduct with a child must be used when the person was under 12 at the time of the offending. Aligning the maximum penalty for sexual conduct with a child under 12 with the maximum sentence for sexual violation, 20 years imprisonment. Clarifying the process for victims lifting their own name suppression by including the process in the criminal procedure rules. Extending victims' automatic interim name suppression to all crimes of a sexual nature, including offences related to intimate visual recordings. Only allowing permanent name suppression for people convicted of sexual violent offences if the victim agrees. Two additional changes were made by Select Committee to Clause 6A. 2, clarify that victims' agreement to name suppression orders is only applicable for permanent orders and not interim orders, and require that all reasonable measures are taken to contact the victim to seek their views on the offender's name suppression. I want to thank the members of the Justice Committee for their work on this bill and the victims, their support people and their advocates who shared their experiences and insights. Your input has been key to the development of this bill. The government has heard from victims and their advocates that name suppression settings have disempowered victims, prevented victims from speaking out about their experiences, and prevented victims from warning others. We have also heard that the way children are questioned in court is not acceptable to New Zealanders. This bill responds to those concerns. The changes we are making are about one thing: protecting and empowering victims. This bill makes it crystal clear that children cannot consent to abuse. This bill empowers victims with choice, and it makes sure their voice is heard loudly and clearly. Children under 12 years old cannot consent to sexual activity, full stop. It should never be a defence to say they enjoyed it or agreed to it. These changes will better protect some of our most vulnerable victims who have been brave enough to come forward to talk about their experience in a courtroom. The changes to name suppression are a powerful step forward. They restore dignity, choice and control to those who have had it taken away from them. Let me be absolutely clear. These changes do not force victims to decide whether their abuser's name is published. If they don't want to make that decision, they don't have to. The bill doesn't impose it, it empowers. The bill will come into force 4 months from the date of royal assent. The government's message is this, Mr. Speaker. It is abhorrent that the law allows questions about whether children enjoyed or agreed to sexual activity. We are fixing that. It is unconscionable that victims feel silenced by our laws, especially when they brave the scrutiny of the court process to prove their case. We're fixing that too. This government firmly believes in centring victims, and it is my pleasure to be here today championing these much needed changes. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is the motion be agreed to. Helen White.
Thank you. I was not in the select committee process for this because I've just picked up this portfolio, and it's one of those portfolios that you pick up and you know your heart is heavy with it immediately. You know the weight of it because it is such a serious issue in our society, and lots of us know people who've been impacted by this kind of violence towards them, and it's a terrible ride. It's not an easy process through our justice system, and we absolutely have to do more to address the way that we treat victims. And we also have to, I think, look beyond our justice system in terms of how we treat those victims, because court is a small part of what we probably need to do. There's a lot of work to be done, I think, on first picking up this portfolio in the area of education. We have some pretty strange views out there in the world about consent and what is acceptable. And one of those views is the view that people could enjoy or consent to this behaviour at a very young age. And unfortunately, it's not something that has happened occasionally. It's happened habitually that people have used this kind of defence when they have abused a child. That has become something that has come to the attention of many of us in the legislature as because people have come and complained about the old law. And I remember talking to a group about this who were explaining this issue in the law to me, and how the way that the matter was prosecuted had different penalties in it, one of which was lighter than the other, but if the matter was prosecuted under the lighter law, then it wasn't necessary to prove the consent issue. So it was being chosen. So effectively the person was getting a lighter prosecution, a lighter sentence, because those prosecuting didn't want to put a child under this extra scrutiny and have this extra defence raised. That was an unacceptable situation, and I'm very pleased to see this law amend that today. So that's a really important thing that's happening today, and the Labour Party is supporting that change. With regard to name suppression, I do see the issue with regard to an automatic name suppression tending to feel often like a disempowering act to a victim. I think that is an absolutely valid point of view. But the issue is more complicated than that, because the sad reality is there are often more victims than one. There are often more victims than one. And so if this has happened in a family, then it may be that there will be two sisters, and one sister will be the person who is asked about the suppression issue, but the other one will be equally impacted by the result of it, and there may well be two different views in that situation. So it is a much more complicated thing, and hence you'll see in the report the Labour Party take a more nuanced view on this issue. it is a difficult matter. It's hard to reconcile that issue. One of the things that I think we need to remember is that we also place a lot of weight on someone, particularly someone young, making a choice like that because they live in a community. And so there is real weight attached to such decisions. And there is also going to be family pressure. So all of those issues are going to be difficult. And so it may well be that this part of the law doesn't have necessarily the impact that we hope to see by it. Hence the reservations that have been expressed by the Labour Party members who were part of this select committee. There were real concerns from the Law Society about this aspect of the bill, and I always take real notice of those submissions because I think that you have people giving submissions in those circumstances who've worked a long time in an area and they've seen a lot of different scenarios. And so I don't think that the arguments that they're putting up are academic ones that we should dismiss. I think we should respect anybody who works in these areas long term because they bring all those layers of experience in. So I don't believe there's a kind of dichotomy between listening to the victim and listening to the people who have been expert in those fields. It's very important we do listen to them. And so I take on board that there will be people out there who've got serious reservations about this aspect of the law. But today we're going to support this law going through. It is very much part of something that I hope will be a much bigger focus on sexual violence in New Zealand and trying to eradicate it and support those who have experienced it. I just wanted to talk lastly about the seriousness of that situation. I went to something today which was on the marae just down the road, and it was about sexual and family violence, and it was a group of people that are being disbanded that were advising the government, and one of the people spoke up in the group and said that sexual violence was misunderstood in this country, that people didn't have a clue how bad it was, how most New Zealanders would be horrified if they knew how prevalent it is. And I have to agree. I think we're moving into a society with new dangers with regard to this, one of which is the area of digital development, where kids are playing games that involve sexual violence, and it's changing and making them less realistic. It's changing their norms. I think we will have to think about sexual violence more widely and differently than we have, and it is going to matter not just to do things like this, but to think very widely about how committed we are to eradicating this problem in our society and spend some money on educating our kids about what's wrong with it. Because we are entering a new world and people don't know. And what that man made me think today was it's not just our kids. It's a society that has thought in the past it was appropriate to argue that there was people liking this who were under 12. It's that society. So it's throughout our society, it's our children, but it's also our adults need to understand just how bad this problem is and how harmful it is. And we really need to spend some money on it. We really do. And we hear a lot about wasted spending from this government. Well, I hope I never hear those words used about this. I just wanted to remind this House that there was no money spent for the Minister who was in charge of family and sexual violence work. No budget bid, no extra money this term. And I hope that that gets reviewed. Thank you.
Katarangi Kata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Green Party in strong support of the Victims of Sexual Violence Strengthening Legal Protections legislation bill. An incredibly important piece of legislation designed to enhance the legal safeguards for victims of sexual violence within our justice system. This bill is a testament to our collective commitment to ensuring that survivors of sexual violence are treated with dignity, with respect and autonomy when navigating the complex and often re-traumatising legal processes. The key aspect of the bill, well, there are a few parts of this bill. We're looking at the impact of sexual violence on children. We're looking at strengthening those legal protections for all victims of sexual violence and empowering victims to have control over name suppression and ensuring a fair and consistent process for that name suppression, those name suppression applications. And then, of course, it's where to from here. How do we prevent this violence from ever happening? And we have some really amazing cross-party, cross-agency work there with Te Aotearoa, which was, of course, stewarded by the Honourable Marama Davidson. A key aspect of this bill is the amendment to the Crimes Act 1961, which introduces a crucial change regarding the offence of sexual violations for victims under 12. I know that we all feel this really heavily when we hear that, for victims under 12. It seems so obvious, and I'm glad today we are bringing our legislation, our laws, into line with what is right. The bill's new definition changes is sexual connection with a child, ensuring that the legal processes better reflects the vulnerability of young victims. And this change acknowledges the profound harm caused to children, and the reason that we're doing this is to reduce the risk of subjecting them to that invasive and distressing and re-traumatising questions around sexual consent in court, including in some cases being asked disgusting questions like, did they enjoy it? Absolutely appalling, and I'm so glad that we are protecting those victims who are 12 and under. And it is an important step in protecting our tamariki and aligning the maximum penalty for this offence with that of sexual violation towards adult. And by removing the possibility of victims under the age of 12 being cross-examined in court around these very invasive questions and this questioning, and we send a clear message that our justice system is committed to prioritising the safety and well-being of our most vulnerable in our society, our tamariki. In addition to these changes, the bill also addresses critical issues around name suppression. And this was a key theme that came through in the submissions in Select Committee, and I do just want to take the time to thank everybody who submitted, who went back over their own trauma, or the people who are working with these traumatised people and survivors. And thank you for taking the time to write in submissions, and also to the people who came in and gave oral hearings. It was so important for us to really strengthen this, this bill and make it really workable in our justice system. And I do take my hat off to the Justice Select Committee as well for working together on this bill. So one of those key themes that came through, of course, was around name suppression. So currently, automatic name suppression is only provided for victims of certain sexual offences, leaving victims of other sexual crimes, such as intimate visual recordings. And so this is inconsistent and creates a situation where some victims may be exposed without their consent or even awareness. So for many victims, the fear of being publicly named can be deeply, deeply distressing and contribute to further trauma, and we want to reduce that. So that's why the Greens, we strongly support the extension of automatic name suppression to all victims of sexual violence. We know that being publicly named can cause further trauma, and we want to do everything we can to make sure that that doesn't happen. Mr. Speaker, during the Select Committee stage, we heard very clearly that an equally important provision in this bill is one that gives victims greater control over decisions regarding that name suppression. So this bill will promote that victims' view will be paramount when considering the suppression of a convicted defendant's identity. No permanent name suppression could be granted without the victim's agreement, except in cases where the victim is unreachable or unable to engage. And we think that this is a really important change, because this empowers victims and acknowledges their agency in determining how they wish to engage with the legal process. Something we heard over and over really strongly from a range of submitters in Select Committee. Another one of the themes that we heard at Select Committee from our submitters was around the fair and consistent processes. And that's what this bill is aiming to do. It is aiming to create more consistent and transparent processes for lifting that automatic name suppression. And this aligns to ensure that victims who wish to lift this name suppression can do so more easily and in a way that's consistent with rules that are already in place. So this is about good lawmaking. It's about listening to our communities, listening to the people who have been the most affected, and ensuring that our laws are in line with the realities faced by people who have been victimised and essayed. I want to acknowledge again the extensive and really important work of the Justice Committee, which scrutinised this bill and worked really hard together to enhance the legislation, and I'm really proud of the work that we have done together. It's been a critical contribution to improving the framework within these legal protections. So, of course, in concluding and talking about the Victims of Sexual Violence Strengthening Legal Protections legislation bill, it's an important and necessary step and reform that will improve our justice system, and we want to make sure that we are strengthening those legal protections for our vulnerable victims and survivors. And we also must recognise that there is still so much more work to be done, and that's where things like Te Aorere Kura come in, that prevention of family and sexual violence. Te Aorere Kura is about eliminating family and sexual violence, and that's why it is a cross-agency initiative that work together to ensure that that prevention work is happening across the board. And we want to continue to see the government put its money where its mouth is and really invest in prevention and in the community services and community providers who are ensuring that there are these programs, that there is education out there and support wrapped around these whānaus. So we must continue to work together to create a future where survivors and victims are supported and prevention is at the heart of our efforts.
Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to take a call on the third reading of the Victims of Sexual Violence Strengthening Legal Protections legislation bill. Has already been said tonight, we're proud to be part of a government that actually is victim focused, and we've actually put a target on reducing victimisations in New Zealand. And what this bill does is really, it is about improving the experience of victims in the criminal justice system, particularly those victims of sexually based offences, which are particularly heinous and unpleasant. And it makes two really important but simple changes. It really makes sure that the victims of sexual offending under 12 are appropriately treated in the criminal justice system, and we've heard some talk about that tonight. And so we're making sure that those vulnerable children are appropriately protected as a prosecution is happening. And it makes these really important changes around name suppression, and particularly allowing victims to speak out if they want. And that's the key thing, empowering victims to be able to speak out if they want by clarifying the process under which they can lift name suppression. So I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak in support of the Victims of Sexual Violence Strengthening Legal Protections legislation bill. The Introductory Minister has given an outstanding outline of what this piece of legislation is. It is important we get this into law, and we commend the bill to the House.
Dr. Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
5 minutes.
I rise to speak on the Victims of Sexual Violence Strengthening Legal Protection legislation bill, and this is something that we do support from the Green Party because of the fact that it does make really, although they are considered reasonably minor, but they make really meaningful changes to people's lives and to people who should not be subjected to additional trauma or being put through repetitive traumatization as a result of something like this. So just two particular elements of this bill that we wanted to address. And the first one is, rightfully when we're looking at amending the Crimes Act 1961 so that offence of sexual violation cannot be charged if the victim is under 12 years old. Which then would reduce the risk that the child will undergo questioning about certain content or giving evidence in the court. And I think this is something that even during the committee stage, this is something that the House broadly has clear consensus over. And I think the other thing is when we're looking at the second part of this bill, and again, we wanted around the automatic name suppression for complainants in sexual cases. And again, we want to draw back to the work that could be done and the work that is intended to be done by Aotearoa, the national strategy to eliminate family violence and sexual violence. And again, that particular piece of action plan and documentation is something that is going to move towards addressing this really concerning and systemic issue here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So specifically, one of the things that we looked at during the committee stage is around some of the details and potentially some of the improvement or consistency that's being made as a result of this. And I think for part two in particular, when we're looking at the Criminal Procedures Act, which talks about the automatic name suppression for complaints cases that we have heard from survivors and from victims and from complainants that they do not need to have such protection, and find that applying to live the suppression can be that slow and difficult and expensive process, which again reinforces the idea that we are looking at people who have suffered a lot as a result and are potentially re-traumatized as a result of this process. And I think, again, I know I mentioned it in previous speeches as well, but I really want to draw the House's attention again to Giselle Pellico, who bravely lifted her name suppression against her husband in France and is able to bravely talk about her story and experience. And so that way it raises a nationwide campaign highlighting the concerns around sexual violence in France. And I think this is a really, really good example of different people wanted to get through and wanted to reclaim themselves and feel a sense of empowerment in different ways. And name suppressions may not be able to achieve that. We did, however, ask the Minister a couple of specifically nuanced questions, and we did manage to get some responses from the Minister around what happens when there are two complainants and one decided to lift name suppression while the other didn't. And those are kind of the things that potentially may play out in situations that may not be anticipated as a result of the regulatory impact statement or the introduction of this bill. And we are quite happy with the way that the minister conducted themselves and be able to respond to our questions. So again, overall, the Green Party is supportive of this bill, as we have been supportive of other bills that strengthens protection against the most vulnerable communities and the most vulnerable parts of our communities. And it could be this, it could be litigant abuse, it could be other forms of family protection or family violence or that we're looking at. But ultimately, these are kind of the things that we really need to be looking more towards when we're introducing bill to this House, and how we can have equitable treatment, being victim-centric, and have better access to justice. So with that, the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand will support this bill.
Honourable Andrew Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to take a short call on the Victims of Sexual Violence legislation bill. This is a rare occasion when the House comes together on an issue that is really important. I personally, and I know many other members, have also acknowledged the courage of the submitters. I think many of them had a lot of courage in talking about it. Dr. Suan just talked about a case in France, but only just last weekend, 21st of June, we had our own case been revealed in New Zealand Herald about two daughters who'd been abused by their fathers. They were taking the opportunity to be clear and open about what had happened to them. And I think this is a bill that helps them stand up for their rights, Mr. Speaker, and that is why it's such a great occasion to be standing in this House talking about this bill and to see it passing into legislation very shortly. Thank you.
The Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to take a call on the Victims of Sexual Violence Strengthening Legal Protections legislation bill. So this bill does two different things. It clarifies law in the area where there are sexual crimes and there's two separate offences specified where it makes an offence to have sexual connection with a child or a person defined under 12, and consent is not relevant under section 132, but it's not 1321, but under 1322 explicitly states that consent is not a defence, which means harmful lines of questioning are less likely to be pursued. However, despite the age-specific offence being available, rape or unlawful sexual connection with a child is often charged as sexual violation under section 128B. And under this section, lack of consent and lack of reasonable belief in consent are key elements that may be proved. Therefore, children could be cross-examined about whether they wanted, asked for, or even enjoyed sexual activity. So what this legislation does is make sure
that sexual violation carries a maximum penalty of 20 years of imprisonment, whereas sexual connection with a child had only 14. So it brings them into line, and it stops children being asked if they consented to sexual abuse or rape. And so this was first looked at by both Camilla Ballach and Emily Henderson when we were in government, and they relentlessly pursued this with the Minister of Justice at the time to the point where they finally agreed to put it in a bill. So it's a good example of backbenchers taking up an issue and relentlessly pursuing it to see a legal change. The second area that this touches on is the area of name suppression. And before I go into that, I'd just like to quickly relay a story, a personal story. When I first started working at New Zealand Police, and one of the areas I was working in, a senior advisor to me lay out a roll of paper, and it was about 3 A3s altogether, so it stretched right out, and they rolled it out, and they said, that is a rape trial, Ginny. That's a timeline of from the point of charging to conviction of a rape trial, and that's still the case in New Zealand, that it takes years to go through a rape trial, that women are still questioned about details of their life and re-traumatised through the criminal justice system to the point where it prevents people from reporting sexual violence, because the process of holding the offender to account is so traumatising that it actually puts people off from reporting and enabling justice to happen. So this is a small step with these provisions. These are small steps to try and make that traumatic process slightly less traumatic. But we have a really long way to go, Mr. Speaker, to enable a system which enables victims to want to come forward and to give evidence and be treated fairly before the court, but also to have their dignity retained through that process. And I would like to acknowledge everyone who's had to go through that process. It is a very difficult one indeed. And I'd like to acknowledge that there have been some good changes made in terms of the way whangarei and the court they run up there, in terms of how the courtroom is set up, how victims are treated, how evidence is given, and enabling victims to come forward and tell their stories in a way in which they're not traumatised. We already made changes that made it what would happen is someone would be questioned about their sexual history, about their promiscuity, around their what they were wearing. Those sorts of questioning was able to be made, and so there's already been changes made around that to be more in line with the UK. So some of these changes are just a few of the ones that we made when in government. And this is actually the last couple of bills that I introduced as the Minister of Justice that are getting their final reading now. We do have some concerns with the provisions in and around name suppression, and there's been some excellent examples given of cases where, whether it's France or I think of the Mama Hooch cases in Christchurch, where women, where victims stepped up and were pleased to be able to hold their offender to account publicly, and they have every right to be able to do that. But that is their choice and their ability to do that. And we have, along with other advocates in the sector, raised some concerns about the pressure being placed on victims to have effectively a veto right on whether name suppression will be provided or not to the accused. And so those reservations have been highlighted. The one in particular is that there is more stress or pressure because of the weight of that decision, and that there could be victims that are exposed from other family members who have a vested interest in getting a conviction of the person in the dock. And there's no bottom age limit in this bill where victims could be consulted, which could potentially result in children being given
the decision power, despite potentially not fully understanding the consequences. And so there are some concerns there. There's also an issue in and around multiple victims. It is unclear what would happen in the situation where there is intergenerational sexual offending, and there are cases where this occurs, where there is in a small community in New Zealand where there is a known sexual offender who has committed sexual offending against 3 generations. There's been instances where that has occurred. And so while some of those older victims of that sexual offending may well want that sexual offender's name to be made public, there may be younger members who are still at school, who have the same last name and don't want that to occur. So that's a real concern as to how that would be weighed up, because there'd be some strong views that they should be called out, but as long as the interests of all those victims are being weighed up, we really hope that that occurs. We would really dislike for this to prolong the trauma of sexual violence within our justice system, which is already, as I've explained, incredibly traumatic for victims of sexual violence. The policy process of developing the name suppression amendments in this bill was quite concerning, and part of the reason why this bill has come halfway through this government's term, when it was introduced by our government back in 2023, is because the Minister of Justice took quite a bit of time to take a look at name suppression and to make those changes. It was held up for close to a year while he did that. And so we still have some concerns around that policy process. And I felt it was important to put it on the record, Mr. Speaker, about what was the process to arrive at this decision. Because it's well and good to say that you support victims and you're doing this for victims, but we should talk to victims and the people who work alongside of those people and take into account those views. The officials in their advice to the committee stated that the Minister directed us to consider adding the proposal to the bill, that before the court can grant a permanent name suppression to a person convicted of a sexual crime, it must have the agreement of the victim of that crime. They state that we did not have access to a fully detailed problem definition. This is problematic. We have discussed the proposal with the Minister to better understand his intention and to more clearly define the problem. However, we were not able to obtain full context or clarity. This is after they spoke to him. We have therefore made some assumptions in our assessment of the proposal. So it's great that you've clearly done something to help victims, but the officials themselves have stated that this was not done with a clear problem definition. So yes, we support this bill, but we have some real concerns that it hasn't been done with a full, thorough analysis of what is the problem you are solving, which, to be honest, Mr. Speaker, is quite typical of this government.
Mike Butterick.
Speaker, this is a very good piece of legislation, and I would also particularly like to acknowledge the courage of the submitters. I would commend it to the House.
The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A little disappointing that we've got an important bill here about matters that are important, and we've got a government that's putting this to the House, and its members have got fundamentally. Mike Butterick had nothing to say. It's just really disappointing. Look, this bill raises difficult and challenging issues, and the bill as it was presented to the Select Committee was relatively straightforward in making it clear that essentially that consent should never be a defence when there is sex with a child. That's a good amendment. We entirely support it. And then halfway through the process, an amendment paper was introduced and put to Select Committee, which introduced a pretty significant change, and that was what can best be called the right of a veto to name suppression by a victim. And, you know, at first blush, that looks like a very good idea, that if you're a victim of a sexual offence, that you get to choose whether or not the perpetrator gets name suppression. And in many cases that will work, and that's all well and good. But as Ginny Anderson has just said, life can be a little more complex than that. And when we've got multiple victims, and victims, some of who are of age and some of who are not, it becomes a lot more complicated. When we've got offending across family members, where not all family members accept, sadly, that the perpetrator is the wrongdoer, life becomes a lot more complex. And the difficulties, the possibilities of pressure being brought to bear, of the victim's life being made more difficult by this reform, is real. And we think that this is a blunt approach. We support this bill because overall, in sum, it's a good reform. But we have reservations around that particular aspect of it. And the other challenge is this, and it's a philosophical challenge in some ways, but it makes the perpetrator the judge. Sorry, it makes the victim the judge in terms of the perpetrator, in that they get to decide what the punishment is. Because name suppression or name being published is recognised as part of the punishment. And one of the aspects of the rule of law is that judges decide punishments, and that we have, between the victim and the perpetrator, we have the state to decide those things. Because judges can impartially balance the competing interests of parties in such situations. But this very blunt tool, the right of veto of name suppression, that was introduced at a very late stage by the Minister, doesn't recognise that. It says to the victim, well, you decide. And that's actually a dereliction of duty. That is not, the state is not doing its job. I accept that name suppression rules need work, that we haven't struck the balance perfectly, and that better direction could be given by this House to Parliament, to the courts. But a carte blanche to victims to say, you decide, is putting the victims actually in a very invidious position. So that's why we don't support that part of the bill, but we will be voting in favour of it for the wider purposes.
Mr. Speaker. Tom Rutherford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great day that there's support across the House for this piece of legislation. It's been a long time coming, as previous speakers spoke about, and therefore I'd just like to commend it to the House.
Venusia Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to take a call and speak to this very important bill that actually has some history in the House. So, Mr. Speaker, while I've been out of Parliament for 18 months, I do remember the introduction of this bill to the House when it was first introduced in its first iteration, which was that first section or the first part of the bill in regards to the consent issue, when it didn't have the name suppression issue attached to it. But I didn't leave the issue there when I left the House, Mr. Speaker. While I went back into legal practice, I was also involved in a project that was led by the wonderful Honourable Anne Tolley and Dr. Emily Henderson, who the House will be very familiar with. And they were, with others, and are working on a project to identify the gaps in our legislation and policy in regards to sexual violation and sexual assaults. And part of what they were working on was consent law reform. And as part of those conversations, we certainly had a lot of feedback on this issue. So what I'd like to touch on today are the parts of this bill which we do agree with, some suggestions that were made by those who submitted to Select Committee, and I wasn't there to receive those submissions, but I've read those submissions, some of which I think contain some excellent suggestions that the House must turn its mind to in due course, and also parts of the bill which we disagree with which the Honourable Duncan Webb has spoken to as well. So essentially part one of the bill would amend the Crimes Act so the offence of sexual violation cannot be charged if the victim is under 12 years old. Instead, the charge would be sexual connection with a child. And this would, as other speakers have said, reduce the risk that a child must undergo questioning about sexual consent while giving evidence in court. And the bill would also increase the maximum penalty for the offence of sexual connection with a child to align with that for sexual violation. There are many submissions on the bill that reference the need for the bill, and Help Auckland is one of those submissions where they talk about research from the Office of the Chief Victims Advisor in the report That's a Lie is the name of the report, which demonstrates that some defence lawyers have accused children of having consented in spite of presentations to the contrary. And that kind of questioning and accusation can obviously have quite serious consequences for the young person. So we do support that section of the bill. However, Help Auckland and Youth Law Aotearoa also mention in their submission that there is a gap in terms of this particular issue. The Youth Law submission says, as a related issue, we have concerns about consent still being argued in relation to young people between the ages of 12 and 15, particularly in cases like Christian versus R, which involved a teenage girl and a significantly older man. The maximum penalty for sexual connection with a young person is still 10 years, so that's half of that for sexual violation under section 128B1, which means that those young people in that higher age group can still be questioned about consent. And I think some of the submitters acknowledge that there is a policy question here in terms of young people who might be in a relationship with someone who's just slightly older than them, but older than the statutory bar, and that it is something that that may involve the need for police discretion in terms of which charge is more appropriate. However, it is important for the House to consider that issue, which hasn't been addressed in this bill. The other issue that was raised by Youth Law in their submission was the proposing of a review of the law of consent more broadly, and looking toward adopting a positive definition of consent. Now, this isn't a new issue for us in the House. It was something that was actually raised in 2019 in a Cabinet paper, Improving the Justice Response to Victims. It was also a submission that came to the 53rd Parliament through the petition of Laiba Zubair, who presented to us along with a number of experts. She was interesting. She didn't argue for a precise change. She argued that we needed to consider whether the law of consent needed to change or not. And I would certainly argue that it's timely that that the House starts to look at that. There's an academic called Anna High who is working with the Honourable Anne Tolley and Dr. Emily Henderson on this project, and she argues for consent law reform so that we have proactive consent. She talks in some of her writings about the fact that in case law, judges are more willing to accept that you need proactive consent for the most part. However, we do have the case of Christian, which on appeal, the Supreme Court declined to read an affirmative consent standard, and they said that being passive plus an X factor meant that consent could be presumed. And at this side, I'm sure the government members listening are wondering what could that X factor be. Horrifyingly, it can be that you have a history of being in a relationship with the person. So you can imagine in circumstances of domestic violence that if this were to come up in front of the courts, we still at least have some case law where silence plus X plus something like being in a relationship could be seen as consent. So my sense is that there have been some really valuable submissions, not only on the specific issues on the bill, but what the bill doesn't cover in terms of this area of sexual assault as well. Just want to turn briefly to the Labor members' dissenting view, and Dr. Duncan Webb has covered this in detail, but I wanted to recognise a submission of the Law Society which raised very valid rules, very valid concerns about the rule of law, and they actually very helpfully made some proposals for a residual discretion where the judge could still exercise discretion to grant name suppression. And my colleague Helen White proposed at committee stage quite a narrow residual discretion on the basis of some of what the Law Society said. She proposed that where the identification could result in hardship or danger to the family of the victim, including where the sexual offending has occurred within the family, or where the identification could result in hardship or danger to the family of the offender, that there ought still to be some residual discretion. And I was a little bit alarmed that the government members didn't really seem to be considering those very valid residual options that had a focus squarely on the victim. They were not the full set of proposals that the Law Society had suggested. They were focused very squarely on the victim and actually also on the offender's family. But I thought that they were very helpful, very pragmatic suggestions that unfortunately were discounted. Interestingly, some of the submitters who work in the sexual violence space also believe that there should be, well, some of them believe that there should be some flexibility in this space. And I'd encourage members to who have an interest, to go back and read Help Auckland's submissions. They propose changes such as that young people under 16 who are complainants, in those circumstances there should be automatic name suppression and they should be able to decide later down the fact, because they would face potentially a lot of pressure in those circumstances. And of course, as my colleague Ginny Anderson has said, where there are multiple victims, that can also be a valid space for there to be residual discretion. So finally, Mr. Speaker, I just suggest to the House that this is one of those issues where it may be well worth our time to return to some of these issues in due course and just really be sure that they are working, that they are fit for purpose, and that those who are working on the front line truly believe they're serving the needs of complainants but are also fair in terms of the rule of law.
I'm the last person to speak in the third reading of this bill, the Victims of Sexual Violence Strengthening Legal Protection Legislation Bill, a bill that really tugged at many of our heartstrings as we listened to the submissions and we considered what so many of our Tamariki have had to go through in the past. This is a child protection first approach bill. This is a victim protection first approach bill, and Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Glenn Bennett.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. And I rise as a member of the Labour Party who has worked extensively in this space to ensure that good legislation is brought to this House to ensure the empowerment and also the voices of victims of sexual violence. And as has been traversed from my colleagues on this side of the House in terms of how this came to being in this Parliament from the previous term and how conversations have been had over the evening, through the committee stage, through the select committee stage around the importance of traversing the complexities of what can be done in terms of supporting victims of sexual violence and strengthening legal protections. Now, we have an issue in this country when it comes to sexual violence, and we need to continue working on that, and we need to continue fighting that. But this legislation is something that takes us a step closer and further to a nation that does what is right by victims, but also doesn't allow sexual violence to be something that's ever condoned or accepted, but also ensuring that it's not just something that's hidden away, which often can be done when it comes sometimes in families, to protect families, members, when it comes to things like name suppression. We can do better, and I'm glad to be part of a mostly robust and engaging Parliament and law-making community that can actually make changes for the betterment of victims. And as I was looking through the legislation and thinking about what I could say this evening, it's interesting to look at changes that are being made. So we look at Part 1 that would amend the Crimes Act of 1961. And you think about that just in terms of the date and what has happened and changed since the 1960s. We live in different times, and this place should always be a place that is always moving and stretching and keeping up with what modern society is doing. And so the fact that this legislation would amend the Crimes Act of 1961 so that the offence of sexual violation cannot be charged if the victim is under 12 years old. Instead, the charge would be sexual connection with a child. Now, Mr. Speaker, this would reduce the risk that a child must undergo questioning about sexual consent while giving evidence in court. And we know that there's been a track record in this country when it's come to this process with under 12s. And so it is good to make some moves and move forward in this space. The bill would also increase the maximum penalty for the offence of sexual connection with a child to align with that for sexual violation, and that is a good thing. Secondly, as we look at Part 2 that other colleagues have talked about, it's around amending legislation from 2011. And when I was looking at that and thinking back to the culture and the time of 2011, Mr. Speaker, I think of social media and the difference that time was to now, and the fact that social media was something in 2011, but it was something that was far less and far more engaged than it is now. So the fact that we look at legislation like the Crime Procedure Act of 2011, which relates to name suppression, it is a good thing for us to look at working on and changing. It's around protecting victims. It's around protecting the complaints, their privacy, while supporting also, Mr. Speaker, their autonomy to have name suppression lifted if they wish. And I think that is important for us to sit with, that a victim has a choice and a victim has a voice, And being someone who's worked in the space with offenders and victims over the years, I know the fact that to have a voice and to be able to speak up is part of the healing, part of working through trauma, is the fact that you have the power restored in you. So, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have spoken about some of the challenges that we had through the select committee stage around things that we thought could be done better to improve this. But in the whole, we think it is a good step forward for this House and for this country, and therefore I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Victims of Sexual Violence Strengthening Legal Protections Legislation Bill, third reading.
I call on Government Order of the Day number 12.
Game Animal Council Herds of Special Interest Amendment Bill, first reading.
The Honourable James Megan.
Mr. Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Game Animal Council Herds of Special Interest Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Game Animal Council Herds of Special Interest Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Environment Committee to consider the bill, and at the appropriate time I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 30 October 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is my first piece of legislation in the House, and I had a rather dramatic, flowing 10-minute eloquent speech all ready to go, but given the hour is nearing midnight, it's 20 past 11, and we all want Reuben Davidson to get a good night's sleep, I will curtail my first reading contributions to get to the crux of it. And that is that this bill further supports our government's view that the hunter-led and community-led conservation effort is the key to improving and protecting our nation's biodiversity. The Game Animal Council Herds of Special Interest Amendment Bill proposes a small but significant amendment to the Game Animal Council Act 2013. This amendment will provide certainty and clarify that a herd of special interest designation can be made within national parks as originally intended by the Act. Herds of special interest are simply herds of game animals on public conservation land that have been formally designated by the Minister to be managed for hunting purposes. The designation enables certain valued introduced species already present in a specific geographic area to be managed for qualities prized by hunters, such as the size and quality of individual animals. However, there is some ambiguity in the current legislative framework. Specifically, Subpart 3 of the Game Animal Council Act allows the Minister to establish a herd of special interest within national parks. Now, managing a herd for hunting purposes includes maintaining a sustainable population of healthy game animals by targeting cull stags and hinds and does and allowing strong, healthy older stags and bulls to propagate. This creates a smaller but healthier herd, as less browsing pressure and better genetics results in better, healthier animals, bigger trophies and larger sources of protein. However, Section 4 of the National Parks Act 1980 requires that introduced animals shall, as far as possible, be exterminated. It is therefore arguable that you cannot manage a herd of game animals for hunting purposes by completely exterminating them. The legislation for herds of special interest need to be clear and unambiguous in order to provide certainty around their designation, particularly those in national parks. It is our view that in passing the Game Animal Council Act back in 2013, this House was clear in its intention to be able to designate herds of special interest in national parks, and so what we are doing today is giving that effect to that intention. And so to address this inconsistency and to clarify that the final decision to designate a herd of special interest rests with the Minister, this bill will make a single amendment to the Act so that the National Parks Act requirement to exterminate introduced species does not apply to herds of special interest. These herds will therefore be able to be sustainably managed alongside improving our conservation outcomes. The legislation will retain all the requirements for herds of special interest to be consistent with New Zealand's wider conservation framework. And this means that a herd of special interest must be consistent with, amongst other things, the preservation of Indigenous species, habitats, ecosystems and natural features. And in fact, the Wapiti case study proves this to be so. The Fiordland Wapiti Foundation has been successfully managing red deer and wapiti populations in Fiordland National Park for decades. Not only do they undertake regular culling of deer and wapiti and manage the increasingly popular wapiti ballot during the bugle, they also maintain our huts, our tracks, and they carry out thousands of hours of trapping to better protect our vulnerable native species like the feral blue duck on behalf of the Department of Conservation. The sustainable management of wapiti within Fiordland National Park has undoubtedly led to greater conservation outcomes than the alternative, which would be no involvement from hunters at all. Mr Speaker, I could go on at length to the great benefits that our hunting population add to our conservation sector. I could go on at length about how the wapiti herd descends from the generous gift of American President Teddy Roosevelt in 1905, but all I do is go on to say that this legislation provides clarity to the real champions of conservation in the Deep South to continue doing what we all need them to do. I've met with the Wapiti Foundation, I've met with hunters across New Zealand, and I can tell you now that they love their local environment. They do what they do to ensure that it will be available for generations to come, and today I'm proud to take one more small step in the right direction to support them on that journey. Mr Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Speaker.
The Honourable Dr Duncan.
Kia ora, Mr Speaker. I wonder whether James Meagher has been to Fiordland National Park, one of our last wilderness areas, 10% of New Zealand, covered in prehistoric forest. And you know what? It is. Did you know it's a World UNESCO Heritage Area? And here's what UNESCO has to say about it. Invasive species are the biggest impact on the property, despite their impacts being restricted to small areas of the property. Population increases of red deer, as well as impacts from other browsing mammals, such as wapiti, fallow deer, goat and chamois, and tahr, have caused severe damage to some parts of the property. So here we have the idea that our most pristine, the area of New Zealand which we most pride ourselves on as the most pristine part of New Zealand. And what does this government want to do? It's basically New Zealand up for sale again. Because let's face it, what this is about, and it was in the Minister's own speech, and I don't think he's been to Fiordland National Park, is about trophy hunting. And I know that there has been, and I was speaking to someone recently, there have been studies into what the economic benefit of trophy hunting is. It's trivial. You know, we have a treasure. We have a treasure, and it is those parts of our beautiful natural environment which remain largely unaffected by introduced species. And we have a mandate to say where that exists, let's keep them unaffected by introduced species. But this government says no. I've got no problem with hunting. I've got. Well, the other side can scoff, but if you want to come hunting with me, just let me know. But they speak a big talk, but I suspect that most of them have never picked up a rifle. Exactly. Yeah. So Scott Willis and I will happily take you hunting any time you like. But for you city folks, for you North Islanders, and for the so-called Minister of the South Island, you know, let's get out into the wilds and see what we really value. And those truly unaffected areas are so rare. And yet here we have a bill which is part of a program to essentially say, let's set up a hunting park in Fiordland so that we can make sure that wapiti are always there, because we like the idea that people can go out and hunt them. Well, look, I think that if you look at Fiordland, if you look at its true majesty, its the beauty of its primeval state, that we should absolutely preserve that, and the idea that that's tradable, that is tradable with trophy hunting for wapiti, defies belief. But we have a minister of the South Island who is happily selling off some of the most valuable jewels of the South Island to say, no, it's fine. Let's have a grazing park for Wapiti so that hunters can come down and shoot their trophy beast. Now look, I want to say I appreciate the work that hunters do in keeping the herds as low as they can be, and I appreciate that many hunters go out there to get kai for their whānau. That's a good thing, and it's great that they can do that. But Fiordland is a treasure, and we should absolutely keep that in its pristine condition. And the idea that we can have a herd of national significance which rampages through our forest and damages our indigenous species is entirely unacceptable. And that shows how much the so-called Minister of the South Island is actually interested in the South Island. The answer is not at all. And the Minister for Hunting and Fishing, without a budget, without a real portfolio, needs to buck up and get a proper idea.
Mr. Chair,
Scott Willis.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
It's 11:30 at night, and I get it. Yeah.
Well, firstly, I would like to acknowledge the work of the Fiordland Wapiti Foundation. We do know that they do work on maintaining huts, tracks, and the pest control. That's really valuable stuff, and protecting our native species, but also providing meat to people who need it from deer, wapiti that have been harvested. And I think we can all acknowledge that the Fiordland Wapiti Foundation has been successful in showing that hunting and conservation can coexist, can be complementary, and that's often the case. Many hunters are conservationists. That's something we should all acknowledge. And I'm a proud hunter. I love going out into the bush. I also want to hear the bush, and I want to hear the bird song in the bush. And one of the things I have noticed when I've hunted on a little block near where Mark Patterson lives, actually, there's a hunting block that I go to. Part of it has been fenced off. When you go through the gate into that fenced area where all the deer have been removed, you can barely move through the bush. For the rest of it, you can spot the deer everywhere because it's mud and mature trees. There is no understory because the deer have taken it away. This bill makes me sad. Sad because it openly states that our national parks should become sanctuaries for pest populations with special protections when we face a biodiversity crisis. Sad because it undermines the conservation goals of the National Parks Act, and it's unnecessary. That's the tragedy of it. Because the work that's been going on has been successful, this bit of legislation will actually create division, and it doesn't need to be that way. National parks exist to protect our national heritage, our taonga species, and hunting isn't about simply protecting trophy herds of deer in national parks. It's about respecting ecosystems. Yeah, it's about respecting ecosystems, and it's true, I'm not a trophy hunter. I hunt for meat and I hunt to take animals out of the bush. This should not be about keeping imbalance in our national parks, in our ecosystems. It's giving priority to invasive species over our nature and over our native biodiversity. National parks exist to protect that biodiversity, not to preserve trophy herds for international or domestic hunters. And this is where there's I just can't understand where we're going to get economic growth from this. It's minuscule. It's minuscule. And what are we losing? What are we losing? We're losing something really, really special, which is our unique place. And it really does demonstrate that the alliance between hunting and conservation doesn't count for this government because it is turning a blind eye to all of the concerns that all of us who care about the environment have for the natural places we go to, the places we find really, really special. And it opens the door not only to wapiti in Fiordland, why not whitetail in Rakiura? Why not tar in the Southern Alps? Why not sika up here in the North Island? That's what it'll do. It'll ensure that we destroy our biodiversity. And quite simply, there's been no engagement with iwi, no serious engagement on no assessment of biodiversity, no good public consultation. It would have gone some way to maintaining relations even if this bill proceeds, but there hasn't been any. So this is opening a door to greater division, to losing the justification that hunters have for working with conservationists. The Green Party policy is that we should remove or eradicate, where possible, large non-predator invasive species in areas where they threaten important ecological values. And if this bill proceeds, any eradication efforts in the national parks would not be authorised.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, given the hour, Mr. Speaker, I will save my soliloquies about how much hunting means to so many people in this country, including my good self and many others in this House. Look, I will just say quickly that in two parts of this country, in two islands, we've got the Wapiti Foundation and the Sika Foundation doing amazing work, showing what can be done when hunters have a chance to actually have a decent say about the way our conservation estate can be managed, can be run, the way we can support our ecosystem and allow a whole lot of good things to be happening in our ngāhere. It's time we stop treating our valued introduced species like pests by default, started treating them like the value that they are, with some wise management for both conservation and for the connection that hunting gives us to our land. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Andy Foster.
Mr. Speaker, many of us experience our conservation estate and enjoy that in many different ways. For several decades there's been obvious disagreement and debate between conservation groups and hunting groups about the place of introduced animals. And this bill is about trying to resolve some of those, if you like, anomalies between the National Parks Act and the Animal Game Council Act, and I commend this bill to the House.
Catherine Webb.
I rise to support this bill brought to us by our second ever hunting and fishing minister, and I would like to congratulate James Meagher for bringing this very practical bill before the House that backs our hunters, our amazing conservationists, and so therefore I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Mr. Speaker, what a bizarre situation that we face tonight in Parliament here. The so-called parties championing the rights and the values and the aspirations of our rural community, now supporting the protection of an introduced species that is at the core of both bovine tuberculosis, destruction of our indigenous flora and fauna, and they're going to spend a whole lot of money and effort, not only in Parliament here tonight, but actually in setting up protection for an exotic pest. That's what it is. Mr. Speaker, I can't understand the logic, because I support the rural. I have been West Coast Tasman MP. I appreciate, not only from a regional perspective, but from a rural perspective and a national perspective, hunting and its value as a recreational activity. And so we have a whole lot of people who go out every weekend or every night and they hunt possums or they hunt goats or deer, and they do a great job, but they're actually failing because we have big issues with possums. And if it wasn't for the utilisation of 1080, we'd be overrun with possums. We are now facing increasing numbers of red deer and other deer across our rural network, and farmers are saying, what is the Department of Conservation, what is the government going to do to knock down these deer numbers, because not only are they eating our grass and impacting on, you know, our bush, and many farmers want to protect their local indigenous flora and fauna, right? So they're saying, what is the government doing, because a lot of these animals come from the Dock estate. And in Parliament tonight, let the farmers be clear that this government is protecting deer. Protecting deer that not only eat grass on farms around this country, that actually contribute potentially to the spread of bovine tuberculosis, and are not indigenous or native species. So there are a couple of questions I ask of the Minister. In passing this legislation, what's next? Because there will be a group, and I know there are people who like to go out and hunt possums. They like to go and hunt goats or pigs. So will the Minister bring to this House a piece of legislation that will protect wild pigs? Is he going to do that? Wild pigs? Sika deer? Fallow deer? Are they going to be protected as well by the Minister's proposals? And what do the farmers think about that when they are spending millions and millions of dollars to knock down deer numbers and to keep on top of bovine tuberculosis? What's the Minister going to do? He doesn't know. Well, we've had 3 more farms with outbreaks of bovine tuberculosis in Hawke's Bay, because arguably there hasn't been enough pest control in that area. Was it, or is it, the possums, or is it the deer? And the ministers say, oh, this is just about Fiordland. It's just about a unique species. Actually, no, the legislation enables this minister to be able to designate any species anywhere as a particular species. So will it be, well, let's push the boundary out. Rats? Is he going to protect rats? Stoats? Oh, no, that's okay. Well, it's good to get from the minister that he won't protect rats or stoats or weasels. What about possums? Because there are people who say that actually the possum population is quite valuable for fur. This piece of legislation is completely bizarre when we have a government that claims to protect and advocate for the rural community in this country. The single biggest threat, not the single, one of the largest threats to the rural community and the rural industries is bovine tuberculosis. And this government and this minister is bringing in protection for deer that spread TB across this country. It is a bizarre piece of legislation at a time this country doesn't need it.
Grant McCallum.
Bill that strikes a perfect balance between hunting and conservation, and I commend it to the House.
Well done.
The Honourable Penny Hannity.
I never ever thought I'd hear the day that a Northland MP would say he was blue-green. I think it's absolutely rich from Mr McCallum to say that he's a blue-green man when every Northlander knows the saying of Sir Geoffrey Palmer, Mr Speaker, which is, discretion is the mother of all injustice. And what this bill does is it carves out a wee piece to say it's okay to do this, but guess what? At some point in time, we might open the door to other things. And that's the problem here. And the minister stood up and he said, oh, well, in 1905, blah, blah, blah. The point is this. Once upon a time, possums were okay. Once upon a time, these things were okay. All of a sudden, they're a pest. All of a sudden, they're a huge cost for the Department of Conservation. And Mr McCallum, on his own farm, knows the costs of possums on his own farm. Exactly. Now, that's the point about discretion, Mr Speaker. And I want to say to the government, when they look towards carving out little exemptions here and a little exemption there, it can only lead to something that is going to be a tidal wave they can't stop, Mr. Speaker. That's why we oppose this bill. And I want to say to the Minister, he said it was his first bill, and I congratulate the Minister for having the gumption and the opportunity to present a first bill before midnight during urgency. But we'll talk about that later. Ultimately, what we know about this particular bill is that once you start doing this, you cannot put a finger in the dike in the hope that it will stop flooding the land. Well, Mr. McCullum might say that, but what he can't say is the possums are going. No, that's the point of my kōrero here. The minute you open the door, and yes, I'm happy to go hunting, because I can guarantee, having grown up on a farm in Northland, I've held a gun more times than a number of members on that side. Well, Mr. McCullum, definitely not you, because you're twice my age, but that's the point. So I just want to say here, this particular bill we won't be supporting, and we hope that in the Minister's new role, he will engage with more communities than just this one. I take the point of my colleague that this particular part of New Zealand is one of the most beautiful parts of the world. And in fact, when we look towards how we can grow tourism numbers, I suspect that this isn't going to quite land it. And I can tell this House that 8 months ago, I did a dive and hunt in this exact region. So you go out on a boat, you dive for paua, crayfish, you spearfish, everything. It's amazing. And then 2 days later, you find yourself in the hills hunting. And over 5 days, you can come home with a bounty that is the envy of everybody at home. But that will not be protected if we continue to let exemptions come into this consideration for the protection of our wildlife and the protection of our beautiful places such as the Fiordland and other places in the country. So, in the final minute and a half, I want to say this. Where is the Minister of Conservation? Where is Mr. Tamapōtaka, who stands proudly on marae and places right across the country and says that the Department of Conservation is going to do this and it's going to look after this and it's going to... Well, ultimately, they've sent a junior minister, Minister Miga here, to present a bill just before midnight and try and present to this country that this is a good thing for this country. I say to the country, please go into it with eyes wide open like we are. And we oppose this bill and we implore the Minister to come back here with something far more substantial. Stop doing carve-outs. Let's do something that actually makes a difference in this country. That does, one, allows those who enjoy hunting to have a good hunt. Allows, two, the protection of our land, which is more important than anything else, because it is the number one thing that international visitors, international tourists look to when they come to New Zealand. So I say to Mr. Miga, the next time he wants to stand in this House and present a bill like this, he should just table it and be done with it.
Yes. I look forward to members bringing that bounty to the House and sharing it around. Dr. Carlos.
Speaker, Mr. Chair, first of all, I'd like to congratulate my colleague, Minister James Megan, for putting his first ever bill into the House, because we can see that he's going to work very hard to keep improving New Zealand. But more good news, I would like to congratulate...
Point of order, Clean Bennett.
Just wanting to point out that the timer hasn't been started and want to give the member the full 5 minutes to obviously contribute, so I just want to make sure that's correct.
That time's going. Dr. Carl Chong.
Yes, because there's more good news for everyone here. First of all, I'd like to congratulate everyone at Auckland City Football Club for their remarkable result and World Cup today against Boca Junior. They never give up, and their fighting spirit showed exactly what this cup stands for. Thank you for making us proud and for representing our communities. This result will go down in history. It is a great day for Mount Roskill and a great day for New Zealand football. I commend this bill to the House.
A point of order Order, the Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, given the success and the issue that the member has raised, I seek leave to put a motion into the House congratulating the Auckland Football Club for its success, and maybe we could have a debate on it right now.
There is already a question before the House, so we can't do it now, but you might want to suggest it at another time. Okay. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, the Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Mr. Speaker, given the point and the issue that was raised in the House in a timely way, I guess the first opportunity to congratulate the Auckland Football Club for what is a remarkable achievement, I seek leave for us to have some speeches in the House congratulating the club on its achievement, acknowledging the great work that that they have put forward on behalf of New Zealand.
I can put leave to that motion after we finish the business that we have at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The question is that the Game Animal Council Herd of Special Interest Amendment Bill be considered by the Environmental Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Honourable James Maker.
I move that the Game Animal Council Herds of Special Interest Amendment Bill be reported to the House by 30 October 2025.
Sounds like a shorter process.
Yeah, Honourable Damien O'Connor.
I do seek leave for us to have a motion in the House congratulating the Auckland Football Club for its achievement.
We still have a question live on the floor, and I'll put that question. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, the Honourable Damien O'Connor.
I apologise for intervening too early, but I seek leave of the House to have a debate in the House here congratulating the Auckland Football Club for its amazing achievement on behalf of New Zealand and Auckland, of course, in what has occurred offshore. And I seek leave to have the debate right now.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objections? Yes. There is an objection. That concludes the business of urgency. The House is adjourned until 2 p.m. tomorrow. Pō Marie.
That concludes our coverage from the House of Representatives. More information about Parliament is available at www.parliament.nz.